Hello and welcome to the final day of the China Division 2 broadcast, although also not really, because we're probably going to have some tiebreakers around these parts. What tiebreakers? Well, today we're going to find that out. And joining me on this journey of figuring things out is Fluke and Lizard, and maybe we'll find something out about ourselves along the way. But Fluke, how's it going? And what was your favorite match from yesterday?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. You know, it's a good day here today. It's not all too hot in Australia. It's not all too humid either. And yesterday was some really good matches. Obviously, I don't think I can go past Vici Gaming versus YBB. I think that was a matchup that everyone was looking forward to, and it purely delivered. Right, the fact that we got all three games out of both those two teams, we were able to figure out who was the one that was going up in towards Division 1. But I mean, all of the series yesterday's were kind of bangers. The fact that Cloud were able to keep their dream alive in their first series against Meteor here, like I think the way that all these teams played yesterday was a lot better than what we'd expected. We thought maybe the first two series were going to be some stomps, but every single series went to all three games.
Yeah, it did. We finally broke the curse, and in style as well, as the previous 3 days of broadcast we've had have been all 2-0s, and then yesterday it was all 2-1s. So, you know, we do one extreme or the other over here in China, you know. We're all in or all out. What kind of day are we getting today, Lizard?
It depends what kind of teams show up right now. Like, I feel like if Poke comes in swinging together with outsiders maybe not playing to their fullest potential, we might see some 3 games as well. But today I'm not envisioning the same day like yesterday. You know, yeah, like you get 9 games every once in a week in the Chinese division, you know? Like you don't get it very often. Why don't you get it very often in Division 2? It's because the teams aren't that close. Like there's a big gap between the top tier teams and teams that are below them. So usually you shouldn't see these weaker teams taking games off of someone like YBB or Vici Gaming.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, there's a certain pattern which is forming, I guess, a kind of great wall here in China between the top 4 teams and then everybody else as well. And, you know, I would like to include LBZS in that because I think they kind of are a caliber above, you know, Poke and Cloud and Mystique, but also not quite reaching the same level as Vici and YBB. And maybe outsiders as well. You know, they're also kind of on the precipice, slightly better than LBZS, but also slightly worse than Vici and YBB. And yeah, this is one of the games we had yesterday. This was Meteor versus Cloud again. Another bit of a romp, a fun series for sure, as these two bottom teams were battling it out, but Cloud were able to keep their chances of escaping relegation alive, and then we moved on to Mystique versus Outsiders.
It kind of feels bad for Cloud, to be honest, because they had that disconnect game, right?
Yes.
A disconnect series, actually, because they lost the series 0-2. Like, if the game did not disconnect, they would have won it 100% and then maybe take game 3 as well. Because Cloud, for me, yesterday looked pretty damn solid. Like, they looked all right. Like, they found themselves once again. They definitely don't want to get relegated, so they're giving it their best to not get disconnected and to play the games out.
Yes, yeah. Hopefully we'll be seeing them on top performance when we get to those tiebreakers. I mean, there is a very, very small chance that we don't. If Poke beat Outsiders and if Meteor beat Vici, then we won't have tiebreakers for the bottom side, but that's just not very likely. Here we had the series of Outsiders versus Mystique, where Outsiders were able to take it 2-1, but Mystique fought back again. Yesterday, a day of kind of, you know, redemption for a lot of these smaller teams, as Mystique were able to prove themselves against Outsiders in at least one of these games, which is good for them. You know, I like to see it.
Yeah, and I think Team Mystique, especially in their second game here, they put a lot of emphasis on NJ, on one of his favorite heroes on the Timbersaw. It was a last pick Timber in that game as well. And they're able to really kind of decimate XM, who was supposed to have a good lane on the Monkey, but really just didn't. And then this third and final game from Outsiders seems like they came back with a bit of a vengeance. This is the one where it looked like it was far too easy for Outsiders to win this game. There was really kind of some damage issues that we started to see from Mystique. I believe this was the game that also Danog said was 95-5. and it did start to look towards that, where it got very, very hard for them to actually deal any damage to the DP as well as the Dragon Knight. And then Outsiders were able to at least make it so there wasn't any extra weird shenanigans with maybe like a 4-way tie. But it was looking pretty real after that game number 2. To be fair, I think a lot of people here were like, maybe we could have a 4-way tie.
Well, everyone was getting a bit excited, weren't they? But Outsiders said, "No, calm down. We're gonna steal this one up as we know we can." And then we moved on to our title series of the day, off the region, I would say. It was Vici versus YBB, these two titans off Division 2 in China, soon to be Division 1. Perhaps, maybe not want to talk too soon, but most likely soon to be some titans of Division 1 China as well, battling it up in a hell of a series. I mean, game number 1, it was fun, but it wasn't like the kind of close, very exciting game we were hoping for. This is game number 2, and then this one was pretty wild, wasn't it, Lizard?
Yeah, it's like from watching these two teams, when it comes to their chances in Division 1, I'd say that they deserve Division 1 just as much as the teams that got relegated right now. So I'm not really... sometimes teams get relegated from Division 1 just for them to bounce back in like the next season. Because they don't really deserve to be in Division 2. They don't really deserve to be in Division 1. So if I recollect correctly, if I recall correctly, it was Esther, Aries, and Dawn that got relegated. Vici and YBB are definitely both stronger than Dawn, just by the way they play, the way they approach their games, the way they draft. They're definitely stronger. I'm not so certain. I think they're on the same level of Esther, Aries. So we'll see what that means for them when it comes to Division 1. Like, I'm already, by the way, there is no hope in for me. I believe that these two are going to Division 1, so we'll see. I hope that they don't just end up being bottom 2, because I can see some potential in both of these guys, both of these teams.
Yeah. And just to clear up the tiebreaker situation for that second and third place, the only way Vici cannot make it into Division 1 is if they lose to Meteor, which, as you can see, are currently in 5th place, seems unlikely, and Outsiders beat Poke. Which we're probably expecting, to be fair. So basically Vici just have to massively throw versus a team which they should be much better than on paper. But there may be Meteor come in and pull some shenanigans. But yeah, I think we're expecting Vici to confirm their place today. And in case you're wondering, these are the games we've got coming up. It's Poke versus Outsiders from China. It's LBZS versus YBB, and then it's Vici versus Meteor Gaming. Vici favored in that last series, YBB favored in the middle series, and then in the first series, it's probably the Outsiders team we're favoring there. So let's move into our first series of the day. We got Poke versus Outsiders from China. What are you thinking, Fluke?
I'm thinking this should be a relatively straightforward series for Outsiders, but they have shown some weaknesses in their previous couple of drafts and previous couple of series. So I don't think this is like a 95-5 that the Outsiders are just going to come in and blast through them in 15-minute games. But I think that if Outsiders pull their socks up and understand that, hey, maybe at the end of the day, we might not be playing, kind of for an outside chance for us to try and get in towards Division 1, but we still want to try and make sure that there's a bit more spice going towards the end of the season here if they're able to take down Poke. So I hope they're still, coming in with their A game here for Outsiders and are able to show us their best.
All right, let's get into it. We got the draft up for game number 1 of Poke Gaming versus Outsiders. Outsiders already starting things off with 2 of their favorite heroes. They've got the Nature's Prophet and they have got the Tusk. But Poke, they are going to be able to pick up the Lina. Yesterday, we actually saw some games where Lina went uncontested. What do you think that means, Lizard?
Let me throw the beans and I'll tell you. Like, some teams are trying to like experiment with letting the Lina go through because they don't feel that comfortable with her anymore. I don't think it means a lot. I think the hero still, it has been figured out, but being figured out if you're broken doesn't really mean a lot. And Lina definitely is broken. So from my perspective, it doesn't mean a lot. I think teams are just like moving away from her a bit, figuring out some other stuff in the meta. But if it was me, I'd still pick her like every single time I could. By the way, I think like this, for today at least, even though Fluke said this isn't 95-5, this is like a bit closer. I still think this is the closest game today that we're getting. Like overall, like you have outsiders playing poke, you have YBB playing
LBZS.
LBZS, and maybe that's as close, but
Yeah.
no. Close second. That series is close second, but this one is probably the only one I would maybe think could go game 3.
Okay. I put faith in my LBZS boys, my Sunny boys. I reckon they can pull out maybe one game against YBB. But yeah, YBB have been looking very dominant. Previously on a 22 game win streak before yesterday's series, so hard to count them out. That's for sure. In terms of bans, we've got a Rubik, we've got a Pangolier, and we've got a Mars banned out by Poke Gaming. Meanwhile, outsiders from CN, they're going to get rid of the Ricky, the Beastmaster, and now just waiting on their third ban in this middle phase.
Yeah, nothing too surprising from either of these two teams. I think everything's been straightforward and stock standard this time around. I was wondering whether or not outsiders were going to have the response that we saw from Vici yesterday. When they let the Lina through, they just went for this Ursa plus Phoenix combination. Maybe outsiders are not feeling as confident in that combination than what Vici have been. And I think this Tusk and Nature's Prophet is just as good. Tusk is always very, very good at getting on top of the Lina. You've always got the punch to deal with the BKB. The Snap is a nice little offensive and defensive support to allow the Lina to play around things like Cookie and have that little bit of extra damage from afar from the Snapfire. So I like that response for them. And then outsiders just getting the silencer. He's going to be seeing a lot more play, especially with the major coming up in a few days as well, because a lot of these team fighting supports are very, very hard to deal with unless you have the global silence in your back pocket.
Yep. This is something which outsiders were picking up since one of the first couple of days. They were playing that one pretty early on compared to a lot of the other teams in their second game versus Vici. They actually pulled it out. So there's not a huge surprise to see it here. They haven't really answered the Lina yet, is my concern, though. Prophet and Tusk get okay-ish, but, I want to see something like the Primal. I want to see something like which can really get on top of them.
Yeah, like the two that you called out are already decent. Like the Prophet can TP behind her, the Tusk can get really close and personal if he buys a Blink Dagger. Even without it, it's doable. So
I want more, though. It's a bucket of water against a roaring fire at the moment, Lizard.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And they now get themselves like a protector for that Lina. And they not the Treant one, they get the Clockwork one, the Metal-y one. Which solidifies her laning stage, just makes it easier for her. And this is a hero that I
hero?
It's like a forgotten hero that's always on my mind when I'm seeing these prophets and Lycans and Beastmasters. Like, Underlord used to be a thing. You sit in front of the tower, you defend it, you itemize into a ton of utility, but there are some problems. Like, you're extremely slow, like when it comes to the movement speed and when it comes to the way you play the game. So teams can run circles around him most of the time, and you're kind of susceptible to the same heroes that Tidehunter, that all these melees are, and that's Slark, that's Ursa, that's Monkey King, and these heroes are good versus Lina. So you're kind of trying to protect the Lina, but at the same time you're setting up the enemy carry for success. So
yeah. I think, circling back to what you were saying about, feeling like that the Underlord is a little bit underutilized. I thought as soon as we saw like Guardian Groove's pipe becoming meta on all offlaners, I thought he was going to be a no-brainer. Obviously, he does have some pretty weak, lanes to go into. I think Atreviora can help out a little bit, but going into things like the Slark and the Ursa can be pretty troublesome for you. He does farm stacks really, really fast though, so that is a potential for Poke to go for here. After the first couple of levels, they just fall back to the jungle. They can farm up the stacks for the Underlord, and he's able to clear them out relatively fast and be able to get like an early Guardian Greaves, and then as soon as you start grouping up with your team with Atrophy Aura, it just means that trying to kill this Lina is going to be so hard for these heroes. Like Nature's and Slark rely on their right clicks to kill the Lina, and with Atrophy Aura being percent based, it's going to be very, very hard for them to kill her.
Yeah. So I guess this Prophet's now in the off lane. Slark's going to be the carry. And outside to get this like big magic damage mid hero in at the moment. And yeah, you can see Poke. They're going to get rid of the Primal Beast, as we mentioned earlier, and now the DK as well. So really waiting to see what direction outsiders are going to take things in. But
I mean, you banned out two heroes that can be on mid. two very versatile heroes that can lane anywhere, but two heroes that bring you instant disable versus the Lina, more or less. Like DK has an instant stun. Primal Beasts, you need to get on top of Lina. Poke with the Storm. Sure, like you're playing into an Nature's Prophet, you're playing into a Silencer. Storm does make sense, but instant answer, like first thing that came to my mind is this guy. So, you know.
I thought Poke were going to go for the puck. I thought that's what they were setting up for. I thought the puck would have been a pretty good answer for them, gives them some more AoE team fight. You know, the Dream Coil in combination with the Kisses, we've seen it before.
Yep.
It's very, very hard for people to get away with it. I guess there's a little bit of anti-synergy between the Underlord and the puck with Dream Coil. You want people to walk out of it and potentially snap it, whereas you've got the Pit of Malice that keeps people together, but I guess you've got the Firestorm as well. So either way, they go for the Storm. It's it's not the greatest of Storm games. He does have to deal with a few heroes that can get on top of him and stun him. They are lacking a little bit of instant disable for the Storm. So, I mean, I think from what I've seen so far from outsiders, they're looking good. But I like that Poke went for this little bit of a curveball, a little bit of a change for some of the heroes.
Eventually, you get area control with Storm as well. So Morty's Kisses and Firestorm can combo with that, but I also felt that you don't have the ultimate last pick. You're picking Storm, you're setting yourself up. You didn't even ban out too many heroes that are good against him. So you're setting yourself up for this situation in which outsiders can pick and choose which hero to get. Like, that's good against Storm. They go for the puck. Obviously, puck versus Storm, there's more nuance to the matchup. It's not heavily favored in one direction or the other, but I'd rather play the puck in this game. Let's put it that way. You're playing into Global Silence, you're playing into Dream Coil, if you're Storm.
Alrighty, well, we'll see if they can pull it off. Poke with a decent draft here, I would say, but which way we're leaning? Well, not sure at the moment, but Outsiders probably with the natural advantage when it comes to just being able to outplay Poke Gaming. Will they be able to pull it off? Let's find out with our casting duo of MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game one here between Outsiders from China and, of course, Poke Gaming. It's MLP Dota John X5. Jonathan, of course, Poke Gaming currently just fighting to stay within Division 2. Outsiders from China still trying to contest to make it up to the Division 1 slot. Drafts are out, Jonathan. What are you thinking about? In fact, hold that thought, because we might have a very early team fight to break out already. Aaron getting scouted out. Looks like he's going to be left alone. They could not hold him down. What do you think about the drafts?
It's an interesting draft. It's a bit different from what we've seen so far. I think I'd lean towards Outsiders. It just feels easier to execute for all the reasons Lizard mentioned, like Storm into Silencer and Puck. It takes a while for you to really feel comfy there. You're going to need a defensive item. You're going to need to angle into these fights very, very carefully as well. And you've always got some form of solution from Outsiders, especially as levels go up, as the game goes on. We've seen Silencers manage to rush that refresh just fine. Puck, when you hit 25, just handled Storm and covers all your bases pretty seamlessly. What we need to see from Poke with this kind of draft is maybe a little bit more tempo. Like they can get really aggressive with a combination of Snap and Clock with Underlord on top. There's a lot of play here that they have to get online.
Ranfu down. In fact, it's going to be Xiaoma that might be in danger, though. He's going to back off and Ranfu down. Now the one in danger is the orb. It's not going to land, but Echoes, he makes the jump in to get the first blood. That's a perfect start for the mid-puck. Much more than you could have asked for, as now Aaron might be in danger as well. They'll go for a bit of a chase. Ava and outside. They'll get the curse off. Not going to be enough to kill off Aaron, but it's a hell of a lot of damage. Probably going to force a bit of a reset here from our Snap. In fact, yeah, he's just going to run back to the fountain. But that's a real perfect start. Like, you gave your mid laner the bonus gold for first blood. You couldn't really ask for much more.
Nah, it's an excellent start coming out for Echoes. And I like what he does here. He goes back into lane, just decides to eat up his tangos. He has his bottle all set anyway. So you can just regen through. Storm isn't much of a threat in the early few levels up against the Puck. I mean, it is a rather even matchup. There are ways for the Storm to outplay here, but overall, the Puck has more tools and a much more forgiving style of just standing in the back and clearing out the creep wave in comparison to the Storm. So Echo should just have that quick ramp up, should be able to spam out his spells with the early bottle. The interesting thing is going to be water rune control, whether or not the supports rotate around for the 2 and 4 minute rune. 2 minutes probably not, but 4 minutes is one that some supports go for, some don't. And in this matchup, that refill does play a big part in just sustaining this lane.
I mean, speaking of the supports rotating, like, both sides have very strong supports for those rotations as well. So I'd imagine that 4 minute mark is probably going to be a high contest point, as You definitely want to try and hand as many runes over as you can to these mid laners. And speaking of those mid laners, John, like Small KK right now, 11-4 in CS. Compared to the 3-2 of Echoes, he's having a very strong time.
Yeah, it's a lot more low committal for Small KK to clear out. He hits level 3, he's got the double overload to play with, although just static remnant plus overload is already a lot of wave clear in comparison to Puck with just the orb. Not really going to be running up for the Waning Rift anytime soon. Small KK can just take control early on and just establish himself. If he finds a couple of extra hits onto Echoes, you feel great. And again, until someone comes in to that mid lane, we're not probably going to see any big opportunities from either mid solo until the level 6 marks.
The side lanes right now, XM having a decent time, but so is this Underlord. It's kind of one of the things, like I thought Killer would have a lot more of a struggle here at the top lane mark. To be fair, XM only level 2 at the moment, so maybe that level 3 mark will be the time that they try to get aggressive. Because it is quite a strong duo, the Slark Silencer. But it's like XM, at least for now, wants to play a bit more of a passive laning stage. But as I said, I think level 3 is when XM might start to get a little bit more aggressive here. And start really trying to stack up those essence shift stacks and get aggressive against this Underlord.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to respecting the output that can come out from Poke. Like, once you've got the value point in the pit, or even just setting up for the Firestorm with a cookie, it's a ton of damage onto XM. He's not the most durable hero in that lane when it comes to magic output as well. So you just kind of have to watch your spacing, and for the most part, you are still getting your farm. As long as you keep getting that build up, when you hit level 4, level 5 for XM, that's where the Slark can feel a lot better with more points in the Essence Shift or into Dark Pact. You can start to punish Killa. Until that point, when your Silencer, he doesn't have glaives to harass, right? You're coming in, you're getting Arcane Curse. If you don't really follow through, it's not going to do as much to shove these heroes out. They're not the most spell spammy as well, so you're not getting the most value out of harassing someone like Killa out, and he's more than comfy just standing there and copping a couple of hits and farming.
Right. And of course, we haven't really talked about the bot lane very much. You're going to have Lun Fur there on the position 1 laner. Still surprised this hero gets to be picked up by any team at the moment, but Lun Fur does have it. Of course, Run Fu Dao also there on the POS 5 Clockwork, a very strong combination with the laner. And you're going to have Xiaoma on the Tusk along with Ava against them. This mid lane, bit of a rush here for the runes. Small KK going for a bit of a chase onto Echoes, but he can just orb right back into the mid tier 1 tower. That's the thing, like, this mid lane is still just favoring the Storm, and I believe it was Lizard who pointed out that it wasn't going to be an easy Storm game, considering you are playing against a hero like Puck Silencer. But at least for the start, he's having a pretty darn good time.
And he is farming a lot better. Just allowed to clear the creep wave without too much punishment out, and he's even able to play with a double overload coming through it. Echo's just kind of walking up too close and copying extra hits. Pretty big wins for the Storm. We're not even seeing any supports come in. Rune control is a little bit better for Echoes. He did grab both water runes a while ago. So it's not as smooth going for Small KK. At the same time, if he's not getting poked, then he doesn't really care too much about not getting the top up. If he can manage his lane just fine like this. Although power rune's going to be a bigger issue for both mids here.
Right. Pink's coming out onto Ava. He's going to be okay. Top lane, XM. He's going to be fine as well. Taking our observer for a ride here, just naming every lane. Always a very, very fun to see them suffer a little bit, John. Apologies to our observer, by the way. It happens, you know. I like to do that. Small KK mid lane could be in a bit of danger. Outside, gonna get silenced up. You've got the curse out as well as the last word, but is it gonna be enough damage? Not quite. Run Fu Dao. He'll rotate to ensure they cannot chase for the kill. Won't be able to punish anyone for that. Although Ava TP's in, but he's a bit too late to the party. Though they do have that 5-minute siege creep, John. This is going to be a lot of damage to that tier 1 tower, and I love what Outsiders are doing here. They know the Storm's gone for at least a little bit. Glyph is forced out, but again, the siege creep is still well and truly protected. This is going to be a lot of damage. So the power runes are about to spawn up. It seems like it's going to be the bot side. The haste is going to spawn as Run Fu down, trying to run. Echoes, he'll miss the orb, but a nice juke out on the scatter blast, and eventually the curse of Outside will take down the Clockwork. And that haste rune, it is still just sitting there. And the mid tier 1 tower is gone. Small KK, he denies it off at the least, but that is huge for Outsiders.
6.5 minutes, and Outsiders are just looking to play a real fast tempo. They understand with this lineup from Poke, you're looking at a lot of time to build up. Storm, maybe doesn't need as much. It still doesn't feel the comfiest in this game without at least a defensive item up. And your Lina is definitely going to be sitting back and farming. And to an extent, so will your Underlord. We were talking about timings, like say Guardian Greaves coming up here, being very in the meta. It's not the quickest timing coming through here for Killa, considering his lane. I mean, he can still flash farm, but that's 3 heroes that will need maybe the 15-minute mark to get active. And your map's already shrinking before that point. And you still haven't seen, like, the full potential of Outsiders playing. We haven't seen the Dream Coil come out. You just hit level 6 now on Echoes, so you have that to play with. Your supports are still low level at this point as well. It's just setting up for Outsiders to really force a map issue and just prevent that build-up that you'd want on this lineup from Poke.
Right. Looking back down bot lane, like Lunfer still farming very effectively here on the laner, which is not too surprising considering this hero has a major named after her right now. John the Lena Major coming up very, very soon. And well, there's no stopping this hero. It's just too damn powerful at the moment. Can't wait to see what Valve does about it with the next patch. I imagine she's going to get dumpstered pretty hard. For now, though, 47-7 is the CS score of Lunfer. And well, he seems to be in for a good game, at least for now.
Now, he's still farming up. It's a little bit behind in comparison to XM, which is again a bit interesting considering that it felt like he had earlier presence coming out from Killa.
Small KK, he got that regen rune. That's very important for a Storm, but it may cost him his own life as they silence him up permanently. Killa trying to move in with the Fiend's Gate, could not get there in time, and now the chase is on for more. They'll at least try and find Xiaoma for their trouble. Xiaoma, he's going to run right back into him, the Nature's Wrath. That's a lot of damage flying out. Echoes, he's going to move in, a nice shot to block Killer in as well. Orb will fly through. Ava going to join into the party, and Killer, oh, poor old Killer. He is the one being killed at the moment. Ranfu Dao, he might drop as well, and he will. Even more kills to go the way of the side of Outsiders from China. And for Poke, I mean, John, it's pretty rough. They're yet to pick up a kill this game. It's looked like a tough one, I'm not going to lie.
0-5. A couple of things didn't quite line up there for Poke. I think the Scatter Blast that was out from Aaron missed on the Tusk. So Xiaoma just managed to walk out, wasn't slowed down, wasn't nuked down, and he managed to juke around. He was literally just stalling for time to let the rest of Outsiders come in, find a couple more freebies. And for the side of Poke, again, this map is just shrinking way too fast for their own good. Like, they are getting some D wards out now, getting some control back in their jungle at the very least, and trying to get that space out for Lunfer. But with how fast Outsiders can play this game, it raises the question just how much time Alina does need to be insane. Right? Like, it is an insane hero. It does not take too much farm, all things considered, to be online. But when you have a Storm and an Underlord as the other cores on hand, can you really have all of them align their power spikes at the same time when the map is just being nuked down by every single one? Like, literally every hero is just looking to farm right now in the jungle.
Jump in from Small KK. He's used most of his mana for this, and I don't know if they've really got the damage, but they do. With the Laguna, they'll get it done. Dream Coil, though, is going to be committed. Echoes, do you have the damage to take down the Storm? Not with Lunfer around. They will not bother keep continuing here as Small KK able to survive through it. To a nice pick up there onto the Prophet, and that's actually going to be the first kill of the game here for Poke.
Yeah, it's a nice take. I do like seeing that Small KK is willing to show up for some activity, as he's their most mobile here right now until you get the hook shot up on Ranfu, so you don't have the best jump in outside of your Storm. But he knows he's got to do something to relieve that map pressure. And they're finding some punishment. You are still giving a pretty free lane out to XM. His Echo Saber is already flying out with his power treads. So your Slark is just set to grow bigger and bigger from this point onward, and Ava is still looking to shove in bot. Like, you're still lined up here with 3 heroes. They are under vision, and they don't have Dream Coil, so they're not going to press the issue as much. And this is time Poke needs. What timings are we looking for even? We're looking at a Mage Slayer for Small KK, supply up maybe a Orchid along the way that as well. Have some control when you jump in. Level 6 Spike for Ranfu is almost there. And that will, again, allow a little bit more presence. You can connect with your kisses from Aaron. With some easy long-range kills can come true, especially since Global Silence isn't quite up for outside. And that's a little bit further away in comparison to the hook shot from Ranfu as well. There is a window here for Poke to start getting activity out, but look at Outsiders. They just keep smoking. They just keep running.
Very nice scan, though, from Lunfer. Realizing something was a little bit awry, he does back off at the right moment. Smoke broken on Xiaoma. He's just going to TP back down to the bot lane where Outside's going to find himself in a spot of danger. Snowball back the way of the Snapfire, and well, with the Walrus Punch, they have got plenty of damage. In fact, Killer, he got blocked off. Oh, the shards block him off. He couldn't get back into the tree line. That's going to be a double coming out. XM picking up his first kill of the game on the Slark. And now the bottom tier 1 tower. It's just completely exposed. Without the Underlord, you cannot hope to defend this. And it is going to drop before he is able to respawn.
Yeah, there's no way. They know they can't quite hold. At the least, you get your mech up and running here on your Underlord, so there's a little bit more durability when he does show up next. And you are getting some much-needed space out for all the other cores. Like, Small KK is farming that top jungle, and he has wards to protect himself there. He's going to be able to back out before anyone comes in to punish. Although the Dream Coil is ready with a DD here.
Oh, he snaps the coil, but you've got the hook shot into the Fiend's Gate now. Echoes could be in a spot of danger, but how do you lock this guy down? Thing is, you really can't without the Vortex, though KK is going to still try. Does get in there with the Pit of Malice. Maybe they've gone up, but Echoes trying to jaunt away. Does get it, but no. They do get the damage. So there's the answer to my question. Like, Vortex into the pit, you've got more than enough lockdown for the puck. Though it almost felt like he was about to get away, to be absolutely fair, but at the very least, a pretty big pick-off here for Poke.
And the side of Outsiders didn't quite commit the numbers, maybe not expecting that huge response out from the Fiend's Gate. A lot of heroes pouring through, you've got to be a little bit cautious, and you still have to respect that relocation potential coming out from the Underlord. So they drag the numbers in, they punish Echoes. He was feeling pretty confident with the DD. Again, without anyone else to back them up, not even SRF TPing in. Your output just wasn't enough in that stun window. And you found a pretty good angle out with Ranfu on the hook. So there is still play left in Poke, despite that slower start. At this point, Outsiders are trying to farm up on Ava, trying to get into that point where he has Ags. XM also wants his Ags. It's only really Echoes that feels comfy running around with supports, and just doesn't feel like the puck alone can take some of these bigger cores just by how tanky they can be at this point.
Echoes, hook shot, they've got the vision, they've got the follow-up, and they should have the kill. And they will. Nice shards though. Xiaoma gonna move in with the silencer. However, the damage isn't there. XM, he gets in. Lunfer's gone to boot. Oh, XM has joined the party. And he is just deleting everyone. Triple kill for the Slark. Sure, you got the mid-puck, but my god, it is at a hefty, hefty price.
That's a pretty interesting counterfight from Outsiders. They take it without having Global Silencer. They manage to jump in, they get this angle, they get the control. Very strong patience coming out from Xiaoma. He pumped the Walrus Punch, saved it for the Lina instead, seeing an angle into that low ground. And they get the punishment. So they drag the game back their way. And this time it's Poke that also overcommits. Kind of the same issue we saw from Outsiders last time, where you didn't really respect the fact that it's near a tier 1. Outsiders are relatively close to the area. They get a bit trigger happy with a hook shot.
No, Xiaoma's gonna die. At the very least, they do find themselves a cheeky little tusk kill there for Small KK. I mean, my problem is, John, this XM Slark, like, he's got Ags now. This is when the Slark just feels really darn powerful.
Yep. And you tie that in with Ava's Ags. I want to say that the Nature's Prophet Ags is actually the bigger key of control. It's such a low committal route to apply onto a Storm. A global route that applies onto a Storm. That's not going to be too fun for Small KK. He doesn't have anything defensive. Again, he rushed a Mage Slayer. He's going for a Kaya into the BKB. He's not going to have any counterplay to just that 60-second global spell.
Global silence, mid lane. Looks like they are trying to make the move in onto the Storm Spirit. Small KK trying to survive, but the leash is there with the Dream Coil. He cannot get out of it. Aaron still trying to run. XM has another pounce charge if he wants it. Just trying to line it up perfectly and does get it. Run Fu Dao. He's going to hook in, but what's the point? Dark Pact was there. Run Fu Dao still trying to run. XM with the Dark Pact able to survive. Oh, they threw everything but the kitchen sink at the kitchen sink at the Slark. Even Lunfer's Courier not going to be able to survive the onslaught. And Outsiders 4-12 now, 5k advantage, 5 free permanent agility to the way of the Slark. And it seems like maybe they can start slowly setting up for the top tier 1 tower. I mean, why the hell not?
There's not much that can stop them. And for the side of Poke, they just need so much more to get going. They find Killer here. Echoes is by himself. Not sure if he really wants to fully commit. They will have Rat of Nature in a bit, though.
It's pretty tough, but they are going to try. Just chip away. There's your Entangle coming out. In fact, never mind. It's not that tough. So Echoes backs off. Okay, so maybe a bit of miscommunication here between Ava and Echoes. Small KK, to be fair, was around the area. Meanwhile, on the backside, Xiaoma has found out Snapfire, and he will drop. Aaron's gone. XM to pick up another kill on the Slark. I suppose you still get something for your trouble. Like, more Agi, a Snapfire kill. Sure, you don't get the Underlord, but let's be honest, John. Killer's not really having any impact right now anyway. Doesn't really matter if he survives.
That is the thing with Underlord, right? It's this highly durable wave-clearing menace in the offlane. You can really do some interesting things with Fiend's Gate, although that's not really something we've seen people plan around. They do jump Echoes, at the least.
As I say, he's having no impact. He's gonna find a bug kill. Lovely.
I mean, it's still tricky for the Underlord to have that much forward presence, right? Like, the Pit of Malice is great, but when it comes down to really setting up, like, sometimes you find angles like that onto the puck. It's much more consistent to playmake off your Storm and really your Clockwork, right? Like, these are your main jumps in. Your Underlord is more for your follow-through control to ensure that you can get some of these pickoffs. And it's very item dependent. It's a durable hero, but it's mainly an aura carrying hero. The Guardian Greaves are up, so that does boost your EHP by a significant amount here for Poke, and that should allow them to take some forward fights. I just feel like when we see Underlord utilized the best is when you can play around Fiend's Gate and take these really awkward smoke angles. Like, we've seen it before, smoke Fiend's Gate into backline in a tree line and just get these ambush plays. It's not something that Poke has really shown off, but if they can get some vision control and start to ambush outsiders this way, keep finding these pickoffs, they can certainly drag it back. Although,
Hookshot, Xiaoma gonna get caught, but the global silence was immediate, so there's no follow-up in Killer. Killer already almost getting destroyed here on the Underlord. Is able to get away, but the pounce is in from XM. He'll catch the Underlord once again. And now another pounce. They've got Xiaoma on the leader. He's already popped that BKB, trying to go after XM, but it's not going to be enough. And now they even found Small KK. At least XM does go down, but it's such an expensive cost. 5 for the price of 1. Nobody else but XM dying in all of this. And it's a full team wipe. It's the mid-tier 2 tower now to drop.
That's the thing. XM holds his ground. He stays really confident. He knows his team will back him up and clean up afterwards. You find the big trades you want. You're still stalling out these 2 big farming cores, and you get a push because Ava's untouched. SRF can just focus in on that push with the treants up. He has that casual Blightstone, and we'll pretty soon have a full Desolator to just melt that process, although he is going for the Maelstrom first. And for the side of Poke, we need to see them be the aggressors. Like, they were in a pretty good position. It's just not the ideal, as there were way too many backups from outsiders. They need to jump outside first. The key target has to be the Silencer. If you take him out, you're in a much better position for Small KK to get the zip onto other heroes, to get that initial control, get the follow-through from Killa. But that's all easier said than done. For the most part, Outside has been positioning himself way outside these fights too.
Certainly has. Poke, I mean, their backs against the wall right now. AK behind. They need to have some kind of team fight go their way. We talked about how strong this laner is, but Lunfer is just so far behind on the laner at the moment. Yet to pick up a kill as well. 0-2 and 3 is the kill score for Lunfer. It just seems like the pressure's not going to end up slowing down at all, as outsiders have started pushing down the bottom tier 2 tower. Poke are going to try and meet in the middle, try to go after Outside on that Silencer, and they are going to find him, but the Dream Call is there. Last word out, they might have a Storm now, as the Walrus Punch comes in Outside. He's just walking away. Small KK ends up going down. Hookshot from Ranfu down, doesn't even connect onto Outside, and here comes XM. Oh, this is the guy you don't want to run into right now. He is just going to clean up. Call him the janitor. He's just cleaned up the mid lane, and they're into the Roshan pit.
The ridiculous thing again about that fight is Outside doesn't even have to pop Global Silence. On cooldown at the start of the fight, goes off cooldown, but the Storm's already dead. And they have this big team fight spell still left over. Like Poke, I appreciate that they're trying to get aggressive. It's just not coming out all too well. They just lack this instant burst right now, especially if they don't have Lanfur in a position where he can just instantly Laguna. And I want to divert this onto a talk about Nature's Prophet Ags. This is really among the dumbest Ags. And I've had this position for a while, like 4,260 second cooldown global entangle with, you know, with your scaling damage coming off as well on every bounce. It's kind of dumb. And you can see how well it does here. It's such great control for you to have this Slark pounce around, make use of that long-range global route to just clean up with his own Ags. So this double Ags just synchronize so well.
Another fight to break out, perhaps. Hookshot off the mark here onto Xiaoma. Now the Entangle does come in. Small KK going to try and fight, but the Global Silence will come in as well. Xiaoma, somehow still alive, finally goes down. But that takes 5 heroes to get that done. At least they know the Global Silence is down, however. You might be forced to just smoke up and fight now. Like, you know you have the numbers advantage. You know Global Silence is down. This is probably the best opportunity Poker's had all game.
Yeah, it's a big win. They didn't have to expend too much either, just a hook shot. So they could try to clump up and keep forcing an issue. They will try on the bot tier one, which isn't the biggest objective in the world. At least they'll get a little bit more map control, maybe invade that triangle a little bit more effectively, and sneak away some ancient camps if they want to for some farm. It is getting harder and harder to deal with the heroes on Outsiders. So like XM, so far ahead, has a BKB up and running. You have nothing to really hold him through that. You don't have any spell immunity, piercing stun. He's got the Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud. Even if you manage to jump all these heroes, if XM just has a +1, I don't think you're ever going to kill him. Like, he's just way too slippery in this game.
Yeah, he certainly is. And he's even going for a Mage Slayer now, so you've got even more durability to come, and we'll look at that. They found Ranfu now. XM will say thank you very much. In fact, Echoes is the one to take it. But you still get the consolation prize of the free Agi here for XM. That'll be 7 to 23, 13k advantage the way of Outsiders from China. Going back to your point as well about the Nature's Prophet Aghanim Scepter, man. I gotta agree with you. Like, at first I thought, it is what it is, but the more you see it, the more ridiculous it gets. Like, at max, in fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, or rather top lane, Lunford does get caught out, though they are gonna at least stun up the Slark, but he does get the Shadow Dance in time, so you are not gonna be able to turn back around. As I was saying, though, the thing that bothers me about this Aghanim Scepter is not so much like how much damage it does, but just how much entangle time it does. 3.8 seconds at max level is bottom lane. Ooh. Snowball is there. Hook is way off the mark again. Outside still running away, though a nice pit of malice from Killer. Yeah, he does. And with that, the Storm is going to be in trouble again. Meanwhile, XM still finding more kills as they do find the Global Silence out. The Underlord just trying to get through. The Fiend's Gate should make it, but no. Oh, they had the orb. Ranfu down. The only one left in the area is going to drop. It's just so sad, man. Like, you're just trying to get this +5 silencer kill and you can't even get that. Ranfu down. I mean, I don't want to pick on the guy, John, but he's missed quite a few hooks now. It's one of those things with a clockwork. It's almost like a pudge, right? Like, you miss a couple hooks and then suddenly you miss every hook.
Yeah, it can be a cascading effect. And that was their perfect position as well. Like, our silencer was alone for the most part. Oh boy.
You know those teammates that go to the tier 4 towers and try to throw spells out when everyone else is dead and the Rax is being taken? That's what Longfur just did. A little bit too early, and speaking of... Yeah, he got the lead. Yeah, GG.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame them. I was literally just about to ask when they're going to call it. XM, he's too much of a monster. But Outsiders from China, as a unit, are just proving to be way too powerful, at least for game number 1. I would like to say, John, that maybe you could argue it's a bit of a drafting issue. Like, the Storm into the Silencer, again, our panel did talk about it, and they did say it was going to be a bit of a rough game for Poke and Small KK. I must admit, it looked like a rough game, though. To be fair, it just seemed like the side of Outsiders were just a stronger team, at least for game 1.
Yeah. They play real well, and it's not just draft, but also the itemization choices. The fact that they knew that rushing this Ags on Slark and NP this game was just going to be so crucial to preventing Small KK from having a game. It just made that game infinitely harder. Because outside of Global Silence and Dream Coil, theoretically you have a decent Storm game, unless you get pounced anyway, but you add in the Rat of Nature on top of that, 60-second cooldown global entangle that scales from 2.8 to 3.2 seconds. Every 60 seconds, you've got a reliable setup for your Slark to pounce. It's just not fun.
It's not fun at all. With that, Jonathan, we do have our panel on hand ready to discuss how this game 1 went, so let's throw to them and see what they have got to say.
Some days it works, and some days things just don't click. Poke, unfortunately, unable to pull it together for this game number 1, and a very disconnected-looking team get swiftly defeated by outsiders from China. But once again, we talk about the disparity, and there is a real gap between some of these teams, and that was really brought to the forefront in this first game. I think for me, the Storm just... Oof. I mean, you said, Lizard, that it wasn't going to be good, but... It just felt like that felt awful to play. Like every time he jumps in, just immediately, just a huge response coming out from outsiders. They felt like that was the only hero they really need to deal with.
Yeah, that's why usually when you see a silencer, you don't pick Storm, you don't pick these spirits. Look, it's playable. Like you can maybe figure out a way to bait the global or jump the silencer himself, kill him off before he can use it. But it's just like, why make things complicated? Why not pick a Dragon Knight or a DP or something like that? You know, Viper heroes that don't really, they care about global, but they don't care that much. It's not only that global is destroying you, it's the fact that all of your heroes kind of need to itemize for it. Like, you need Yules, you need BKBs, you need Lotuses, you need all of these things just to play the game. And then afterwards, perhaps you can think about getting offensive items. So it's a rough one. It's a bit of a roughie.
Bit of a roughie and a toughie.
Bit of a roughie, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just the silencer as well, right? You're playing it into Puck, you're playing it into Slark. Like, these are good matchups, but kind of feel like they did the standard dirty here, Fluke. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, just the way outsiders, not only did they kind of like outdraft Poke, I think they also kind of just outplayed them as well. There was a few scenarios where they were just carting them around and just being in a good spot. And I think, I don't know, like it's so hard to go in a series like this and have some different ideas, but like they just seem to have just got caught out by the simple stuff, right? I think they may have thought a little bit too hard. And just get kind of caught out by the Slark pick and then the Puck pick in response as well. So maybe Poke need to reel it back a little bit.
MVP for Slark, you think?
Yeah, let's go XM. Yeah. I think he played super fast. He farmed super hard, and he just played really well. And I think he played around Depth Shroud and his ulti really well.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree. Let's do it. Let's throw Slark on the MVP for XM. Once again, seemingly not struggling at all to just the carry role. He's had a good few months at it now. And looking great. Looking very, very good. Looking fresh. And the team just kind of strolling through this first game with ease. Poke, time to slap on a bit of deep heat, recover from this game number 1, have a little bit of a scrum, be like, all right, guys, what? It's time. Let's at least go out in a blaze of glory if we are going to have to guard like this. But it does mean we're edging ever closer to those tiebreakers, of course, because if Poke loses this game, then loses series stories, then they'll be 2-5, which will put them equal with Team Cloud. I don't know. I kind of feel like Team Cloud have been looking a little bit better in their series recently. I mean, I guess considering they're against Meteor and LBZS.
Yeah, for sure. But if they're 2-5 and Cloud is 2-5, are we gonna have another team with the 2-5, or how does it work exactly? Please.
If Meteor lose to Vici.
If Meteor, okay, so we're gonna have 3 teams with 2-5.
Yeah.
Cool. Very cool. Very nice. Infinite tiebreakers. Let's go.
I'm down. The three-way tie. Yep, of course. If it is a three-way tie, then we will be having best of threes. Sorry, if it's a two-way tie, we'll be having best of threes. If it's a three-way tie, we'll be having best of ones. So, that's how that works, as always with the DPC.
Oh,
that's the way things
ones.
go down. Yeah. So, we'll be having some nice best of one action. That's always fun. Some sudden deaths coming out, and that'll be very exciting. But, we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we're going to return to you guys with a lovely gift, and that gift is going to be game number 2 of Poke versus Outsiders from China. Hello and welcome back. We are back indeed with another game here at the China DPC with match number 2 of Outsiders from China versus Poke Gaming, and we have a draft on the table ready to be eaten up by you hungry folks. And we're going to start things off with the Death Prophet and Ricky coming out from Outsiders from China because Poke Gaming got rid of that Nature's Prophet. They didn't want to play against it again. Lena still in the pool. Poke, the forbidden fruit. Do they eat the apple, Fluke? Do they do it?
I don't know. I feel
You
like every
snake.
single time these much more preferred teams just leave the leader in the pool, it's always a bait. And now I think that's why Poker just like, oh, do we really want to pick it or do we want to try and pick something else against?
it.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
They're going to fall for it. All right.
Yes.
So they're going to go for Lena. I think they can just give it a good lane. We've seen what the Ricky can do to it in the past. I think the biggest thing for me for Poker is just make sure the rest of your lanes are okay, because at the end of the day, like, yes, you can have Lena, but if you have 2 other cores and some supports who are so far behind they actually can't do anything for you, that you're just sitting there hitting creeps with like a Maelstrom, +1 item, and you're like, I really can't do much unless there's at least one other core that's enabling something to happen on the map, that somebody goes in for me, starts a fight, isn't able to, kind of bait out a few of these spells here and there. So, if they don't do that, then this Lena pick can fall by the wayside once again for Poke.
I mean, you see the DP already, right, on Outsiders. Like, Lena is already feeling good here. DP is solid, but already you feel good about your safe lane. If you have Lena +1 versus DP and Ricky, I think you should be doing quite all right for yourself. Like, you should be getting that early Maelstrom timing. So, yeah, kind of a no-brainer. Like, if you can't win with Lena, just, maybe it's just not meant to be. It is.
Give up.
It is what it is.
Get out.
The
Get
hero is
relegated.
damn broken. Like, teams are figuring it out, but not nearly as much as they should be, I feel like. So, yeah, just pick it. Just get it.
Pick it,
Outside,
get some
yeah.
front as Fluke said. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the forbidden fruit, but at the same time, just grab it. I mean, the forbidden fruit thing's kind of silly anyway, right? Like, who puts a tree full of fruit in a garden which doesn't really have much going on and be like, oh, don't eat that special fruit? Obviously, they're gonna eat the fruit. It just, God really set us up to fail on that one. So
I mean, like, any fruit in my neighbor's garden is forbidden because it's his and not mine. And as a kid, they are the tastiest, obviously.
yeah,
So
exactly.
What can you do? You
Well,
go and you
it's always
steal some
greener on the other
fruit.
side. Yeah.
Yeah. But Poke Gaming, what I like so far about them is, like, they're adjusting the bans a little bit, at least with the Slark. But if they do the same thing, if they again pick an Underlord or a hero like that, like, Outsiders, if you remember the last game's draft, like, Slark wasn't the only option. There's Ursa, there's Monkey. There are heroes that play the TA. There are heroes that play the tempo and that are strong versus these offlaners that think are good with the Lena. And they are on paper, but the problem is you're setting yourself up for a counter carry to carry matchup, which will also have a good lane. So it's a rough spot to be in.
I'm thinking right now that maybe, I know we haven't seen it almost at all in Div 2 China, but I wouldn't hate to see something along the lines of like an Enigma, because you know that you can't get silenced afterwards because they've already got Marana and the Ricky. Gives you summons to deal with this like dart into arrow combination, which I think is the only real way that you can deal with it. Is you need to have something that can soak up the arrow, whether it be another hero that's going to be playing around with you or something that has summons around that can soak up some of these arrows. So if they just go for like a pos 5 that can help them in the lane and help them play fast, and then an Enigma on top.
Oh, they hit Outsiders with the Shadow Demon.
Oh no.
It's the Uno reverse card. It's their logo. It's a banned Shadow Fiend, in case you can't make that out sitting at home, because how could you? It's the terrible logo. But
All right, I don't know what
Wowie.
they're doing. This is wild as hell.
Yeah, the Zeus is kind of weird.
Don't you just
Is this
storm
very
here?
similar to the same draft they did with the Meepo?
I don't know.
Oh no,
like,
this Cloud
Nah,
did the
this
Meepo.
card-
you just
this
storm
can't be.
instead. Like, this is
I like
such a-
how I love how Luke was like, oh yeah, they need lots of frontline. They're like, yes, we'll pick Zeus and Shadow Demon.
Yeah, Zeus and Shadow Demon were the 2 heroes that Cloud picked, and then they last picked a Meepo. So
Ruh-roh.
I mean, it's a good Meepo game, to be honest, at the moment. Like, versus all of these heroes, Meepo does pretty damn well. The
But
smoke
do you have like
screen,
an offlane?
like smoke screen is a
something?
little bit annoying, but you put the Tusk on offlane, pick Meepo last week. I don't know, like.
And then you do
Zeus
like a
Tusk.
Lina support.
Lina
That'd be great.
safe lane, Meepo mid, Zeus and Tusk offlane. If they really want to play their Meepo, like it's doable. But it doesn't look like that's what they're doing. It looks like they will pick a frontliner, which is what they need. Realistically, they would still lose with the Meepo, like unless he just
would be
crushes
funny.
alone. Yeah, if you go like in the patch when Meepo was broken, even if you pick Meepo here and you play really well, you win the game, right? But Meepo isn't nearly as broken anymore, so you can't kind of do that. But yeah, Storm was such a no-brainer. It was instantly on my mind, instantly on Outsiders, instant pick.
Yep.
It's, yeah.
Lina Zeus is just anything which really gets on top of them. Storm's probably the best infinite catch, so makes a lot of sense. Ticking the boxes
So they
here for
actually ban the
Outsiders.
Lord.
Yep.
I thought they were going to ban something along the lines of like a Mars. Wouldn't be too bad. It's going to be hard for you to catch the Storm, and the Ricky Cloud can be annoying for you pre-BKB, like if Ricky's ever in a good spot. Okay, so they just go for the Doom, which is just the Storm counter, right? They just walk in, they Doom the Storm, and then hopefully they can blow him up.
And you just Monkey here, if you're Outsiders now, I guess. Like, there's Monkey, is there something else that defeats the purpose of Doom's life?
Slark and Ursa are both banned, so Monkey's probably your best bet.
5 seconds remaining.
Could do something funky like Sniper if they really want, but I feel like a safe option is just to go for Monkey King. I don't know. I feel like every time where we've had a team where we've said, these guys really need some frontline, and
You get
they've
Raid
picked the
King,
Doom,
you know, like you don't
it's
care
like,
about the Doom.
Oh yes,
Chad.
Wraith King is my favorite. I was calling for Wraith King yesterday in one of the games. It was probably one of the only situations I could have ever seen a Wraith King working. I feel like it'd be okay here.
And if you want to lose, you pick Raid King, right? Like,
let my dreams live, Lizard. Okay, if I can see Wraith King in DPC, I'll be a happy little boy.
I have faith. I believe. I don't. Have we seen a single Raid King? I think maybe one.
I think one in one of the other regions, right? There was a Wraith King. Chaos Knight, okay.
Knight. That's hype. All right.
I think that's just a better step up from the Wraith King, right? Like, it's a very strong laner. You're able to, if you ever get a Blink Dagger, you're able to just blow up the Zeus. The one issue that I have is the Shadow Demon Disruption is going to be good. So he's going to get some good illusions out of it. But that's about it. Like, if the Chaos Knight goes to this, like, armlet blink kind of deal and makes Echoes the real big carry for them, they can play some good tempo. Because on Poke, like, who's setting the tempo for them? Who's doing anything on the map? Maybe the Tusk is going to rotate to the Zeus's lane, but that's, like, all I can really see.
yeah, that's really the point. I don't think that Chaos Knight is the focal point of their draft. It's literally this Chaos Knight will be a sacrificial lamp. He will be just one of the cores because you have Echoes on Storm, you have DP as well, so the load will be shared evenly by the three of them. You don't need the ultimate hard carry because you're looking to end the game just the same way you did in the last match, like sub 30-minute mark.
Yep. Yeah. Feels like an accelerant to me. Feels like something which can just come in and hit the towers and be the front line and kind of just, be that sacrificial body that they need. I think it's great. Although it's only got a 35% win rate across 45 matches in the entire DPC, which is kind of terrible for Chaos Knight. But what can you do? Fluke, final thoughts on this draft?
I think Outsiders have kind of snookered them once again. The Shadow Demon Zeus, I don't know where it's coming from. I don't think it's going to be that great, and it's going to be hard for Poke to set any tempo in this game. So if they have good lanes, hey, maybe it might work out, but I think they're going to get run over again.
Alrighty, let's see how they do as we jump into game number 2. Can Poke hold off the tide, or Outsiders going to sweep it with a clean 2-0? Let's find out with Mike LaPhoenix and John Xfire.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We do go into game number 2 here between Outsiders and, of course, the side of Poke. Jonathan, game 1, pretty rough affair for Poke. I mean, it was a very, very, very dominant victory here for Outsiders. Naturally, they are fighting to try and contest that division lot. Poke, they are still trying to avoid relegation. So it's important they try to force us to a game 3. Drafts are out. What are you thinking about?
I think you have some answers coming out from both sides. I like the way Poke changed up their draft. There's a lot more activity you can take now. Lina Zeus, you can just burst down heroes globally. Your Lina can just freely run up for Laguna opportunities early on as well. And as soon as you have level 6 in Ranfu,
30
you have
seconds
some way of jumping in. It does feel like the blink timing on the Tusk is going to be way more important here now as well, along with your Doom blink timing with BKB, which will take a little bit more time for Killa, which we did see in game 1 as well, right? Like, he was playing the Underlord, he got his Guardian Greaves, he's working towards, I believe it was like a pipe, just full aura buildup, didn't even get to finish up the pipe. So the Doom is a lot faster in that sense, because you will just go Midas, you've got Devour, you just eat up and farm up. But that also means that you might be a little bit more inactive from the off. And when you look at the draft from Outsiders, there is a little bit of inactivity that comes through, especially with a Riki for Xiaoma. You know, it's the 15-minute mark for that hero every single time. It can have impact early on, though, depending on positioning there. Sneaky.
It's sneaky, but it could work against them if they're not too cautious. Tag team will be activated. Aaron is there with the disruption if they do need it. XM still trying to run. A lot of damage being dealt, and it seems like XM should just die as the block is perfect. He knows he just won't be able to move. They'll let Killer have the kill here with the Doom. That's a very nice start for the side of Poke. Pretty much the exact opposite of what happened in game 1.
And that's what they need. They need a running start here. They need to come out stronger in the lanes, establish their lanes quite nicely, get the early EXP they'll need, especially on their supports, to start running around. And once you can get that done, you feel better.
Xiaoma even dropping very low. Ranfu down, really trying to abuse the level 1 timing of the tag team. Obviously very potent when you've got a laner with you as well. I'll see what they can do though. Of course, the bottom lane, Ava, Xiaoma going to be up against Ranfu, Dao, and Lunfer. We kind of mentioned already, Lunfer had a very, very, very tough game last game around. Do you think this one might be any easier, John, on that POS 1 laner?
Yeah, up against a DP, it's a lot easier for you to lane. You're not going to be worried about being run down too much by Spirit Siphon. You don't have any ridiculous sort of early aggressive build for Ava. It tends to just focus around your sustainability. And Lena can punish that really well. She bursts down quite nice. And as long as you don't have any clear Spirit Siphons on the chorus, you're pretty happy on the side of Poke. So Lanfer should be able to just farm up. The Riki isn't going to be contributing as much in this lane either. And that is the one thing. Again, Riki can be aggressive. DP Riki doesn't feel like the most aggressive lane though. So you are giving just more angles for Poke to take. Ranfu's just going to feel a lot more effective on that Tusk. And it's just a matter of patience for Outsiders to hold out as best as you can until you hit, again, that 15-minute mark is when you feel a little bit comfier.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane Echoes having a very strong time again at the moment. I mean, last game around he was falling behind against the Storm. This time around he's having a decent time. They're taking a fair bit of harass here from Small KK. Meanwhile outside, gonna be able to leap away. A fair bit of damage being dealt here by Aaron, but seems like he is gonna be out of range for those Shadow Poisons. That's one of the things about going up against that Shadow Demon. Like, it's not the most popular hero in the world at the moment, but laning phase, it is very potent. The XM going to try and move in, try to land a stun, but won't be able to get vision. Meanwhile, Aaron, he'll just get right back to work, but outside will fight back. The disruption will be there. Perhaps he can get the damage out. Outside, taking a couple stacks, but seems like that's going to be about it.
And I like what Outside's doing, just dragging Aaron's attention away from that CK. As long as it's the Mirana copying the hits, the 1v1 lane for the CK is not the worst. Outside, though? Ooh.
In danger. Gonna drop.
Tried to play
Aaron,
the Blading Edge.
Yeah?
He tried. He tried
up.
very hard to trade. It was close. If he got an extra right click, he could have gotten the kill and then died and reset, but Aaron's gonna be more than happy. Go for the tower deny. Again, this is good trading coming out for Aaron. At the same time, it's space for XM because solo Doom doesn't scare off the CK. You are preventing any kill opportunities to present itself onto Killa. Like, because of outside being this far away, no value point in Sacred Arrow, no combination to throw out with your Chaos Vault coming out here. And you can't really go for a solo kill there.
Mid lane Echoes. He got disrupted there for a moment. It seems like Aaron just wanted to make sure Small KK did not get taken down by our Storm. He's going to be all right for now. 4-minute rune timing. Nice sort of block there from Ranfu Dao, forcing Xiaoma to take the water rune instead. That's going to leave Storm without a water rune, so he'll just be forced to salve up instead. Still going to be just fine to remain within the laning phase, but it is going to allow some breathing room for this Zeus to ensure he continues to CS very effectively. Though I say that, Vortex does come out, but uphill misses do come in. Echoes, he is trying to harass the best he possibly can, but now without mana, it's going to be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, again, it's one other lane matchup that reminiscent to game one, very sensitive to rune control. Echo's not having as good of a run, but still able to manage the lane relatively well up against small KK. Should have a decent enough time, as long as he gets a reset along the way at some point. And our rune control has to go Outsider's way. If it doesn't, the Zeus can just, again, get that quick rotation out. You could just play with Lanfur, look for the burst onto the DP, apply pressure onto Ava, and just get this Lina off to a running start, which you're already kind of setting up for. Not the highest in CS so far. Again, pretty much an uncontested feeling in the lane. You're not getting aggressed on by Ava and Xiao Ma, and you managed to find that opportunity on mid.
Yeah, it's a big one. Tips out the small KK, finds out practically by himself. Outside trying to get something for their trouble, but finds nothing. That's, again, a very big kill for Poke. Like, that's exactly what you want to see here from this mid Zeus. Slow down the Storm as much as you possibly can. It's already a fantastic start for Poke. 3-1 their way. Arrow is barely not going to land on the Zeus. And with that, again, fantastic start.
You at least have Outsider around now to help secure the power rune at the 6-minute mark. Very important for Echoes to find if he wants to keep building into the snowball start. But Poke understands that as well.
Oh, XM going down top lane, the Thunder God's Wrath flying in. Echoes, meanwhile, in danger now. Is going to try and fight back, but the snowball is going to be there onto the Storm. Still, they are trying, but it's not going to be enough. Small KK out of there. Zhama going to drop outside, thinking about trying to chase the Zeus, but can't do it. We'll have to leave them be. That's 3 down across the map. The Outsiders from China. And I'll tell you, small KK, he's having such a great time. Like, just pops the ult, he secures another kill. He's having a very fun time on this mid Zeus.
And they're able to utilize it well. They've got good damage in their side lanes. When you leave that CK alone solo, without the Phantasm at level 4, without any sort of way of toggling around, no armlet up yet, it's just so susceptible to getting run down. You've got decent enough damage coming out here from Killa with the Chain Lightning as well. And he doesn't even have to go for Doom. Still has it ready to level up, ready to use when he needs it. And the Midas timing's lining up. The Killa's lane is going off a fantastic start. And this is what we need to see coming out from Poke. Just strong lanes, get that solid foundation to build up on, get aggressive, punish Outsiders for opting for a slightly slower draft. I mean, Storm's going to need build-up, as we saw in Game 1. XM is going to need a lot more than just the armlet here. And you are getting a decent build-up on Ava. He's inching towards that mech. He's got the Exorcism, but it doesn't feel like you can really play with anyone with the Exo. Like, there's just no one to bulk up with you up front. They'll just go for a simple push down bot.
Seems like they might get away with it, but no. TPs are there. Jump in. Lunfer, he's being targeted, but a nice doom out onto the Storm. Gonna mean he is gonna get bursted down by this leader. Now Zhama still trying to fight, but cannot do it against this Pos 1. We'll go down to Lunfer. And the jump in just not gonna pan out for them. Outsiders really struggling with this draft thus far. And Poke kind of proving that they can fight back in this best of 3.
They're just responding really well to the aggression that Outsiders is trying to force out. It just goes back to this draft, right? You pop Exo, you want to run forward, you jump in with your Riki, you don't have any hard stuns to follow through.
No.
You've got combinations with Arrow, but...
Oh, it goes. I thought he may have been caught out there for a moment. Would have been really problematic for the Storm had he died again. Got away with the illusion rune, though, at the very least.
Yeah, you can kind of dodge out some spells now, which is just so important for Echoes to not just get chain stunned, as we've seen a couple of times. My big issue right now with Outsiders is they've got this draft that can play around Arrow setups and pickoffs. They haven't been able to. Like, everywhere Outside goes, he doesn't really get the setup he needs. Even if he does, there are like 2 other heroes on top from Poke that just punish a clump up. And without that presence from Mirana, I mean, that's basically your early pickoff. Literally it. Chaos Bolt into Arrow or Vortex into Arrow. And outside of that, you don't really have play. Whereas you have so much more to play with on Poke. You've got the Snowball, you've got the Lightning Ball to kind of stun up, you've got the nice old classic Disruption that we saw for the First Blood. And they're just establishing this foundation to scale up. Like 2k lead, Midas done on Killa, the full Falcon Blade done on Lanfur. Just able to farm up uncontested. First Exo doesn't pan out for the side of Outsiders. And for Outsiders, it's patience. 15 minutes, just prevent the bleed out. Try to get that shard, and then try to just play around that pickoff you can bring out. Because Ricky can punish Tusk. You've got the smoke screen up now. So you do have a way of just stopping the snowballs from being as effective at the least. It's just relatively late for a Ricky on 4. It's like 9 minutes 50, almost 10 minutes, and he's still level 4.
It's a pretty rough affair, that's for sure. They'll just need to try and slow the game down as much as humanly possible. By that time and space that they need. Haste Room picked up by Echoes. They're going to try and make some form of a play. Nice sort of block there from Ranfu down. Kind of reveals there is some vision around the area. See if the Outsiders can find it, but at least for now, the rotation not going to pan out. In the meantime, top tier 1 is going to go down to Killer, but the rotations are incoming. Zhama going to make the jump in onto Aaron. Echo's going to be there as well. Doom committed on the Ricky preemptively, so they are not going to be able to hold down the Storm. But Echoes is kind of out of mana anyway. He'll keep trying to chase. Thunder God's Wrath does fly in. XM to join, but Killer is going to prove to be a bit too tanky. And in fact, he does indeed kill Zhama. Nobody able to deny off the Ricky. He will drop.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So not the worst trade for either side. Like, Outsiders are probably going to be happy with that, considering the ultis that were committed. But it's really not too bad either for Poke.
Yeah, you're just getting a free pickoff for Killer. You're dragging all this attention away. With Doom providing a lot of space out for Lanfur, who's the much more farm-sensitive hero, and even the Zeus. Right? Like, small KK's just not died at all on this pretty squishy target. He leaves having to jump at level 1. It leaves you a big window to jump the Zeus, but there's no opportunity to do so from the side of Outsiders. So, and they just have to wait for these items to be up. You have to wait for your CK to get a little bit beefier. We're seeing XM go for just Power Treads, Echo Saber, and Blink. Once you have the Echo Saber, at least, yeah, it's a lot comfier. With the Armlet, you can just jump in and try to be effective on that CK. Although, the Shadow Demon is a pretty good foil to that with the Disruption. So until maybe some Spell Immunity comes out, you're just going to be caught in the middle of your combo there. And yeah, like this is just the one thing when you have the Ricky Mirana support duo. If you're not playing with setup for your Mirana early on, then it just feels like both of these heroes do nothing. And right now, it certainly has felt that way. They've not been able to set up, they've not been able to find kills, they've not been able to scout around as effectively. They're just trying to stall, put their bodies forward, but Poke, they understand this. Just keep smoking, just keep looking for these kills.
Absolutely. The double damage on Ranfu down at the moment on the Tusk, so he has plenty of damage for that Walrus Punch. Here we go, they'll head down towards the bottom lane. Problem is, the only person around is Ava, and it seems like he's well aware that there is a smoke rotation incoming. He's just going to wait for the creep wave to meet at the tier 1 tower. Eventually, he will just hide in the tree line and spam Crypt Swarm to get rid of it. Smoke is about to wear off, so they don't really have much time, but maybe they could catch out Zhao Ma. Underneath vision now, they are going to ping him out. It's really not the biggest kill in the world. Should be an obvious D-ward as well for Ranfu Dao. So he does place it underneath the vision of Poke. But they aren't going to catch him, so he's going to be okay to back off. And Poke, they are 3k ahead, but it almost feels like this slower kind of game is going to favor Outsiders, considering they are the ones behind and they are the ones that need the time to try and catch up.
To an extent, it does favor Outsiders, as it will allow them to again hit the 15-minute mark, get some more items up on their Storm and their CK. It doesn't feel like you're winning the farm war, though. This is Alina just flash farming up with a Maelstrom. This is a Doom with a Midas, scaling up quite fast. Blink already up and running on Killa, BKB next. Your Zeus just hasn't been ganked up, so he's gonna have a fast BKB as well. Like, the solutions are presenting themselves on Poke. Considering the slower game, it's not the biggest deal, because Outsiders just aren't as efficient in comparison to this lineup from Poke.
Well, they certainly are not. Bottom lane could be a lot of action to break out. Killer gonna spot out the Ricky. Aaron, though, being caught here on the Shadow Demon, and Exo popped immediately. Ava wants that bottom tier 1 tower. Zhao still trying to chase Killer down on the Doom, but he is gonna be able to just get up quite easily with the Blink. At the very least, they can find the bottom tier 1 tower. It's gonna open up a bit more space on the map here for XM to farm. Gives a little bit of progression here from Outsiders from China. Give them a way back into this game. And again, I do still feel like this slow game could cost the side of Poke, though I say that. Echoes jumps in mid, will be able to back off. Outsiders still trying to force a fight. And Poke are the ones that back off. Even with the Doom up, it doesn't seem like they want the fight.
It's a little bit awkward to take. Like, we did see Killa try to pump up the Doom, but he got smoke screen silenced. And at that point, they just felt like maybe just that position wasn't ideal. They will smoke up now, understanding that some big spells were popped. Still holding that Doom. If they get a good flank up into that triangle, XM's a massive kill to find.
He is XM. Does he back off? No, he goes for the big creeps. Goes for the Ancients. XM going to be spotted. Stun is in. Doom is out there. Going to give no chance for him to try and fight back. Could Ava deny? Not quite. Aaron will pick up the kill on the Shadow Demon. That's a big one. Poke, they'll be very happy with that.
That's the target they want. Just preventing that CK from hitting its mid-game spike. We're at 15 minutes in. The shard is pretty damn close for Xiaoma. It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. That's the one thing with Outsiders. Like, it doesn't feel like they're ready to play, even with that dart into arrow combination. Maybe they could try onto something like Small KK when he's a bit far forward. Is good vision here too.
That's a big one if they can get it. Arrow does connect. Small KK trying to run, but no, he's gone. Okay, that's massive. He must have thought he was safe with Killer around the area, but without the Doom up, you don't really have that added protection or that turn potential. And Killer, well, I mean, Small KK going down like that on the mid Zeus, that's a huge kill for Outsiders.
That's the big core kill they need to start finding. You want to kind of clump onto Alon Fur as well, especially before the BKB comes on. Once that BKB's up, your chain stun timing has to be perfect coming out here from the side of Outsiders, and you have to ensure Aaron's not around either. This Shadow Demon with the disruption can just cancel off a big part of that combination. So it's all going to be down to positioning and timing from both sides here. You do have the shard up in Xiaoma, so we can see more of that pick-off play come true relatively soon here.
Yeah, there's the shards out. Arrow is there. This is when things get really annoying. I mean, they are taking their sweet time to kill him. It is only both supports going after this kill, but it's just quite easy to land the arrows now. It's almost impossible to miss. Unless they run into those damn staircases. Jama gonna look now for Small KK. Does get the sleeping dart, but the arrow should not be able to connect him. Well, I just said it was impossible to miss. I literally just said it. To be fair to Outside, he was trying to get an arrow while the creep wave was blocking. But it was off the mark anyway.
Yeah, it's a good attempt, I suppose. That does force a response out. They don't manage to really fully commit for the EXO on the mid-tier 1. And they're now in a really awkward position for this fight on the low ground. Poke can really take this in a nice angle here.
Well, Moonlight Shadow was there. Ava still going to show up, but yeah, it's certainly a bit of a rough fight to try and force. They do now have Zhao Ma. Doom's going to be committed. It is the Storm they've caught. I say only, but that's a massive pick-off. And Echoes will just stick around and die. Maybe just trying to scout out for his team, not realizing how many sentries there are around the map at the moment, so the Moonlight Shadow did not protect. And it's kind of the thing when you're playing with a Riki, you know there's detection all across the map. They'll get the D wards off now, but you've already lost that mid-storm. It's already had its impact.
Yeah, the one thing they can hope for is try to force a fight on the respawn and fight while Doom is down. They will try though onto Ranfu.
Arrow will land, but you don't really have the backup. Like, they just don't feel safe going for this. And that's it. They'll just kind of leave him be. A lot of damage being dealt, but at the end of the day, if you're not willing to jump in, you probably won't get the kill. Jama. Small KK now being caught. That's the big one, but a nice block from Ranfu Dao. Making sure the arrow does not connect on the Zeus. Giga Chat moves here from our Tusk. Meanwhile, Jama's still going to drop anyway. So still a decent trade here for Poke. As Outside, they need to get the hell out of there. And it seems like they should be able to do so. Love the Tusk play though, just knowing the angle the arrow is going to come from.
Yeah, he runs up, cops it for the team, saves Small KK from falling down, and that's Small KK's BKB coming out from that save. So you've got your Doom BKB, you've got your Lina BKB, you've got your Zeus BKB. That same combination just isn't going to feel great. You just need Aaron to hang around you, and you can disrupt the save, BKB through the smoke screen, and Outsiders' play is very limited. They've got to find a way to isolate these heroes one by one. In a big clump up, it doesn't feel favorable at all.
Xiaoma was spotted underneath the sentry there for a moment. Dust is not going to connect, but they can go after the Roshan now. They don't mind trying to force a fight. It feels like Outsiders, they may be forced to try and fight this if they are aware, but Roshan is dropping relatively quickly. Kind of hard to get the vision of the Roshan pit without the Mirana here. They'll send an illusion in, but Roshan dropping so darn quick. The arrow going to connect onto the Roshan. That's only going to help the cause. Is now Xiaoma, where he does find a way out on the Ricky. But Aegis will still go the way of Lunfer. And that's only going to allow them to escalate in terms of this game number 2.
Radiant's top tower is under
Runfu down, still catching all the arrows for his team. I don't think Outsiders would have really jumped in anyway.
No, I'm just wondering as this game scales on whether or not the CK can hold up against the output on Poke, and it doesn't feel like it can. I mean, you've got the early shard out from small KK, so you've got percent-based damage onto the CK, onto a strength-scaling hero. That's already a great early solution to the illusions coming out, to the CK when it does show up. Again, the BKBs just counteract this jump in. Like, there are still angles for Outsiders, but it's only when Poke split up. And for the most part, Poke have been very good at staying in the same general area of the map, not allowing these angles to present themselves for Outsiders. For Outsiders, I guess outside of that, considering that most of your controlled single target, your next move is something like the Storm Ags for Echoes. That's basically a pipe dream at this point. It's so far away for the Storm, considering this game. So far behind network, bottom network core right now. Like, banking on that Ags is just not going to come out fast.
They've got a big target. Small KK getting caught. He does have his BKB up, but with the arrow stun, they get the kill. You know, I kind of make the criticism here. I don't think Poke should be giving these kills away. The Ricky, Xiaoma, he almost got away, does go down. Maybe they can punish even more now as Ava, gonna have his pathing block, is gonna have to try and get a fight going, but he might just go down. So at the very least, Poke do punish heavily. Still losing that mid Zeus, but they get 2 for their trouble.
tower is under attack.
That's really heads up coming out from Xiaoma. Gets the blink in, immediately smokes on the Shadow Demon instead, blocking off that disruption save, preventing an angle for the recovery on BKB and maybe having to jump outside. So, good heads up plays from Outsiders, at least knowing what they have to do to enable this kind of pickoff. It still just crumbles when more heroes show up. They did manage to force the BKB usage out from Killa, so it's down to 8 seconds. A little bit more of a window for you to play on Outsiders. Not the biggest difference just yet. They're still waiting for build-up on XM. His BKB is a recipe away. Not the worst circumstance. At the same time, it still doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Like, this Lina is just your big question. Like, CK can jump on top of her. Once you hit your level 20, you won't care for the BKB. So you can reality rift the Lina a little bit closer, but whether or not you can keep up with the output of Lina, with his Zeus around, with his percent-based damage on casting spells with a static field, it just feels like a difficult game for XM to become that win condition. It feels like the farm distribution has to be a lot more equal on Outsiders. Like, Echoes has to find more than just this. Like, the Ag Storm. It's your only teamfight solution. It really is, unfortunately.
Certainly is.
Radiant's bottom tower
So, I mean, they are still within this game. It's a 5k advantage the way of Poke, but
has fallen. Dire's
Outsider's not out of the game yet. Bot lane, though, XM, he's getting caught on the CK, and he might just be dead.
middle tower is under
That's one of those things, like, they're not expecting these rotations, but they do get punished for it. Meanwhile, Xiaoma also getting caught. He will go down. Another nice pickup for the side of Poke. Interesting thing to point out, John. Outside of the Mirana, he picked up an Axe.
Yeah, he's been queuing that up for a while, and it is more damage output. It does allow your arrow to be a lot more effective to just scout around and clear out waves. I don't know if they really need the wave clearing aspect or the damage, but in these tight circumstances where, you know, we're looking at a very small window to burst down these cores because of the saves from Snowball and Disruption, every little bit of damage does count. So if they can just get pickoffs off the back of that, it's worthwhile.
Oh, they've got the Lina. The Disruption is going to come in to save. Silence will land. Whole team is around. XM, he's still going to try and force his fight. Right onto the Tusk he goes. That's one down, but the Doom has been committed. Onto that CK. In goes our Storm. Echoes trying to find the backside, but can't kill off Aaron. Meanwhile, outside needs to get the hell out of there on that Mirana. So he may get caught, but the leap is still ongoing. Last charge was committed. Lunfer, he's very low right now, but it doesn't seem like they can really make the jump in without that Mirana arrow. Still, Xiaoma going to force another BKB up, but this may cost his own life. So he does go for the tricks, has a blink, will get away. So Outsiders, I mean, they are still finding some decent fights. But that wasn't too bad of a fight whatsoever. It was a Tusk for a Mirana. Aegis will expire as well. And there is still signs of life from these guys. And I'll tell you what, John, that Mirana Aghanim Scepter, I thought initially it was going to be for the wave clear, but that added damage is pretty nice when you have the shard set up from the Riki.
Yeah, it's all about the damage. Like, do you see how small the window is for the burst with all the saves? It's just, you need every bit of damage you can get.
Xiaoma gonna get taken out. Gleipnir now available on Lunfer. And still, I mean, if we're talking about any team that's in the driver's seat right now, it is going to be Poke. 7k advantage, rather 8k advantage now. Outsiders from China, they'll try to take back their outpost, and it seems like they should be able to get away, but the Gleipnir is going to lock down Ava, forcing the BKB usage. Still, they can turn around and get Aaron, but it's away out and does make it. Moonlight Shadow popped. Outsiders, it seems like they want to try and go for a bit of a chase. But they will let it go for now, but Killer, still within vision.
Radiant are scanning.
TP away, can they see him? Not behind the tree line, he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, bottom XM. BKB TP out, he's alright, they cannot stop it.
Has been denied.
Space still being made here for Outsiders from China. Bottom tier 2 tower was denied off by small KK. I mean, again, they're still in it. They're still trying. Poke still in control though. It's mid lane, Xiaoma gonna avoid the snowball. Gleipnir gonna hold him down. Arrow is gonna be there, but it will only land onto the Tusk. Xiaoma, however, he is not dying, but a double stun now up from Killer. Outside, he will get Lagooned mid-air. It does go down. They're just trying their absolute best to push out the side lanes and continue buying time for their cause in the dire end of things.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're
Dire's middle tower
they're
is under
forcing movement out, at least. Again, dragging attention away from the Storm and the CK to allow that build-up. You have the gold now for Echoes to get the BKB, and they're starting to try on top. They find small KK, but don't have the follow-through to really chase down the Zeus. You can see how much output he has up against Echoes. It's
Xiaoma.
not the comfiest time.
Xiaoma caught out again. Will go down. Outsider's going to try to run. Ava, he popped the Exo, but he gets blocked off by the shards into the snowball from Runfu Dao. He just needs a way out of this, but it seems like he won't have one as he has no chance to pop the BKB. Another nice kill here for the side of Poke. 2 kills, in fact. We'll see if they can maybe attempt high ground out of this.
And then they
Pretty
could.
rough.
You do have decent wave clear coming out from Outsiders. Roshan could be a quick spawn. Probably the safer bet to look for that secondary life. Full BKB and Echoes, as long as he doesn't get doomed, he can make some work happen.
Jump in. Lunfer can be saved by the snowball for now. Runfu down, making sure he does not drop. Meanwhile, Shard is out on small KK. They just want to try and back off, and well, they're trying to protect this outpost the best they possibly can, but it will be taken by Poke. Still, Outsiders with the Moonlight Shadow sticking around, seeing if they can find a straggler. Small KK would be a very nice one to go for, but it seems like they're not feeling confident trying to go after the Zeus. Small KK is the one to chase them down. Still chasing Xiaoma, all by himself. But they couldn't really see the rest of Poke, so they weren't feeling confident to try and go for the shards, rather sleeping dart into the arrow play. Again, Outsider's going to play a very slow game here to try and make their way back into this one.
And they're still sort of keeping up with XM, all things considered. He's not too far behind in comparison to Kill and Lonfer. So your CK is still scaling nicely. It's your 2 other cores that really got sacked here. Ava and Echo is just not having the build-up they want.
Oh, Xiaoma gonna drop, trying to get some D-wards off, but immediately goes down here to Killer and Runfu Dao. So almost 30 minutes in now. 11k advantage to Poke. Still haven't attempted high ground yet. That is off the back of the fact that they are split pushing these side lanes very effectively on outsiders from China. But still, Poke not giving any leeway.
Yeah, they're just in control. They've been in control for quite some time. They've got a lot of items to counteract the playstyle that Outsiders wants to pull off here. You've got a couple of Force Staves now, so you're not even relying too much on just the disruption to save. Force Staves can also just reposition quite nicely here. Outsiders will try for a smoke play. They need to make something happen on the map. If they can find a kill, their first kill onto Lon first somehow, then they can reel it in, maybe try to pressure for Roshan.
Smoke break, run Fu Dao. He'll be the one to break it. Arrow is going to land, but disruption is there from Eren to make sure they cannot connect with it. Gleipnir out, Xiaoma being caught out once again. The fight does break out. The Ricky already gone. The Echoes in the backside trying to go after Lon Fer, but he may get doomed up if he's not careful. In fact, Doom was already committed, so Echoes, he can just keep going. But Lon Fer is happy to stand his ground, and now Echoes out of mana. He will have the Moonlight Shadow to protect his Killer. Killer gets caught out. XM, he'll secure one kill, but they lose the Storm Spirit. They need to run. XM, he'll pop the BKB. Ava, he gets the XO off, but it's too late. XM still trying to man fight this one out, but he's going into the high ground. Disruption will save Lon Fer. It's just such a rough team fight.
Yeah, it's not smooth sailing for Outsiders. They try to get the jump. Again, with all the saves you have on Poke, it's so difficult to just find that one kill. Like, he just went all in on this pickoff, and there's so many saving plays from Poke that even finding the toss feels next to impossible. There was a pretty interesting whiff Doom from Killer, but it doesn't even matter. Like, they still managed to punish the Storm. The fight's he's way too far in for the rest of Outsiders to help, and now with Roshan going down, this is the high ground you're looking for, Mike. They've got the conditions to just go up, get the damage off. You've got the full AC on Lon Fer. I like this build-up from him, just going for durability up against the CK. He knows in a prolonged fight, with his Zeus hanging by his side, as long as he's alive, they can just melt that CK down. You don't need more damage on Lina. You need your ability. With the EHP Lon Fer has, even catching him out it's not going to lead to an easy kill. There are just no easy answers for Outsiders. It's all about outplaying, finding a good position, play with that arrow dart combination somehow, and have Echoes immediately zip on top. Once Echoes has his Ags, it shifts a little bit. You can rely on your Storm to set up. My issue there is that even with this Vortex AoE, I don't think you have the damage to actually kill the horse now.
They found the Lina. Jump in. It's a lot of damage being dealt. Problem is he has the backup. Doom will be committed into the Storm, so he's got no way out of this. No protection. They're going to have to try and force a fight. Killer, he's got his BKB off already. He gets the stun. XM never pops his own BKB. Ava's trying to get out. BKB TP away. The silence will make sure the Tusk cannot Walrus Punch. Outside now on the run. He'll be able to leap away. Just so important. Like, you want to save the duration of the BKBs, but when you're this far behind, you've got no choice but to preemptively pop it. And XM, he does not.
Yeah. I mean, even if he did, I don't know if he'd even survive through. He just doesn't feel like a hero right now in that CK. His damage output isn't amazing at this point with his itemization. His survivability is also pretty bad, especially in comparison to Lon Fer. And they can just pierce high ground. You've got the lean, you've got the damage here.
Jump in, Jama, again being caught out, having a very rough time on this Ricky, though is going to be able to blink, but Killer, he's always on the mark with these stuns. Outside even being caught, forced to leap away. Small KK thinking about just killing him in the fountain. Won't waste his time. Back down to the racks they go. XM back up in 5 seconds, but they'll be playing without their Ricky. Mind you, he does have buyback available, so he can commit for this. Aegis is still up on Lon Fer, which makes it very challenging to get a fight going. Exo pop from Ava. Silence is out. Meanwhile, the Zip in the backside, trying to catch out the Zeus, but they don't have the backup damage. Ava already gone. That's your Exo down. Xiaoma to drop as well. Doom out onto XM. He got no BKB off. XM to fall. GG is called. Outsiders has seen enough. And Poke, they successfully force it to a game 3.
Yeah, they hold out on their own. They make the Lina work this time around. They have a lineup that just counteracts what Outsiders wants to do so well. Like, you get the Shadow Demon, you get the Tusk into Ricky Mirana and a DP offlane. Like, you had all the answers to just stay alive from that initial jump in. You've got scaling damage for the CK. You had strong lanes that dominated. And Outsiders just didn't look like they had anything to play with. I think they've got to go back to the drawing board. Yeah, maybe trying to send a message, picking up the Storm Spirit themselves. Really not, it didn't feel like the best game for it. And I think they've got to show some respect. Because, again, if Poke finds a win here, we're stuck with only one tie for the bottom slot for relegation. Poke really wants to stay out of that circumstance. So they are going to throw everything they have in that next game.
Well, let's throw it back to our panel, John. Let's see what they had to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, Johnny and Mikey boys. Yes, indeed. Just when you think it was all over, it was a clean 2-0 incoming for Outsiders, we all forget. It's Div 2. Anything can happen here in the Wild Wild West. And indeed, it certainly does. It's going to be Outsiders coming back to even the series. I mean, what were your highlights from this game and how they played this one out on Poke Fluke?
I think the biggest thing for me was the way that the Zeus itemized. I was really, really impressed with how Small KK was playing the Zeus. The fact that he went for like Kaya, BKB. I think he understood once we saw how the draft went that he needed to just survive in a lot of these fights, and Lina was going to be the one that's going to do all the damage for them, right? So as long as he was being a little bit tanky and was able to play around these fights a little bit with like Heavenly Jump, utilize his BKB so he doesn't get caught out by things like the Cloud and all that, I think they just played really, really well. Killer also had a really standout game on the Doom. They just played really, really well, and it's kind of like what John was saying, right, where it feels like that there's a little bit of disrespect being thrown towards them. Leaving the Lina in like this, they thought they had a good idea around it, but, you know, the way that Poke played with, like, the Shadow Demon, their Zeus pickup as well, I think they had a very cool idea that they wanted to bring into this draft, and when backs are against the wall, you need to play your best, and that's what they did.
Yeah, they did. They pulled out the bag, and I think it was a pretty impressive game. I mean, Liz, what did you like from how they pulled this one out?
Yeah, like, I definitely... Okay, so they had a draft that made a bit of sense. At the same time, I didn't completely believe in them, so I disregarded that whole aspect of their draft. Like the Shadow Demon, Soul Catcher working marvelously well against the CK. You have a Zeus as well that, like, in general, is good versus strength heroes, right? Like, it's pretty solid versus these cores that like to tank up, bulk up, and it was a good hero overall versus all of them. So, just that aspect of the draft that we kinda, that I kinda dismissed during the drafting stage, it did make sense. I just saw them fail with it before, so I didn't completely trust in it. I didn't believe in it. But yeah, they executed everything correctly on their side. They protected the Lina this time around, and it wasn't even about the Lina. Their lanes went well. Like, the offlane was doing quite all right versus the CK. The Mirana and Ricky combo didn't really accomplish a lot. Like, Shadow Demon used to be... Shadow Demon actually used to be one of these heroes that was a counter to Ricky Mirana because of the disruption. Abaddon as well, heroes basically that can either make you dodge the arrow or clear the stun afterwards. So yeah, really nicely done. Everything came together for Cloud.
Yeah, I thought Aaron had an absolutely sick game. Poke. Remnants of Cloud though from yesterday. Yeah. But yeah, I thought Aaron had a really sick game on the Shadow Demon. I'm going to give him MVP. Screw you guys. I'm going to give him MVP. I thought he did everything he needed to do and a little bit more. Did well in the lane. Had way more effect in the lane than I was expecting, and just constantly using those disruptions to mess up the Ricky Mirana combo. You know, essentially comboing countering two heroes at once. On the Shadow Demon, I thought it was nice. I thought it was nice, Fluke.
Yeah, I think the way that he played it and their pick, all in all, was really, really good coming in from these guys. I think Poke, yeah, it was just a really sick play. And I think the way they itemized as well for a lot of their players, you see that Aaron rushed for this Blink Dagger, just understanding that he needed to be in the right place at the right time all the time. And he was doing that perfectly. Like, it wasn't like he was getting baited by the disruption either. I think he was really holding it until the last moment when he actually had to save people. So the way that he was doing it was really, really sick. And I'm excited to see what they can do in this third and final game, because if they win this series, they save themselves comes from tiebreakers, and I think that's going to be a pretty big feat for themselves.
Yeah, it's a good motivating factor, that's for sure. Saving yourself from the best of one elimination games, which is a very scary prospect indeed. That is something they would welcome with open arms. Can they do it? Well, I mean, that's got to be asked. But did this Outsiders draft just not really work for you, Lizard? You know, what were the falling points for it?
Well, I'm a hater of CK. Yeah, I'll give you that much. I'll tell you that much. Like even Tundra. This, by the way, from outsiders looks like a Tundra draft. Like Mirana, Ricky, CK, it looks so much like Tundra. Exactly what they like to pick. And Skitter does not make the CK work. Like very, very rarely. And most of the time, when it looks like it's working, it's because his team did a damn good job and he's just kind of there, right? So I can see the point behind the CK. Like you get this hero that can get on top of Lina. More often than not, it just doesn't work out. He gets hit by LSA, the illusions are stunned, he's stunned, and she makes quick work of him. I believe you need some AC or something on that side. Plus, even without that, like they had ways to itemize to deal with that hero eventually. So maybe that's something that outsiders can look forwards to changing. Just pick a better carry. And it's as simple as that.
Yeah, and I think Storm's just not looking very good. There's a reason people aren't picking that hero. Stop doing it, you two, you naughty, naughty boys. Right, we're hoping that we're going to get a nice clean draft in game number 3, but before that, we've got to have a nice clean break, so we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back. It's a game of claws here in the China DPC as Poke are trying to claw their way out of those relegation tiebreakers, a horrible place to be. And meanwhile, Outsiders trying to claw their way into Division 1. But a lot of things have to go their way if that's going to happen. And first, they need to take the series. And right now, that's not looking 100% guaranteed as we are now sitting at 1-1 and jumping into game number 3. Fluke, it's the third game here. What does that mean for Outsiders?
I think for Outsiders, okay, they've already been what I was going to say. I think for Outsiders, I asked John just before about what the pick priority was going to be. Poke decided to choose for Radiant, and Outsiders chose second pick. So I was thinking that maybe Outsiders were going to leave the Nature's Prophet in the pool and then go for something along the lines of like a Batrider +1 for their opener, considering they're one of the only teams in Div 2 China DPC that has been playing the Batrider. But they're just going to allow the Tusk to go through, and they're just going to get their Death Prophet +1 here. I wouldn't be shocked to see if we see something along the lines of like a Rubik coming in from Outsiders. I know that's a big one for Aaron, but Aaron has also been playing a lot of the Tusk as well for Poke, and we haven't seen them make that transition to the Tusk to the mid lane. So they're just going to get Tusk's weak little brother, and that is going to be the Tony instead.
Yes, indeed. Little baby Tusk coming out. The Tusk we have at home.
Ellie's Express Tusk. That one?
yeah, the Wish Tusk.
The Wish Tusk.
The Wish
Oh, we
Tusk.
can't say that in Dota because it just sounds like we're Flaming Wish. Poor guy. Georgian superstar over in EU.
Poke Gaming.
Oh, they actually do go for the Rubik.
Yeah, they get like the most contested duo in all of the DPC. Like Rubik and Tusk, two supports, or mid and support, something that Liquid loves doing. So they just get themselves a really nice 4 and 5, or maybe 4 and 2. You never really know. Tusk into the Tiny is pretty damn solid, but you can also just, like you said, Aaron can play it. You can just play it on 4, rotate across the map, make stuff happen. Nothing amazing here that you can steal. Like Spirit Siphon actually is pretty solid. But besides that, nothing incredible. I wouldn't mind seeing like full Liquid here. Like go Rubik, pick up a Crystal Maiden with a strong carry that can deal with the DP, and go ham. Like
That's why I was thinking. That's why I was kind of shocked with the Rubik. I thought they might go for their safe leaner for Poke. I thought they might try and go for something along the lines of like a Drow Ranger to try and give them a pretty strong lane, cover it with a few more of these bands, and then they can go for, you know, as you said, like a Crystal Maiden to help it out in the lane, and then you can just kind of really double down on destroying this DP lane. But they've still got a lot of good bands that they can have here, and this is leaning me once again towards one of these kind of range carries. There's like Sniper and Drow, the two that are sticking out right now with like, they're probably going to ban like Primal, Mars, Slark are going to be like the 3 that you're going to ban out here for Poke, and there's going to be, you know, no real good way for them to answer it.
My input is, if someone picks Storm Spirit, they're going to lose.
Storm's the cursed hero now.
Hot take. I mean, it's not now.
Storm and
It always
SF.
has been. It's just not that good at the moment. You need to have a really good game for Storm for it to work. I kind of understood why Poke went for it in game number 1, but at the same time, no. I didn't like it. Sorry, Outsiders went for it in game number 2. I don't know why Poke Game went for it in game number 1, but I kind of understand why Outsiders went for it in game number 2. But at the same time, just get something else. Get anything else. It's okay.
what else would you like to see, Nomad? Tell me.
I want to see a Void
Tell
Spirit. I like that hero. You know, it's pretty cool. Lots of cool effects. Very edgy.
He's the newest one.
Yeah, you know me. I like the new things. I like the shiny new things. I don't really think Void is an element though. Like fire, sure. Electricity, okay, maybe pushing it a little bit, but okay. Earth, absolutely, yep, 100%. Void, come on, man.
5 seconds.
It's not an element.
It's an absence of elements.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
So why is he one of the element
like-
brothers? But he's not. He's not.
Well, they have to have the opposites, right? Because otherwise things aren't balanced. According to Ember Spirit, balance in all things.
Yeah, but like he shouldn't be one of the element brothers. Then he shouldn't be one of the spirits. He should be something the opposite of the spirit. I don't know what the opposite of the spirit is. But maybe rock. Or something.
He's the adopted brother, Nomad. Come on, relax. Like, it's fine.
Don't have to call him out on it. He's very
Yeah.
sensitive.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
He doesn't look apart. Everyone is making jokes in elementary school. Man, you're adopted.
Yeah, now this host is bullying him over it, calling him out. Jesus.
Relax.
toxic.
Yeah, exactly. Outsiders answer the draw with a little bit of lich. Get some armor on the draw. Like, get some armor on the DP, I mean, and whoever is your carry. Like, this Doom can be answered with either the Monkey King or an Ursa, I feel like. And you'll be happy. Like, you get an Ursa, you can get on top of the Doom very easily. Like, the lane itself is abysmal to play into. They go with the Ursa. Like, Lich Ursa, is there any... This is like... If I imagine a 3K MMR Dota and like I have to tell them what hero plus position 5 to pick, I tell them Ursa and Lich. Like, you just... How do you feel with this?
As a 3K MMR player, Lizard, I can tell you that's not going to work, because then your other 3 heroes aren't going to pick any stuns and you're going to lose, so...
Seconds remaining.
Lich has Sinister Gaze, so...
But true. Build nags, there you go. We're figuring it
AoE
out.
stun.
Get a Midas, get
We're
Ags on
getting there.
Lich. Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, I think neither of these two teams are really pulling any punches, and neither of them have a particularly hard draft to execute, right? Like, it doesn't seem like there's too many things that need to go right or wrong. I think Outsiders have an easier draft just because the Ursa and the Lich lane is going to basically play itself. This DP lane is going to be whatever, just because, unfortunately, you have to play into a Drow +1, whatever that's going to be. But yeah, Outsiders, I think they're going to be okay. These last picks are really going to be what will tie in both these drafts. I'd imagine they might be looking towards their mid laners for both these two teams. You can have the Tusk and the Drow lane, which is perfectly fine. The Rubik and the Doom lane is also relatively nice. And they can just pick something that has a bit more mobility that can try and play around this Lich and deal a bit of this extra magical damage.
So, final pick's going to
I think
be...
Zeus again.
Yeah. They're so flexible. Poke have been doing their yoga. I like it. Like, Outsiders bad Viper and Shadow Demon, they're just like, I don't know what they're going to do.
Zeus again.
They're just
Alright.
going to go with what they liked. Like, what they won with in game 1. Is it perfect here? I'm not sure. Like, I feel it's all right. If you're Outsiders, though, like, you're doing the same thing. You don't really have to stray away from the Storm, the Puck. Heroes that get on top of Zeus are heroes that you want to
Dragon
pick.
Knight.
I mean, maybe, yeah, with the Blink, it's also kind of solid. Not really... Won't be... Like, maybe in this meta, yeah.
Not Storm, please.
No, Storm is good. Storm is legit. Like, it's a good hero. It's not a good hero, but it's good versus Storm, and it's good versus Zeus, and good versus Drows. So
Yeah, I think they just kind of need
That's cap.
a hero that's just going to go for them. Gives them an extra stun, gives them an extra way to kind of just keep this game going. Somebody who likes to build BKB as well, I think would be nice.
I'll go Puck.
Okay.
yeah,
That
it
goes
was like
my
Small team
sensible
fight.
yeah.
suggestion,
It was
rather than-
Storm or Puck, right? Like one of these two. I liked both. Puck maybe makes a bit more sense. It's easier to play. You can control an area, have this Ursa just go in easily. Like, that's probably something that they missed in the last game, right? Like, when you're running this DP on the offlane, you generally are missing that component in your draft. You're missing like area control, and Puck brings you that. So I think they fixed their problems from game 2, and I think Outsiders are looking pretty damn solid in this one.
All right, a strong vote for Outsiders from Lizard. Fluke, you're nodding like a Cheshire cat.
But the
No, that's
motivation is
mine.
definitely
What's
on
not?
Poke's side. Motivation is definitely on their side, right, Fluke?
Yeah, I was going to agree
do
but
it as a
disagree
job
with
for
Lizard at
him.
the same time. I was thinking that Poke have a really, really good draft, and they've proven that not only is Killer really, really good on the Doom, but they've also shown that Small KK can go for these weird kind of builds. So if he goes for something weird again and has another good lane, and he's able to get some solo kills onto Echoes, maybe we might be looking at some very small tiebreakers, only 2-team tiebreakers this time around. So I'm going to put my faith in Poke.
Gonna put your faith in the Poke. Okay, well, let's see which way this one's gonna go. We got game number 3 of Poke versus Outsiders, and we've got MLP and John X Fire to take us through it. Take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into it. Game number 3 between these two teams. I'll be honest, John, I thought it was going to be a 2-0 victory here for Outsiders before we started, but I'm happy to see a game 3 here between these two. Drafts are very different this time around. What are you thinking? Do you think one team came out with an advantage? Do you like the other? What's happening?
I'm leaning rather evenly in both sides. I think both sides have pretty good win conditions lined up here. No real glaring weaknesses in the drafts here either. I think my one concern is really more on Outsiders for XM. The Ursa here can get kited around a lot. And Drow standing a mile away, even if you blink up, Gust is just an easy bailout for the Drow. Hurricane Pike's there as well. It's just getting on top of the Drow. It's going to be harder for XM. So you're going to be relying on Echoes, maybe Xiao Ma to try to get a toss back and gap close for your team. So it's all about execution. I think in a very equal net worth setting, in a very equal game state, it's a bit easier to play Pokes Draft, in my opinion. But you have some combinations on the side of Outsiders, which, considering that most people consider them, and, you know, but pretty much all of us kind of expect them to just be the better team, they can execute on, it's just a little bit harder. And if Poke plays how they played in Game 2, considering, again, just the more straightforward nature of their draft, it might be... It just generally presents more opportunities for you on Poke's end to just take some favorable engagements.
Let's see how it all pans out, of course. Again, both teams playing for a lot here. A lot on the line between these two. Bannerin, it's going to be an even trade, 2 for 2. Neither side wanting to go for those early engagements. I suppose we'll start with this laning phase. Of course, bot lane, you're going to have Lunfer there, along with Ranfu Dao. Pretty strong laning duo here with the Drow Tusk. Of course, going to be up against Ava on the DP once again. And Xiaoma going to be playing the Tiny. What do you think about that bot lane? Like, the Tusk Drow does seem very, very potent, but against DP, it can be a little bit tough to really know.
It's pretty damn good. I think the first 3 levels are going to feel a lot better for Poke. For Outsiders, it does feel like you need level 2 Spirit Siphon to force Ranfu Dao away. And even then, DP against a range core, you're not going to be able to be on top of that range core as the DP. So your only hope is to kind of harass out Ranfu. Xiao Ma is going to need some levels as well on the Tiny to get some Avalanche tossback plays. Maybe put Lanfer out of position. That's really the time you're looking for, but that's at least like level 3 for Xiao Ma, going for a 1-1-1 build. So it's going to take time there.
Absolutely. Of course, top lane, you're going to have XM and outside against Killer and Aaron. Killer taking a fair bit of damage, and so has Aaron on the Rubik. Another lane that feels kind of dominant, like in terms of safe lane. The Ursa Lich, something that you can't really underestimate. Just so much slow potential to allow XM to close the gap. We'll see how they try to play this out on Poke, but it doesn't feel like the easiest lane in the world here for the Radiant side.
Yeah, it's not. And you have a lot more playback with XM if Killer walks up a bit too close. Easy harassment, you've got good slows coming from outside, and they can just jump in like this.
That they can. Killer going to be in a lot of danger here as the Frost Shield and Frost Blast really slowing him down, and the damage output is just so darn high. XM even thinking about going for a dive on Aaron, may just go for it because he does have the Earth Shock, but seems like he just wanted the Ring of Health. We'll leave Aaron be, no need to risk his life for this. Meanwhile, bottom side looks like Xiaoma dropping very, very low on the Tiny, but they cannot keep up with the man, so he will be able to get out just fine. But speaking about the top lane again for a moment, it feels like every single time the creeps are nearby the Dire Tier 1 tower, you are going to be in danger as Killer.
Yeah, you're not going to be safe. You're just going to get run down. There's not too much you can do on the Rubik to save you there. Especially considering that the lift back early levels just feel like an atrociously long cooldown.
Aaron.
Oh boy.
It's just so strong. He'll go for a TP play out, and luckily for him, there is no Sinister Gaze yet. So he is going to be alright, but that does mean he has to make the walk back up to the Tier 1 tower. And that should mean XM can just continue bullying Killer away from this lane.
Yeah, he can just keep it under his own control. I think the one thing is that this is some much needed solo EXP for Killa. At the least, you can try to rush into your level 3, level 4 with a little bit of room out, but the offlanes aren't the easiest positions. It does feel like the offlane of Outsiders is going a lot better in comparison to Pokes. Like Ava and Xiao Ma are able to apply more consistent damage onto Lanfer. And you're not really seeing Poke play with that tag team and Frost Hours combination all too much. Like the fact that you are still a melee support. If you do get close to the DP, Spirit Siphon's still huge, and Lanfer's alone right now.
Certainly is. Lunfer gonna drop Ava, able to dive with Xiaoma. Our task Ranfu Dao was kind of rotating back towards his courier, maybe for the 3-minute bounty rune as well. But that's a pretty big pick-off here for the side of outsiders from China. Well, so far so good. Yeah, you really can't complain if you're the dire end of things. Everything just kind of going smoothly for him.
Yeah, I think the one lane that maybe is a little bit slower has been the mid, which we haven't really looked at. Puck versus Zeus. Zeus can just control the lane a lot better. Puck, your only wave clear is really down to Orb and maybe a Waning Rift if you're up close. But you have a lot more poke and play from small KK. Rune control is important here, but neither supports are really making a big fuss about it. Both sides do get their bottle top-ups. Our rune's probably the big one. When it comes to support rotations, you can get something going with Ranfu and with Aaron going down mid if they see the opportunity. You do have enough lockdown to punish a Puck. But whether or not they can leave these side lanes with how it's going for the side of Poke, it doesn't feel like they can. They're not going to be able to get anything done if this just keeps up, if this pressure from outsiders just maintains.
Yeah, certainly so. Top lane, Aaron going to be chased down. Again, the Frost Shield, so effective here along with the Ursa, but the lift away is going to allow him to close the gap. So Aaron gonna make some distance here with the lift. Killer going for a bit of a chase onto outside, but can't really keep it up without the Scorched Earth. It's gonna be forced to back away. That bottom lane as well, still looking really tough for the side of Poke. Like, you've got a very strong duo, but it just hasn't really panned out. Ava really just dominating the lane here on the DP, and you've always got to be wary of the toss back from Xiaoma, because if Lonfer gets tossed, he's got zero way out. As top lane, here we go again. Frost Shield out, they're on to Killer this time around. Lift has already been used up by Aaron. XM waiting for the Earth Shock, though, is dropping a little bit low, but is going to use the stick charges. Still going for the chase, but may get punished. Needs one more hit, and he will get it just before he dies. So you can make the argument it is worth it for the Ursa. So he does find the Doom, the XP, and the gold. And he'll be able to TP back to the top lane, no problems.
Yeah, you're pretty alright with that. You get the kill first as well, so you don't give the Doom the EXP that he really needs in the lane. And you just get a bit of a reset. You know, your aggression's paying off up top for the side of outsiders. For Poke, it's a bit concerning because your Doom will want to farm and so will your Drow. So your only play early on is going to be on small KK. They are going mid early here. Killa already showing up just to get control over the power rune, but that's not what you necessarily want to see from your off lane at 6 minutes in. Like, yes, the power runes are important, but a support should be doing.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, right? Like, because Killer's stuck at level 4, so he's trying to have some impact here during the laning phase by securing that power rune for his Zeus, but like you said, it's not exactly what you want. Okay, like, we'll turn back to the lane, but it seems like you're kind of stuck just trying to devour creeps by the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, mid, Xiaoma going to show up. Love a toss back onto small KK if he could find it, but instead is going to run into Ranfu Dao. And Xiaoma, going to be okay to just walk out. Even forcing a sentry ward placement there from Ranfu Dao. Not going to amount to anything. Gets a banner in for his trouble and just walks away back down towards the bot lane where they will continue trying to pressure Lonfer on this Drow, who again isn't having the greatest time. He's 25-3, not the worst CS to speak of, but you can tell by his positioning he just does not feel like he's safe.
Yeah, he's standing so far back. He's paying a lot of respect out to Xiaoma, who has again set up time and time again. He is protected by a ward as well. So it's allowing a little bit of a defensive play coming out for Poke. But with this kind of laning start for Lonfer, your Drow will definitely just be maybe camping the jungle for a little bit longer early on. Not going to have that early impact with, say, a quick timing on Dragonlance and just running around, using your aura to buff up your allies, get a good push going. And that should provide opportunities for the side of outsiders. Like, again, this is still basically free farm for XM, despite the back and forth Killa can apply. This Battle Fury set for XM, gonna be a lot faster than you'd want it to be for Poke to see. It's gonna be a bit of an issue in trying to stop him now, and they've got the toss back coil play if they want to try.
Oh, the creeps though are surrounding. Xiaoma eventually gonna get the perfect timing on the leash break, but they are still lacking maybe a little bit of damage. Those small KK, the jump on the spot does get caught out, and now even Aaron kind of trapped between the ice shards will get taken out. Great rotations here from Xiaoma. And of course our Lich as well outside, and well, that's a big one because that was the one hero that was having a pretty darn good time on the map. 15-11 was the CS score of the Zeus, but now he's down. That means Outsiders really starting to catch up here on their puck, and well, more importantly, the side lanes have already gone so darn well. Like, everything just kind of going splendidly here for the Dire.
Yeah, they've done everything right. They are trying to rotate onto XM, and they drag small KK up top as well. Your big issue in this lane for Kill is that the large camp has been blocked this entire time. Like, it's been reblocked, they dropped the sentry to try to deward, they don't manage to find it. And this Doom, without anything to harass out the Ursa, without any of those creep skills, it just doesn't stop it. So you get the farm up, you are backed away because small KK is there, but it's no issue for XM to farm jungle with a Ring of Health up. He's got the sustain, you've got room to shove in bot. Ava just using that Exo quite effectively to take an objective, no defense coming out from Poke. And as this map shrinks, with a Doom behind, and with a Drow kind of struggling, it's going to be a bit rough trying to get those heroes online. As long as Outsiders plays tempo, and keeps that aggression that they've been keeping up from the laning phase, there might not be any room to farm for these cores if they're not careful.
Ranfu down, nice snowball away. Back towards the Dire creep wave is going to be okay for now, but the chase is ongoing. Dream Coil going to land, and with that, he really should have no way out. I mean, it is a lot of commitment here by Outsiders. 4 heroes rotating to make that kill happen, and it is only a support tusk that they get for their trouble. But it seems like they're more than happy to just keep roaming the map and finding these kills. His power rune timing is there, but it is going to be bottom side. The puck did make the jump in, so Echo's now in a spot of danger as Small KK should have the damage output, but goes for the silencer of the puck and the stick charges. He's barely going to survive. Doom committed on the DP, but what does it matter? He's full HP, still going in for the right clicks. Killer. Well, Killer's going to try to run. Snowball out. They'll try to trade Outside's life, but the Lich is still walking away, and now the Doom will wear off. This is where the problem starts. Run food down. Oh, toss back onto the DP. They won't go for the dive in. At least they don't lose too much more. Only the mid Zeus. But again, that is their highest net worth hero for the side of Poke. That's the one hero they don't really want to lose right now if they can avoid it. Rotations in top lane. Small XM. Or excuse me, small KK is what I was meant to say. At least does find Zhao Ma. Really wanted the Ursa though if he could have afforded to get him, but couldn't quite. And Killer.
And
bit of a jump in from our Ursa. Gets ensnared up here by Killer. With the ensnare, or rather the enrage committed, not really going to matter. XM will just casually walk away.
Dire's bottom tower is
they're still set to go. And Ava's just up top. They're smoking up on Echoes and outside.
radiant are
They know they've left Lonfer alone for a while here. If they manage to find that kill, you're just setting back every core equally on the side of Poke now.
Oh, Lunfer. Not again. He'll see them with a smoke break. He is still caught out by the Dream Coil. No rotations incoming because there's no towers around apart from the outpost and the Chain Frost. He's just going to bounce right through those creeps. Taking down the Drow. Echoes will secure the kill on the puck. And, I mean, you already talked about Lunfer struggling. He's sitting at 3.8k net worth. You compare that to the 5.5k of XM. That's a massive difference. Especially 12 minutes into the game. And this Drow, like, while they can flash farm in the jungle, against the Battle Fury Ursa, it doesn't feel like you can really keep up.
Yeah, I think you can keep up. It's just that you're not going to build a lead off.
Killer?
Which is really crucial there, huh?
Radiant's bottom
Killer moves back in. Lunfer may get gifted a kill here, so I suppose you could make the argument it might be worth. Lunfer does need any kind of gold he can get right now on the Drow. So, yeah, he trades his life away for that. Still finds the kill. I suppose the thing was for this DP, he was going to die anyway.
Yeah, it was set to fall, but no, you take what you can get at this point. Like, you need every single bit of catch-up you can find with a 4k deficit. That's a 4k deficit with a Doom at Midas. Granted, it's a pretty fresh Midas, but it's still not a great feeling right now for Poke. They definitely need a lot more time to build back up. There are some worrying timings for Poke to watch out for from Outsiders, though. Blink for Shaman not too far off. You can just easily connect for any sort of range on the Dream Coil, toss back at that point, get the coil break, start to play aggressive off the back of that. Ranfu is smoked up, but the Zeus isn't really willing to come along with him. Maybe just trying to use Lunfer as bait here, but no one inside of the Outsiders really biting that bait yet, although they could try on Echoes. They need to land a Gust if they really want that kill, though. If they don't, well, Puck's just gonna slip away here.
Absolutely. Mid lane, small KK again being targeted. Jama right on target, looking for a toss back. We'll get it onto Ava. He's already used that heavenly jump, so there's no chance of getting out. Best they could hope for is catching out the Tiny, but it's not going to be worth it. Maybe they could even think about the puck. Gus will land. They will try to make the play onto Echoes, but the silence is just not going to last. And now Lanfeur's being caught out. It's only getting worse for Poke. They lose the mid Zeus, and now they're going to lose the safe lane Drow. Xiaoma, he will drop, but it doesn't matter. Aaron? He's also just dead. There's no escape. Outsiders from China just looking so damn powerful for this game number 3, and they'll look for that mid-tier 1 tower now with the Exorcism.
The worst thing about that kill as well on our Tiny was that they had to expend Doom on Tiny. So that's on cooldown. And all things considered, you're probably not looking to join these fights as Killa anyway. So you use the Doom, get a kill, go back to farming. But with that mindset, again, you're just sharing farm with the Drow. In comparison to Outsiders, all the cores are playing except for XM. They are allowing XM to just play with his Battle Fury and allow him to farm while everyone else makes space quite effectively on the side of Outsiders. So, I mean, you are building up. You need so much more time on the side of Poke. Like, Dragonlance is up, Hurricane Pike next for Lanfeur. Once you get a shard, it can feel a little bit better going into these fights, but if you think about the core that does want to play active, it's really only small KK, and he has a Zeus and a Tusk to play with. Mind you, there is burst play there. It's not the easiest ganks to pull off. And with Outsiders being as far ahead as they are, the opportunities just don't present themselves. So you're forced to play a passive game. You're forced to be the ones on a response. And you're still trading heroes away like this. It's just not a great feeling in this kind of game state for Poke.
I mean, Poke, they're not out of this game yet, but they are 6k behind. They certainly need a lot of space here for Lanfeur to even think about having a game in this game 3. Lanfeur currently the lowest net worth core on his team. 5.5k is where he's at right now, but again, he's up against the Battle Fury Ursa. That's not going to be fun trying to keep up with XM. Of course, XM is just going ahead and rushing a Blink straight after. You want the closer, you want the gap close, of course, against the Drow Ranger. As the Ursa is, you can just kind of delete her every single time a team fight breaks out. Not really much she can do about it, even with the Gust. You could just have Enrage popped and, well, again, it just won't last long enough. It's going to be very important for Poke to try and make sure their positioning is perfect in these next engagements. But to be fair, John, this is a team that, to be perfectly honest, they don't play the greatest from behind, right? Like, when they do fall behind, it is a bit of a struggle as to how they get back into the game. And we've seen that over and over again throughout the Div 2 China DPC that we've been casting. And it feels like it might be a similar affair this time, where a team like Outsiders, when they're ahead, they really know how to press the issue. And we are going to see another 3-man smoke. Who do they find? They'd love small KK. That's the man they've been aiming every single time. Never mind though, Xiaoma jumps in, but no, they're gonna see the Zeus is what they wanted. Still, there is some backup. Xiaoma, somehow alive. Ava with the Guardian Greaves will save the day, and instead Killer's the one to go down. He does commit the Doom in time, but the Exo's already there. There goes Aaron on the Rubik. Ran Fudao will be next up. He'll get the shards block, but no, small KK. He's caught again. Xiaoma just all over the place on this Tiny. And now Ran Fudao. They make the jump in. Crypt Swarm will land. It won't quite be enough, so at least the Tusk will survive. But it's just so tough. You lost the mid-tier 1 tower. It's a 3-for-1. You only find a support Tiny. And for Xiaoma, like, he's had this blink up for so long. He doesn't care about dying anymore. He's already got his item build going. Like, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah, he doesn't need much more than that. And the side of Poke, I mean, these things just aren't lining up. Like, yes, Killa gets the Doom off, but Exo's already flowing from Ava. He's not the target you really want to go for the Doom for. He's just so far forward, and he has to be, because he's the hero with a Blink and the War Stomp. He's the one with control and the jump in outside of the Tusk. But it just doesn't feel like your follow-through is that clear on the side of Poke just yet. And Outsiders, they can just keep running you down. It's like you said, Mike. They know how to press that advantage. They know how to stay in the lead and maintain that net worth and map pressure that they have. XM, he's working onto the BKB. It's going to be a lot harder to kite around the Ursa once that's up and running. They will try for a smoke play now on Poke. They don't have Doom to play with though, but if they just collapse onto one here with good control, they could try to find that kill.
I think they can. We'll see what they can get done. Rotation to the top. Oh, Aaron. I mean, he's not too bad of a target to die. If he does get caught out, does reveal himself with that spell still. That'll be his death. Again, it is just a Rubik. So if you're going to lose someone, at least it's not one of the cores here on the side of Poke. We'll kind of accept that, I suppose, as they do prepare for a defense of the tier 1 top tower. Xiaoma show himself underneath an observer ward for a moment. They'll make the jump and kill it. Once to get rid of this Tiny, they cannot burst him, though Guiding Greaves will save for now, but eventually he does drop. And that Tiny going down is going to be enough to force outsiders from China to back off, as, well, they don't have that big jump in they're looking for. The tier 1 top tower is going to be denied, but I think outsiders, they don't really care for the gold right now. They're just more than happy to see that tower go down. At the end of the day, for Poker, at least they get themselves one kill.
Yeah, they get themselves a pretty important kill to break off that fight, because it was a risky jump from Killa. He did not have Doom for like 7 seconds. There was an opportunity for outsiders to actually try and go all in, kill off Killa, and clean up afterwards without even having Doom go off. So a bit risky. It does pay off. They need to take these risks on Poke's side. They just need to keep trying to reel back control in this game. They are smoked up with Killa and Aaron, but it doesn't look like they're really going out on the hunt. They do have the Doom ready, but they just don't have the forward vision to kind of play with that smoke at the moment. And side of outsiders, well, full BKB for XM, a few hundred gold away. BKB for Ava, not too far off fighter. So you have two cores that can just stand in the front line. You have to make that choice with the Doom on Killa as to who does get put down. Because so far it's really just been Ava, but DP with EXO already running, it really just doesn't feel like the highest priority target for the Doom. It's just a matter of circumstance. So,
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I kind of agree with you on that, right? Like, if the EXO is popped, it's like the Doom, it just feels pointless. The thing is, you are denying the Spirit Siphons and the Crypt Swarm spam and even the Silence. Like, it still has effect. Even the Guiding Greaves gets denied off with the Doom. But the thing is, Ava's getting both the Greaves and the EXO off in time. And here we go again. Killer's going to have another chance to just pop it immediately, but he'll blink out. Lunfer, though, has been caught. Doom committed on Zhao. It's just a panic Doom. It's a complete panic Doom. Dream Coil in, catching out the Doom anyway. He is going to be able to run his way out, but you lost your Drow. That's the one guy you need to not die. And Roshan, it's going to be open.
yeah, it's not going to take too long for it to fall. You've got the output with XM. You didn't have to pop your BKB in that fight either. Secondary life coming out for outsiders. Now going back to that point of a panic Doom here, Mike. I feel like if you are playing Doom, you've got to blast some music in the back. You know, get yourself pumped up. If you're playing Doom, you've got to live up to the name of Doom. Listen to some Doom OST. You know, put some. The only thing they fear is you. Just blast that in the background. You know, get pumped up. Be excited.
I mean,
you can't just keep doing this timely, because that's like twice or thrice that he's went for Xiaoma, and it's like, all right, that's definitely a step down from dooming up Ava. Because the Tiny, once he blinks in, gets the initial avalanche toss, he's done his job.
The thing is, like, it's just so... Oh, no. Small KK. He went for a TP in the tree line, but Xiaoma, he knew he was there. Run Fudao. At least he TPs out Dream Cores in a second. Oh, so close. Literally a second off that Dream Core being off cooldown. Mid lane Lunfer, not him. Oh, you've even got the Shanzad on outside now, so he's got that damn Ice Spire, which does seem like a garbage spell, but it actually can be quite useful, especially when you're very ahead.
It's not garbage. It's definitely not garbage. It allows you to set up for solo Chain Frost, give you a solid bouncing target. It's a really good slow to kind of have in the area. It's actually pretty damn good for the cost. 25-second cooldown, 15-second duration. Uptime is pretty damn good. It's a very good value shard. I think the one reason why we don't see it much is purely down to the fact that we don't see Lich much as well. But the shard is good. I will defend that. It's a good shard.
I miss when you could deny creeps as Lich, man. That was the
yeah.
golden times. You know?
Yeah. I think Blizzard was saying on I don't know if it was in the back rooms and in downtime, but he was saying he did play a lot of mid Lich in the sense that
Yeah.
he would camp mid and just eat the creeps.
I remember.
You
That was
just
on
be there.
panel. And I feel his pain, John. I've had the same experience. Not on a pro team, obviously just a pub, but it does feel that way sometimes when you do have that spell up where you just deny creeps over and over again for your mid laner. Speaking of mid laner, mid lane killer, gonna break the smoke immediately onto Ava. So no smoke rotation to come out from Poke. But the thing is, like, XM's still just free farm it. Like, you look at this Ursa, he's just having a great time. They'll see Xiaoma, but he just casually walks out. There's so much hesitation from Poke, and this is kind of where I was going earlier. Poke's that kind of team where they've got talent. They know what they're doing, but if they fall behind, it's very hard to know how to come back. And you tend to have that problem with newer teams. They have this issue where they don't know how to come back if their plan falls apart. And we're kind of seeing it now. Like, smoke popped, nothing happens. Outsiders, no hesitation. They'll pop their own smoke, rush into the mid lane. At the very least, they do back off at the right time, but you've got to be so wary of this Tiny, because Xiaoma will look around, and Small KK, he's around the area. Smoke is broken. They see the Zeus.
Boy.
No hesitation, jump in with the Dream Coil. It is whiffed. Xiaoma, who has he got? He found the Tusk. Doom was committed. They at least got the Ursa's Aegis down. That's something, but that was Doom committed for that. And this tier 2 mid tower, it's just not going to last. In fact, Echoes, he even found Aaron, and in goes Xiaoma, no fear, finding Lanfur, forcing the buyback out from Ranfu down a boot. And they're just happy with that. Outsiders, they won't stick around for the mid tier 2 tower. They didn't have a creep wave. They may go back in now, but that team fight, like, you found the Drow, you force a buyback from the Tusk. Small KK drops as well. It's just so rough, man.
Yeah, and I have to say the Dooms just haven't been the best. Oh, Killa.
I mean, they've jumped into the Lich. Outside kind of just jumped in to put the Spire down and does get punished, but now Killer just getting shredded by XM. Ranfu Dao, he dies back immediately on the Tusk. Look at XM. He might die, but no, he just pops his BKB.
Oh,
Yeah, that's called a bait if I've ever seen one.
oh, the ballsy play coming out there from XM. Just looking back at that previous fight, like when they still had Aegis and Outsiders, Killa dooms the Ursa with Aegis. Like,
Yeah.
I get that you need to find a way to handle the Ursa, but you need that for the secondary life to guarantee that kill. With Doom taken out of the picture, like, you're just not going to be contributing much there outside of the War Stomp again on the jump in, but your follow through is gone. So they need to get some good Dooms going here on Poke's end. After the BKB, normally it's Octarine that we've seen a lot of players go for. I would actually not mind something like an Ags. Like, just go Ags Doom, AoE Doom fixes your issues. You don't need to worry about who to target when you can just jump forward and have so many people go, oh no.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so tough, John. It really is. There's no space in the map left for Poke. 17k advantage for Outsiders. I mean, they could just wait for next Roshan if they want to play this safely. Just aim for those tier 2 towers. But in terms of farming pace, in terms of farming space,
Are fortified.
there is none to speak of here. Poke, they are trapped within a rock and a hard place. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, it's a hard recovery for Poke. I mean, they're not out of it. They can stall the game out with a Zeus, right? You can just shove back every wave that goes onto the high ground quite safely, especially with that Aetherlens up and running. So you can just prevent that move onto the high ground, at the least, for as long as possible.
Jump in,
I just
jump
don't know
off.
when you
Small KK. This Tiny's doing such a fantastic job. Perfect initiations every single time from Xiaoma. And now the tier 2 top tower to go down. They might even have time to go after the racks if they want. Like, at least force a buyback out from Small KK. We'll see if they want to, though, because half the duration of EXO is gone.
Yeah. Still should just find that tier 2, no problem. And without the Zeus, that entire thing I rambled on about holding high ground, it is a little bit tougher. At least the respawn's not too far off. I think the one thing, this is going to sound a bit crazy, but there is one thing I'd like to see a Lich do some point, Mike. Go for Ag's BKB. I want to see that.
Ag's BKB.
No, Sinister. Yeah, just Sinister Gaze for like 2.5 seconds with a BKB, stared him down, get the Chain Frost going. It's a very baller thing to do. You know what?
I mean, it's...
Put a Blink on top as well. Blink into them, BKB, and then Gaze, drop your Spire, and get the Chain Frost. That's a baller.
Let's be frank, though. That's probably one of the worst Ags in the game. Right? Like, it feels real bad. 4.2k for that.
Yeah.
It feels bad, man.
It is. In a way, if you think about it, it's kind of like Storm Vortex, but you channel it. So
yeah,
it has a pretty big trade-off there. If it had a little bit more positives, like a little bit more to make it viable, I think it would be legit. Because that control is crazy. It's just subpar. Like Storm is just better.
If they added like something like, instead of just being a 10% mana drain per second, if they made it like something ridiculous, where you just drain all their mana with the Gaze, maybe? Well, think about it though. Like if they upped it, right? So you got Ags and it went up to like 30%, right? That would actually be kind of good. Maybe. Big smoke up. 5-on-5 engagement to come. Oh, Xiaoma, he's already broken some smokes. Killer, he's gonna see the Pluck trying to chase him down. Found no Doom yet, and now the silencer's out. They've got the Doom down. The Gaze will hold him. Small KK, he made the toss in. He's gone. Oh, Xiaoma, leave the Zeus alone. Lunfer, he will at least TP out with the BKB. Who would win, John? A small pile of rocks or a literal god? Right now, those rocks are doing a great work. It's Echoes. He's going to be able to get out just fine, but the mid-racks, they're probably going to be under siege now.
Oh, it's not going to take too long, but the Exo back up and running. No Fortify left as well for Poke. They can try for another Doom play on the respawn, but I don't know. I don't see an angle back. They'll at least drop a set of racks, maybe two. I think if Outsiders were really feeling ballsy, they could just probably go for the end here.
They might try. Mid-racks going down. Looks like they want to play this safely. Again, a lot on the line on this series. They don't want to throw this game 3 away if they can avoid it. Roshan is up in 30 seconds as well, so a lot to play for. You may as well just go secure Roshan, then come back to the high ground when Exo's back up. That's exactly what they're probably going to do. Meanwhile, Poke seems like they were trying to chase for a potential straggler, but we'll find nothing. And now it's all about the Roshan fight. Like, Poke, if they lose the next Roshan, it kind of feels like you may as well call GG. The thing is, they can't really afford to not fight in the Roshan pit, right? Like, I don't think they can afford to sit high ground and wait. They have to try for it.
And they have to. They have to put a fight up. Because again, this is Poke's one shot of avoiding tiebreakers here. They need to find a win to get out of this 3-way deadlock with Cloud and Meteor, assuming Meteor loses to VG, which I think that's pretty much what we're all assuming. Oh,
jump in. Gust is there to try and protect from this tiny kick away as well. Meanwhile, Ava just going to pop the BKB move in without the Exo. It's just not going to matter. Aaron's already gone. Ranfu down drops. Killer's gone to boot. XM just cleaning up in the back, and now Lunfer. BKB will wear off. The chase isn't going. Just look at this, John. They're just chasing them down. They don't even have their ults up. GG's called. They've had enough. Outsiders, I mean, they had a bit of a bump in the road in game 2, dropping that one game, but ultimately they still proved to be the much better team in this series, looking dominant once again for game number 3. And happy days for them. They'll try and, again, fight for their spot to try and get into that Div 1 slot if they can.
Yeah, that hope for their Div 1 slot does rely on VG losing to Meteor, I believe, to kind of give them the scoreline, and that's a pretty tough call to bank for. At least they do secure their position in Div 1. Again, they can still come up. I just don't know about VG Meteor. That seems pretty dead set. They could surprise us. Still, for Cloud, for Poke, this does mean they are going to be in those tiebreakers. Whether or not it's a 2- or 3-way tie, we'll have to see. They're not quite out of Div 2 yet, but they're going to have to play a few more games there, Mike, to kind of stay in.
Okay, well, with that, Jonathan, we do have our panel ready. Let's see what they have to say about this game number 3.
Outsiders keep their hopes of qualifying for Div 1 alive. No matter how slim they may be, that glimmer is still there. Meanwhile, for the side of Poke Gaming, they are down into the danger zone to play off in the tiebreakers against Team Cloud. It's getting close, it's getting spicy, but Fluke, break this game down for me.
It was just a whole lot of aggression coming out from outsiders, right? I think they picked some really good heroes. Their lanes definitely went a lot better than a lot of people were expecting. I think Lomfer had a really rough time in that safe lane. You can see here at 17 minutes, it's already 7k in. Unfortunately for Killer this time around, he just didn't have that good of a game on the Doom. There wasn't really all too many great Doom targets for him to try and look for, right? Like, they talked about it in the cast where, you know, if you Doom the DP, she's already got her Exorcism and gotten the Guardian Greaves off. There was a couple of times where there's some panic Dooms going in, and it was just hard for him to find a really good target for them to start these fights. And unfortunately for Lomfer, he just wasn't this scary kind of Drow ranger that you usually like to see against the likes of the Ursa and the Death Prophet. And they just played fast. They played their own kind of style. Outsiders kind of outplayed them in certain circumstances as well, and just goes to show the reason why that they're fighting to get into Div 1 and the reason why that Poke are fighting to stay inside of Div 2.
Yeah, like sometimes we see this Doom coming down on a DP post Exorcism, and you can kind of kill her because she's not getting the life drains off, but they could not stay and fight if they doomed like the DP, because they just got so many spells to just throw at you on the side of Outsiders, so it wasn't possible. I mean, who was really standing out for you on the side of Outsiders, Lizard?
The draft was probably the most important aspect, because like you have this, I don't know, you have this Drow. She's in a really good spot right now. The draft around her perhaps isn't perfect. She doesn't have the utmost amount of saves and repositioning tools. Like you have some, like Rubik with the lift, Tusk with a little bit of snowball here and there, but it's not enough. And then on Outsiders, not only are you playing into an Ursa puck, but there is also the ultimate glass cannon position 4 eliminator. That's tiny, right? So Jaume just jumps in and kills off on 4, like L'Enfer many times. Yeah, c'est less autre. And Killa, like, he doesn't have a game, and I'm not surprised. Like, the laning stage itself was abysmal. You're playing into Lich, Ursa, this is Fluke mentioned this, but then later on you really want to doom the puck, but you can't. Like, how do you doom the puck? Like, if he's got any reflexes, you're not gonna manage to do that until Eren has a blink, so you have that instant lift into the doom. But that's just a really difficult play to wait for when you're already playing from behind on every single lane, right? Just a really nice draft from Outsiders. Echoes perhaps, or the Ursa. Which way would you go? Like, Echoes probably on the puck. We aren't showing him enough love.
Yeah, we've been ignoring him. I mean, I also liked a lot of Chain Frosts coming out from outside, but that was kind of just like a side thing. The puck definitely went to work this game, took out the trash, and had an amazing time on the puck, just securing themselves this win. And yeah, just being really, really annoying. Again, you can't doom this guy, even when Lincoln's, and like it's like trying to shoot a butterfly with a bow and arrow. Not gonna happen. Echo's just way too evasive, and yeah, great performance from him, Fluke.
Yeah, I think Echo's played really well. I think a special mention to Xiaomar as well. I think the way that he played on the tiny, a lot of tossbacks, a lot of positioning, and a lot of soaking up a lot of these ganks as well, where they tried to get something done on the map for the side of Poke, and they found Xiaomar, or he was the only one that they really could catch. So he was one that was giving up his life for a lot of these calls to allow Echo to have a good game. And I think the biggest thing for me is Echo coming back after that Storm Spirit loss in game number 2. Really is, goes to show that these players can bounce back, and this is again the reason why the Outsiders are hoping for tiebreakers for them to get in towards Div 1.
Yep, and that's exactly why, we have these teams kind of coming in and standing above the rest, these top 3, top 4, certainly top 3 at least. They have the consistency, okay, Outsiders have dropped the game here and there, but overall, they're able to consistently win series, which is really important, and put on their best performance. Occasionally they slip, but overall, they have been a good team, and I think they're very deserving of their 3rd spot. Maybe not quite breaking into the top 2, which they'll be disappointed about so far at least, but overall, I think it's been a good season from Outsiders, and I'm looking forward to seeing them next season, most likely. Of course, still that thin chance of them, as you see Vici versus Meteor. If Meteor do beat Vici, then they will have a tiebreaker with each other. for that second slot and possible promotion, but that is slim. But of course, we've got LBZS versus YBB to come up before then. What are these guys playing for? Absolutely nothing. YBB just want to take the 7-0. They want to be the big boys with the full series wins under their belts. You know, going 14-1, be the big Chads of the region. Meanwhile, LBZS, well, they just want some blood. They would just like to not be, you know, the team which lost to the top 3 teams. You know, they would like to earn themselves a slightly higher placement, of course. But is that going to happen? We're going to find out. But first, we're going to throw it over to a break. So stick around for more China action here at the PGL Division 2. We'll see you later. Well, hello there, and welcome back to the China DPC Division 2 as we get into our second series of the day. And this time, well, as mentioned earlier, there's not much to play for except for pride and dignity. It is, of course, YBB versus LBZS, both of which have already secured their respective slots. YBB is going to be going to Division 1, and LBZS is going to be going absolutely nowhere. Not relegated, not promoted, just a flat old average team, unfortunately for them. But, you know, what can you do? At least they're going to stick around. Nothing to be too scared of. So I want to ask you, Flug, which of these teams do you think is going to be kind of more motivated to win this game?
It's kind of hard to say, right? Like, looking at both the teams and where they're sitting on the ladders right now, like, obviously YBB is sitting all the way at the top 6-0. So if they lose this, then there's potential for, you know, them and Vici to have to try and fight out for first and seconds, considering it will be, you know, $17,000 and $16,000 respectively, and obviously seeding in towards Div 2 and what have you. And on the other side of things, LBZS, they're currently sitting at 3-3, right? So if they win this series, they go 4-3 and they literally don't move anywhere. So winning doesn't really matter for them, but losing is kind of annoying for them if Meteor then do get a win as well, right? Because then you're fighting for 5th versus 4th, and that is a difference of $2,000. So if I had to do it by pure numbers, Nomad, I would say LBZS has slightly more to play for in this series.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's a good breakdown percentagely as well. You know, the money is more the lower you get because the difference is the same. So yeah, that's always going to be the case. But of course, you know, it's been a long season. It's been a good season, and I kind of want to take a look back at some of the stats and records we've had throughout the China Division 2 and across the DPC. So let's see exactly what's going on with some records and stuff, because I think that YBB probably set a couple of records coming back through this kind of region. They've been winning a lot of games. They've been pulling out some pretty damn good performances, and let's have a look. Oh, we see LBZS with the highest hero damage for Fonte versus Team Mystique.
Wow.
YBB
wow.
here as well with fewest deaths by team, only 4 deaths in that game. Jesus.
So
11k. That's a lot of damage.
both of our teams are high-scoring teams, record breakers. LBCS and YBB both have only one record broken, right? Fewest deaths by a team. They had 4 deaths only, and that was like arguably versus the third strongest team in the region. So kind of sick, actually. Really nicely done by them.
Yeah, they look absolutely. They look so clean in that series. That's the series which kind of got us all on the YBB hype train. We're like, they're going to go undefeated. They're going to march into Division 1, and they will be, but not undefeated. They did drop 1 game versus Vici. How dare they? How dare they?
By the way, 111,000 damage.
That's a shit. I mean, that's a lot.
That's
That's a shit ton of damage.
That's a ton. Exactly.
Yeah, I looked back at it because I was like 111,000. I was like, was he playing like Zeus or something weird? No, he was playing Terrorblade, and it was a 61-minute game.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of tanky heroes for him to get through. That was the Arc Warden and the Dragon Knight and the DP game. So he had a lot of HP that he had to chunk through for that game. And yeah, Fonte kind of put the team on his back that game. What was his score at the end of it? I'm just going to quickly 22-9. So Fonte had a pretty good game in that game. That was probably one of the only small amount of Terrorblades we've seen.
You need a lot of deaths as well if you want to break damage records, because it means that the game is back and forth, so you're actually dishing out a ton of damage. You're not just killing them and ending the game.
Yeah, that's why I die a lot in my games. I'm trying to set some damage records. So it's very important. Yeah, very smart, very smart. Lizard, talk to me about YBB. What do they do so well? Why are we fans of this team? Because, looking at it on paper, they shouldn't be the favorites for the region. They don't have like the biggest names, but they're looking like they're cruising towards that #1 spot quite cleanly.
Well, they do have some good names. I think this is also the patch.
FY on Vici, like, come on.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same, obviously. The difference is, though, I feel that they have the names that are good enough to consider themselves not Division 2. Like these guys, I don't think that they think of themselves as a Division 2 team. So it brings that hunger as well. Plus, they're not really like a superstar team. So they have to try hard. They have to innovate. They have to find new ways of playing the game. I actually believe they're in the perfect spot to even do well in Division 1. Like they're just a solid stack of players that doesn't necessarily have a name yet for themselves. Like remember Team Spirit, like they were nobodies. Like Yellow Submarine, who cares, right? And then they come into TI and just rock the TI scene. So I think something is like that or similar is possible to happen with YBB. I'm hyping them up a little bit here. There's still a ton of great teams in Division 1, but like make the story better.
Sell it to me, sell it to me. I'm on board. I'm hyped for the YBB train, but not as hyped for LBZS train, of course, because these guys they've always held a soft spot for me. Lizard, you know this. I love this, my sunny friends. And sure, it
Where's
might not
the
be
shirt,
same.
Nomad?
I've got it on, but the camera just cuts, so you won't see it.
You're gonna have to give us a fashion show.
Stand up.
Once we get
We
back
want
on
we
camera.
want the shirt after the draft, obviously.
All right.
After.
Well, we're going to see a Lina coming out for LBZS. This was the classic. This was the classic, the PP Lina. We love to see it. But now renamed as Dolphin, and now also could be on Fonte as well, as this hero's kind of switched positions. But yeah, everyone's just letting the Lina through now. What's going on? Last week, everyone's getting wet and wild and just being like, hey, we don't care about this hero.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have shown some good blueprints for dealing with the hero, right? Like whether it be heroes that get on top of the Lina, laning heroes that are able to deal with her, even just tempo heroes. I think a lot of these good teams have shown us in the past that if you just play fast, then this Lina hero really never comes online. And you really still do have to draft relatively okay around it. You need to make sure that you give her a nice foundation to be able to play on top of. She needs to have a tanky initiator that's able to go in for her. She needs to have, I feel like, another core that can deal damage outside of her as well, and that just really give her the first 10, 15 minutes for her to start getting a lot of those items and make the lane feel really good. So YBB being a team that we are picked to go 7-0, I think they're more than happy to give the Lina away here and play around it.
Yeah, give themselves a bit of a challenge. And of course, they were I think they were the first team to beat it. They've definitely given away the Lina a few times and proven that they have no respect for the hero. They spit on Lina pickers.
Well, they didn't even pick it yesterday when they could have, right? So it's like they truly do not care about the Lina. So Yeah, I respect that, especially in this matchup, because they can afford to lose a match. So who cares? Let it go through. Play against it. See how it goes. LBZS actually with an Earth Spirit. Damn. Like instantly in the first stage. Is this like snatching it away from YBB or what's happening?
It could be,
here?
right?
Yeah.
We've seen it a few times from 7E, and especially into Alina. It's just a hero that has some amazing stats. It's able to play really, really fast. I don't think there's too many lanes you're going to be worrying about. On the Earth Spirit, you get an early BKB, you just go in, you get on top of Alina, you kick her back into your team, and she's in a very, very horrible spot. Speaking of first teams to beat the Lina, it was actually Team Mystique, and they beat LBZS with it. They were the first team to beat Lina in China Division 2. So...
What a
nice
title.
little tidbit of
Team
information.
Mystique is like the craziest team. I don't know. Like they win versus outsiders but lose to everyone else. They beat Lina but lose to anything else. It's like I just can't put my finger on what's wrong. Like some games they look really damn solid. Some games they're just all over the place. Yeah, like they definitely need to make some changes.
A lot of potential, though. A lot of potential.
Yeah,
Like, I'd rather
definitely.
be like beating some top teams and then losing against like everyone else rather than just kind of performing averagely.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're doing that, like it's kind of hard to put a finger on what's wrong. Like if you're performing averagely, perhaps you can make steady increments and improve. But when one game you're a god, the other you're trash, like you don't know like what's up, what's happening. am I just playing better on one day or what,
Yeah, but
you know?
at least you have potential, you know? Like, if you're really average all the time and you're very consistently average, then you might have just peaked.
Yeah, I don't know.
Might be nowhere else to go. Might be at your limit.
I think that's going to be the internal struggle of every team is, do you want a low skill floor and a high skill ceiling, or do you want to be, you know, somewhere consistently in the middle? And I think for these Div 2 teams, it might be better for them to try and work on the high highs and learn from their low lows than be a team that's always in the middle. So that is the question. I do find it hard, I think, for both sides of the coin to try and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, but especially in Dota, right? Like, where being consistently good is kind of punishing because a team which is consistently good almost never wins TI. Like, I can think of a handful of examples where a team which has been dominating all year actually managed to take the Aegis home in like the past.
PSG, LGD.
Yeah.
LGD Alliance probably back in the day, you know, these kind of guys. But yeah, there isn't plenty.
You need the magic now. You need the fairy glitter.
You need a flower
Need to be built
power
diff.
or something like that.
yeah, you need to be built there. Exactly.
So what happened here? LBZS, they just continued with the DP, kind of flex, but with the Earth Spirit on the offlane, it's pretty damn solid. Earth Spirit can also be the Lina partner or mid, like we've seen from S70, but I think it's only him that actually does that in Division 2.
He's kind of like a melee specialist, right? Like, and yesterday it was kind of an interesting fight between Setsu and 7E in that mid lane, because 7E has been a player that has played a whole lot of different stuff in the mid lane, whereas Setsu has really just been, hey, I'm going to play Death Prophet, I'm going to play things like Dragonite, I'm going to play the straightforward, you know, Ember Spirit, all these basic mid laners that everybody has been playing for years, whereas 7E is like kind of the guy that's coming in and changing the meta, especially when it comes to melee heroes. I think 7E is kind of like a real melee hero specialist when it comes to that mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. Like they pick themselves a Drow. Frost Arrows versus the Frosty Lich. Whose frost is stronger? Whose ice is colder? You shall find out very soon.
Throw an AA in there, into the mix, see who's really the coldest.
But there's Lina. There's Song of Ice and Fire on LBZS. Where's the fire on YBB? They lost. They only have the ice.
If Rubik steals Dragon Slave, bit of fire.
I see.
I think that Lich is definitely colder than Drow. Lich is like literally a dude that just like sunk to the bottom of a lake for some reason. I can't remember his lore, but
So he basically couldn't swim, and that's why he's a hero. Damn.
yeah. Well, I mean, have you
Nice.
seen that thing around his neck, bro? Like, I know you're strong, but could you swim with that?
Okay. True. And Lich looks
Give the guy a break.
goddamn strong if he had like some meat on him. If he wasn't all bony, like he looks like he'd
I mean,
be.
I think he's pretty. He's all right. You know, he's not weak.
No, he looks like he'd be like really, really bulky.
Look at that jawline. Oof.
Yeah, exactly. Chad Lich.
Crush
He,
walnuts
he's
with
got
that
the
jaw.
genetics.
Chad Leach went through to some strongman competition, tried to swim with that shit around his neck.
I'm going to win this competition with this. Yeah, that's his lore. I remember now. He tried to
You watch.
do a swimming competition, got cocky, put a stone ring around his neck, floated to the bottom of a lake, and then came back for vengeance.
Dire
It is
team
slightly unfortunate. I think here, I was going to say, the fact that LBZS didn't ban out the Pango leads me to believe that they wanted the Pango for themselves in that mid lane. I feel like if LBZS didn't pick it up, then YBB definitely would have gone for the Pango themselves. They need to have a hero. What's the only other? Do you just go Primal here?
10 seconds.
70
think
looks
Primal's
excited about something, I'll say that much. He's leading in close.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think Primal would be solid. Actually, LBZS's draft looks extremely good. I'm loving it right now. I think it's a better draft than YBB's, almost no matter what they pick. But then again, it's YBB, it's LBZS. You're kind of inclined to lean YBB's way no matter what they last pick here. Puck would be
Yeah.
great, but it's banned out already, sadly. You can get any of these melee mid laners, or you can, okay, you go with some Kotal.
Okay.
And when you want mana,
Gives them magic damage.
You get Kotal, and he gives you mana. It's understandable.
Yeah, they get a lot of mana now. Oh, it's a TZY Pango as well. So it's going to be PP. He's going to be picking the Death Prophet in the mid lane here up against the Keeper of the Light. I'm not 100% sold on this Keeper of the Light, but it is something that 7E has shown in the past that he's very, very proficient on. Can really just clear out these waves and doesn't really have to worry about the Death Prophet taking his tower. But he has to be careful of these rotations. Like one Earth Spirit rotation, he can get kicked under a tower and he'll just die.
I feel like they messed themselves up a bit with the switch up, because Kotal versus DP is actually quite alright. Like it's a good lane, but it's PP on a DP. He loves that DP. Like
Get him the BKB.
get him the BKB, PP, DP, BKB. Like yeah, it's comfort
Yeah.
zone. It's full comfort
Yeah,
zone for
send it.
LBZS. Send it. Let's
Send
go.
it. All right, let's send it over to you guys, MLP and John X Fire for game number 2. And it's too bright, you can't see the logo, so it just looks like I'm weirdly showing off my chest. All right, all right.
Oh,
Production.
No, we can see it.
You
we
can?
see it.
All right, good, good,
Lift,
good.
lift it up a bit more, like this.
Oh,
Lift it up.
oh,
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
I saw the. There we go.
let's go, baby. They got it. They got it. They're getting it done. All right, Mike and John, over to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Nomad. Jonathan, you just got to see an example of what happens when you skip chest day. Very, very sad for Nomad, but what can you do? At least we got to see the logos. That's good news. It's MLP Dota, John X5. Jonathan, I don't even do chest day. What am I even saying? I don't work out. Come on. I'm just a Giga Chat as it is.
Oh, Mike the Phoenix, you always find a way to bury yourself in a hole. And I'm here to give you the shovel, Mike. I'm always here. If you find yourself in a hole, God damn it, I'll bring
What
you
shovel?
lower. Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
shovel
You just use your
shovel my
hands.
butt, Jonathan. You just spit on my grave every time. You just once the job is done, you're just there to just give it one final goodbye.
Oh, I'm there to. I am. I'm there to watch myself let you down one more time, Mike. That's all I do here. And this match though shouldn't disappoint. LBZS versus YBB. Very interesting draft again. And you know, letting that Lina true, having 7E play the Coddle. When it comes down to just looking at the draft, I do have to say, just
30
the
seconds
execution
to
for LBZS does feel a lot easier in comparison to YBB. Like you have to get 7E to off to a really strong start. His lane matchup up against Dolphin's DP or PP's DP should be pretty straightforward for the Coddle. It's not that tough of a lane for the Coddle, so you should be able to just farm, hit the travels, earn timing, but we have to see activity from 7E early. You've got to run around the map, make some plays, try to shut down Fonte and prevent that lane from farming up here.
Beyond could be in a spot of danger bot side. He will back off to the high ground again, so it looks like he's going to be okay. No jump in here from Helios. See how this one pans out. I mean, interesting drafts from these two teams. Obviously, LBZS probably the underdogs going into this matchup. YBB already securing their spot in Division 1. All about just kind of going undefeated in all series throughout this group stage of Division 2. We'll start off with the mid lane. 7E going to be up against Dolphin. So the Coddle once again coming up from 7E. He seems to really enjoy playing this mid. And how can you blame him? It's just such a fun hero to play in the mid lane. And it's just the classic build-up. Like you go Boots of Travel, you go Earn into Spirit Vessel, and then you run around the map deleting people. It's very, very fun.
Yeah, there's no real counterplay here for Dolphin. All he can do is really just farm up in the same way with a Crypt Swarm. 7E should just be lined up for a pretty damn good start. The one thing you will have from LBZS is the strong rotation potential from Helios. Like, if this Earth Spirit will find an angle on you early, once you're on top of the Kotl, he pretty much just nuts. So you have to find a way to open up the map a little bit more. If LBZS does get the room to get that done, things can start to look pretty swimming on that mid. The issue is whether or not you can really leave that lane, because low on the Drow should be able to just control TZY. You can poke and prod with a Swash and Shield Crash, but for the most part, Drow plus Clock, having this body in front of the Drow, like you tend to see it with the Lina as well, it just provides a lot more for the Drow to play with.
Yeah, Helios, he does go for the Boulder Smash to pull over the creep wave aggro, but the problem is EZQ on the clock obviously going to be able to provide a lot of harassment. Back the way of the Earth Spirit with the Battery Assault, gets a full charge onto him. And we'll stick around to make sure Helios does remain contested behind this Tier 1 tower. Sadly for Helios as well, he does get the creep wave underneath the Tier 1. So the equilibrium not really going to go his way. Like, you might get a bit of XP out of this, but ultimately nothing to write home about. And the creep equilibrium still probably going to end up favoring YBB anyway. Zlo is doing a very good job right now on the Drow of just pulling the small camp. And ZZQ, he's still just holding them back. He's not allowing them to interrupt what Lo's doing. So the position of the creep wave should be even better than it once was.
Yeah. And because you're just kind of stuck playing that creep pull game, it doesn't feel like you're going to have the angle early on for Helios to look for that mid play. And ZZQ, again, he's just chasing them down so well, denying off a couple of creeps, ensuring the free ride to level 3 just doesn't come out. And the free farm for Lo is concerning. He's 15-0. This is a perfect lane for Lo. He's not missing anything at all. Just no pressure with the levels
that's
early
very
on.
Scary. Helios forced to roll away, but now TZY gets left behind, though he does have Swash, so ZZQ takes what he can, being the courier, but oh, Helios got spotted for a second. ZZQ, he ran the wrong way. So not going to be able to secure the first blood onto the Earth Spirit, but it's kind of like you said, like Lo's having such a free laning stage. He's not really missing any creeps. ZZQ misses the cogs that time around, so a bit unfortunate for him. Nevertheless, though, if your Drow's free farming, there's nothing really to complain about.
You're perfectly fine with that. So you established a strong start from top. You could try to make a play happen for Helios. Maybe help out on mid, but level 2 Earth Spirit just doesn't feel like it has enough output early on to punish the Kotl. And looking at the other lanes here as well, I mean, Beyond and Chan Ming on the Rubik and Beastmaster up against Fonte and Guo Guo on the Lina and Lich. It is a manageable lane for Fonte. He is finding decent farm, but you're also finding decent enough farm on Beyond as well. He went for the Axis build, knowing that there's way too much nuking damage to melt down the Boris, but instead, when the Axis fly through, with the Fade Bolt as well, you can melt these heroes quite fast here.
Yeah, Go gonna get the Frost Shield off. He'll be okay. Fonte gonna zone out Tianming as well, and it's like everything's gonna be just fine, but it is kind of sad. Like, if you're a Lich and a Lina, you really want to try and dominate this laning phase, and well, it just doesn't seem like that's going to quite happen. It feels like Beyond's going to get a bit too much farm on the Beastmaster and still have a very good timing in that Helm of the Dominator to the Overlord. It's just kind of hard to see what they can do about it at this stage. No, I even appreciate the fact that Beyond's going for an Arcane Boots, so just really ensuring he continues to have the mana spam, so he can just spam out the Wild Axes constantly. And of course, Tianming should also go for an Arcane Boot, so you're going to have infinite mana coming in from these two.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to sustain that harass game. And again, you're just dominating lane anyway. This is the one thing with the Lina, when you don't have a support that goes in front for you, that sets up for the LSA. The Lich just doesn't do that. You can provide a slow, but you don't really have anyone that plays nicely with your Frost Armor. You can't chase down. The Lich doesn't want to expose himself too much. So you just give more angles out to YBB to take control in that laning phase. And really, just looking through every lane so far, it's just lined up for YBB. Like earlier on, I saw Helios try to go towards mid, but still stuck at level 2. It's just not confidence inspiring for the rotation. He's making his way bot, at least. That should be a more viable kill.
Now, Fonte does secure first blood already, though. Tianming going down. They could try and hope to catch up Beyond here, but it seems like Helios is kind of just leaving the building already. Goes into the Dire Triangle, looking to try and gank mid. 7E obviously rotating into the jungle because he just wants to flash farm with Illuminate. Does have that level 6 mark now, so with the Spirit Form, He can do this much, much faster. And yeah, this is one of those really sad games for an Earth Spirit. Like, this is one of those games where it doesn't feel like any lane rotation matters. Apart from maybe bot, because you've got the follow-up with the laner. But that's kind of it. At least he does get the arcane runes. That's kind of nice. But in terms of playing Earth Spirit in a game like this, it's pretty rough. Bottom lane,
Yeah.
Fonte, gonna be chased down, is gonna be okay. For now. Chase is still ongoing for a little bit longer. It won't continue though.
Yeah, and this slower start for Helios is gonna put a bit of a dent in their pacing. Like, you do want to get aggressive, you want those early levels, and he's still stuck at level 2. He's just soaking mid from his DP. Like, you
Nice.
just, it's basically like you're playing 4v5. At the least, you are getting information out with Helios, and he will smoke with Dolphin 6, looking for a play up top here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find the Drow, you'll be rather happy. TZY already waiting in the tree line. Low, already hitting level 6, but can't survive if they do make the jump in. Helios just needs to land the roll, though. Nice juke out from Low, but still this round is there. Gust will be popped, but TPs are not incoming. Low is going to try and fight this one out, even getting it very far and almost taking down Helios, but he will die. In the meantime, Beyond also ends up dropping on the Beastmaster, so some kills happening across the map here from LBZS. Pretty strong start for them being 3-0. It's pretty good news. Like, you got that higher CS Drow. Now ZZQ shows up and just gets destroyed by Dolphin.
Yeah. Probably just trying to set up for 7E to find a kill, but the DP Exo fades back to full HP. Towers set to fall. So they find more down bot here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Fonte is finding a bit too much kills now, I think. 2-0-1 on the laner. They do take down the top tier 1 tower, and LBCS, even though they had a pretty rough laning stage, they're still managing to find tier 1 towers, they're still managing to find plenty of farm and kills on their POS 1 laner. And YBB, they've got to be cautious not to give too much away. You had such a great start, but it could turn real time quick.
Yeah. And they've recovered quite nicely now on LBZS to compensate for maybe just slower lanes coming out. They might be able to find something on Dolphin, but
It's pretty rough. Roll in, Low's going to be the one in danger. Gust will make sure the roll does not connect on the Drow and Helios. Well, he might drop for this, and he will. Problem is, you probably are going to lose your clockwork. TZY trying to move in for the Drow Ranger. Does actually find Low in the back in the tree line. Spirit Siphons are there as well, and the Drow is going to die. They'll get TZY as a trade, but it's not looking well worth it here for YBB. There's EZQ trying to get his own way out. Dolphin still trying to fight this one, but they might lose their Lich now as Gore does get caught. Does go down. So a bit of an interesting team fight in the mid lane. Both teams losing quite a few heroes, but ultimately finding the Drow, I don't think it feels that bad for LBZS. Mind you, they did kind of give 3 kills away.
it's costly, but they're slowing down the Drow. The core-to-core matchup is not the worst thing in the world for Drow. It's also not the most simple one up against Alina. So just giving that little bit of an edge for Fonte to just keep farming in comparison is a pretty good win for LBZS to find anyway. If you're applying pressure in the map, you're starting to play with your Earth Spirit. The impact of Helios is felt a little bit more now. The one thing for YBB is they've still got this critical timing coming up for Beyond and for 7E. Like, the Beastmaster timing is the one that's a bit funky because he is going for like an aura build-up here and maxing out the axis, so the push potential isn't coming out as fast. But the threat of Roar and this Beastmaster just standing in front, copying all these spells, is going to be the bigger issue. Whether or not that pays off for Beyond, we'll have to see as the game develops, of course. And for YBB, they just need to find some room for Low. Like, he's farming up top now. There are some decent enough wards to watch on that ramp to see if anyone sneaks up. Try and make a play here.
As EZQ gets caught out mid lane, nice easy pick off there for LBZS. Great catch-up XP as well for Helios, who's again had a bit of a struggle in the start, but now level 4.5, does buy the tomb out, so we'll hit level 6 rather soon. And with the Exorcism pop, Dolphin is going to try and force in this tier 1 tower. It is still going to be rather challenging though against the Keeper of the Light. 70 is just constantly going to be able to push out the creep wave. More rotations incoming. Tianming right behind as they do make the jump in onto that coil. 70 slowed up, but has the blinding light to knock them back. Chase is on ZZQ. He's 1 creep away from level 6. Oh, he needed 1 creep to die. Had you had the hook shot, that would have been a massive turn. He could have double cogs them, but just nobody there to take down the creep.
It's a bit unfortunate, and that's giving this opportunity for smoke out from LBZS now. Guo and Helios on the hunt. They have a nice collapse angle down bot, but Fonte's already caught out.
Yeah, Cox there in time as well. Fonte gonna try and fight back, but gets pushed back the other way thanks to the blinding light. 7E still caught out, however, is gonna die for this. And it seems like they might even lose EZQ, though they have left him be. EZQ somehow misses a hook onto a creep. Instead, they chase down Beyond. The Beastmaster, well, nice roar to zone them out. That should be more than enough to allow him to get out. ZZQ again, obviously just kind of able to walk away. Did end up using the hook though, which was completely whiffed, which is a little bit sad to think about, but you know, at least he survives.
Yeah, he's holding steady. It's a big sacrifice to kind of have 7E cop that for the kill onto the Lina, but oh, Lowe's also showing up rather aggressively early on, understanding that he does have some powers to drown, but with all the jump here from LBCS, you need to show some respect for that. Like, showing in these contested areas of the map does run a risk of being jumped.
Now it's EZQ, not going to even find a power rune for his trouble. Will survive, but the double damage is going to be up top, so Low will rush towards it, trying to ensure that they do not give it away to the Death Prophet. And Dolphin, he will not make it there in time, so Low, he's gets himself some double damage. Now some quicker farming pace. Probably be happy with that. More importantly, though, again, just making sure Dolphin doesn't get these free runes. That's a very nice jump in from ZZQ into the Cogs pushback. That's what you wanted to see. Perfect setup from ZZQ. Understanding they've got so much damage now on this Drow with the double damage. They can afford to just burst him down. And while ZZQ will die, it's well and truly worth it.
Yeah, you get a lot of out of that. You slow down that tempo that the DP does provide here for PP. And Low's activity early is, you know, it's starting to pay off a little bit. He's finding some kills. He's got the Dragonlance. He is fairly durable and does get jumped. Just needs to be very cautious with when he uses his Gust. But as long as he has that, he's always got a little bit of a save for himself. There's an opportunity for a shove in from YBB on bot, and they will find a tier 1, but smoke play here from LBZS.
Yeah, the bottom tower already gone. LBZS does need to be fairly cautious here as ZZQ looking for a hookshot opportunity, but TZY already popping the Rolling Thunder. Still a nice cogs to kind of make it a bit awkward. ZZQ could hope for a hookshot out of this if he really wants to try, but no, the gaze will lock him down. He was trying to find a nice angle, a nice camp to hookshot too, but couldn't quite get there. Regardless, though, that's 5 heroes for the sake of a pos 5 clockwork, so you aren't really going to care. You know, you'd rather die and let the rest of your team just leave the area.
And you're still finding some really good farm in YBB with the space. You're still scaling up nicely on all of your cores. You might find a freebie.
Yeah, Gust is there. Helios should really have no way out, but the Frost Shield and the uphill miss is going to allow him to get out of there. Low, awkward positioning, but it doesn't matter because nobody's there to aim him down. And now TZY, he will just melt to the damage output. You've reached the point where 7E has got the Spirit Vessel up, so damage is certainly not lacking.
They can just delete heroes now, and they can clump up for this push mid. There is a reset fortify ready to try and stall, and they will, but I just really like seeing this from Low. Like, he joins his team early, he helps them out in these fights, he knows he can just contribute so much, and he's confident with her saves that even with all these mobility heroes on hand to catch Drow out, he's more than willing to still show up and help the team. In comparison, you know, Fonte on the Lina, he just wants to sit back and farm, take a lane to himself, build up. Your team has to kind of play 4v5, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but you do feel the presence of the Drow early on here.
Helios may get caught. Gaze will be there from Tianming. Rollaway is still out, but Helios, they got the Spirit Vessel off. They just need a bit more damage, and with the Illuminate, it might just be enough. Lift is there, but no, he's still surviving. Spirit Vessel, though, has been replaced. 7E, can he get himself out? Because he's a massive target. He'll get the... Oh, it won't matter. They got the Light Strike Array. More than enough for Fonte to finish the job off. Sure, you got the Earth Spirit, but you gave up your mid-Coddle and your support Rubik for that. It's just not good news.
No, it's certainly not. That's a big kill to give out to Fonte, a pretty high net worth hero that's starting to drop a little bit behind from all of the debts that he is sort of just bleeding out. And he is forced to make these plays. Kotl does want to take some activity so that the Drow has more room. You don't want to sacrifice too hard. A bit of a shove-in opportunity for Fonte up top. And you have Chan Ming to stop that. And you still have Lo kind of playing that bot area as well. Just getting his farm, getting a bit of a shove-in on the tier 2. The mobility heroes are here though.
Helios, it caught. No Konk's pushback, but they got the gust off. Still the Rolling Thunder from TZY, gonna zone them out nicely, but now the Roar comes out. Low doesn't really have the damage, needs to back out of there. Squawagua has joined in. TZY is still in the chase, looking for some help. Doesn't really have too much, but still getting the damage out, and now Dolphin comes in. That's the big one. Low, he'll get the gust off. Has the heals coming out from 7. He's still trying to run, but TZY will not leave the man alone. Dolphin still chasing. Low does at least get the Pango, and now the 4-star. Oh, he survives at the end. Dolphin the one to drop. Oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Goa will go. The Drow, it's all they wanted, and she gets out.
Oh, that was such disciplined play from YBB. Like, this Spirit Form heal on Illuminate, man. He just survives on a sliver HP, stalls out long enough for the 4-staff out. It's not a good feeling for LBZS. They tunnel vision into that. They understand that Low has to drop. You can't allow this Drought to maintain network parity with Alina. But you also just can't afford to go all in like that. You have to respect the counter control that YBB has, especially since you don't have BKB just yet on your initiators.
Yeah, in the meantime, we are going to see Helios drop. Not the biggest deal in the world. Low, though, picking up his 4th kill of the game now, dominating on the Drow. Again, having a very good time, and he has been extremely active with his team. Top lane, Fonte, he's a big boy. He's the big target. No BKB up, he just has to run the old-fashioned way, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening. Though I say that, they didn't use a Spirit Vessel again. Oh, no. Oh, he gets away.
Yeah.
Oh, 70, he got a little bit greedy there. He didn't want to pop the Spirit Vessel a second time.
Yeah, it doesn't quite pay off. Nighttime vision also didn't play any favors there. I believe they were just outside of vision range, so he couldn't really cast the Spirit Vessel either. He might still find an opportunity elsewhere though.
Oh, ZZQ runs right into the Sentry Ward with that Invis, so he's in a bit of danger, though he does have help around the corner. Gaze, though, going to lock him down, gets the cogs off in time, and now Low can get right to work, and look at the damage, my god. They melt. Props to ZZQ just in and making it happen. Oh, they even see another. They know Fonte's around on that Lina, but they haven't got the lift up right now on Tian Ming. So they can't keep the chase up. And with that, BKB now available on Fonte. He won't have to be too worried about all these spells being thrown out.
You have to make that choice now on Beyond. Do you want to roar up the Pangolier who's trying to roll around? Do you want to roll up the Lina when she does have that BKB active? Like, it's going to be a little bit tricky for Beyond. Unless the fight is really fragmented, which, to be fair, has been pretty fragmented so far. LBZS has not been willing to show Fonte up in these engagements. Instead, just banking on that Lina win condition to outfarm and save the day. For YBB's part, though, I mean, outside of Lina being out of control, everyone else has been suppressed really badly. Dolphin, TZY, they've not been able to itemize that much further from what they've had so far.
Oh,
and it just doesn't feel like they're giving room out.
Off the mark with the hook there. ZZQ. Just wanted the hook shot not only to secure the kill but protect the ward. More importantly, though, bottom lane, they've got a huge target in Dolphin. Dolphin just not going to be able to last without his own BKB up. Goes down very, very quickly. And I might say as well, I really appreciate... In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane a bit of action was breaking out. But ZZQ is going to survive. Even going to find a double damage here for Low. And I just wanted to say, I really appreciate our item build from Beyond on the Beastmaster. Like, going for the Arcane Boots into the pipe and now going for a 4-staff. Like, it's nice to see Beastmasters going for more utility rather than just Helm of the Overlord every single game. And it kind of pays off, right? Because it's like the old school Beast that just wants to roar people. Even got the shards up as well, so you've got a follow-up stun with the Hawk Dive. And it's really panning out quite nicely.
They're in a good position as well to break the smoke coming out from LBZS.
TZY immediately caught out. Hookshot from ZZQ going to land this time, but Doesn't get the cogs pushed back, so TZY gonna go for a bit of a run. Still trying to go after the clockwork, but Low is right around the corner with a double damage, though does get stunned up. TZY should still drop and will do so, and now the Hurricane Pike to the low ground. Low is perfectly fine. Fonte, he's popped his BKB, but it means nothing. In fact, Raw's going to be up in 5 seconds from Beyond if he wants to pop it. Gore also going to get caught out here on the Lich. Will just melt to Low's damage. That's a triple for the Drow Ranger. And that tier 2 bottom tower, it is not set to last. It is definitely going down.
Oh, yeah, we've got damage on Low to get that. Again, very good coordination from YBB. They break the smoke. They force out the roll early onto their clockwork. They get a good position out for Low to Hurricane Pike on the low ground, saving himself the BKB. First BKB usage of Fonte doesn't line up. So it's not a good feeling. You're not out of the game for LBZS, but this 9k lead is quite hard to play into. Fonte?
Uh-oh. Fonte lifted up. Plenty of heroes around to secure this kill on the laner. He does have help incoming, but he needs it real quick because he doesn't have the BKB up. They can try to find EZQ, but he's proven to be quite annoying this game, just surviving over and over again. Meanwhile, Low just picking off Helios in the mid-river. And now Dolphin. Well, Dolphin's going to go for a run, but the Solar Bind is there to lock him down. It doesn't seem like there's going to be much running for him. Spirit Vessel out just to make sure he cannot make any plays with the Spirit Siphon. Even Gore trapped up in the tree line will go down. Godlike now for Low. Skill score 10, 2, and 6. You've got to be happy as YBB. Like, this game has just gone perfectly.
There's a little bit of a back and forth at the start. Once you did see those successful rotations come out from Helios and his connections with TZY and Dolphin. But now, YBB, they're in control. They've got their own BKB up on 7E. He hasn't had to pop it. They can go straight for the Roshan. They've got the max out Inner Beast with a Drow Ranger. It doesn't take too long. Level 3 Inner Beast. It's still more than enough to just accelerate this process. And for the side of LBZS, we need to see them jump into these fights first. Like, that last smoke fight was an attempt. It didn't go the way they wanted to. The position just wasn't quite it. If they find a favorable position to start these fights on, though, that's where things can start to go a little bit different for the side of LBZS. Although YBB, after that Roche, straight to another fight.
Yeah. Roar out, mid lane, who have they got? In fact, it's not even the mid lane, it's the triangle. TZY getting caught. That'll be the tier 2 top tower to drop. In the meantime, ZZQ just playing around with Dolphin. Forcing the fight with the Exo, but this is not the fight.
Dude.
They're still trying, but with the Vessel out, you just have no play. Gore shows up with the Chain Frost. It literally does no damage. Which is another thing, right? What is it, John? Go make your point before I complain about Lich.
Yeah. No, I'm just disgusted with LSA on Rubik with Interlens. Have you seen the range? He's been casting like half a screen away. It's insane. He's been setting up. They don't even need a hook shot. Like, that's just sick.
Back to my complaint, John. Remember when Chain Frost was actually a scary spell to go against?
Oh yeah.
Remember? Now it's just like, oh, look at that. He cast a Chain Frost. Just split up, boys. No damage anyway.
Oh, Helios.
Gonna get lifted up. He's okay for now. TZY may be in a bit more danger. Gotta find his own way. Look at the damage from Low. He barely makes it out, but not quite. ZZQ, he's in again. TZY still gonna survive. Fontaine now the one in danger, but no. They catch Low on the Drow Ranger with the 4-staff. Gonna save for now. Keep in mind, he still has the Aegis up, so they can keep fighting. Helios. Who did he roar? Oh, on the high ground. He found Fontaine. Oh, that was perfect from Beyond. He threw the Hawk out while they were going after the Earth Spirit. GG. They've had enough. Oh, boy.
You can't fault LBZS. This game was... Again, they got the Lina. They got a lot of heroes up front for her. The side lanes just felt like it went a little bit slower, particularly top. Like, Helios just didn't manage to find EXP gains he wanted to, so he couldn't get these early rotations mid to kind of suppress the Kotl. And they bought so much space out for Low. Like, yes, he was actually joining these fights early. He was kind of stuck mid early on and died a couple of times, but the big impact he had was just having his team play around him. Like, they had enough saves on hand to drag LBZS way further in than he should have taken some of these fights. And he just survived. Like, if you don't find that kill on the Drow and she turns around with her damage with no one around to stop her aura, she dishes a lot in the early to mid game, even without itemization.
Yeah, I mean, YBB obviously look like the real Giga Chads here in game one of this best of three. Against, of course, I mean, the side of LBZS. We'll see what they can do in game two. Of course, we are going to throw it to our panel. And panel, you guys Marin, bruh?
Yeah, that game was hard to watch, and not just because Mike was casting it, but also because they just laid the smackdown. They just absolutely laid the smackdown. Fluke looking very good. Yeah, outsiders. I mean, they're definitely making a bit of a statement in this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that they played a lot of their lanes was really, really good. They played with a lot of pace. They made sure that there really wasn't much that LBZS could do in this game, and it just felt like so many times where they were ever so close to getting a kill on Lu, or they were ever so close to catching out a key target, and they just weren't able to get it. Like, you're going to see in so many of these fights, like TZY had probably one of the roughest games that I've seen him have in a long time. I think TZY was one of the standout players for me when I was looking at this team and saying, you know, LBZS, they've got a really good offlaner, and if he's able to do a lot of work, then this team could look pretty good here in Division 2, but unfortunately he just had a rough lane. Pango into the Drow lane is never going to be fun, and he just constantly got found out. Like, because any time Beyond was anywhere near him, he would just die, and then there was just no real counterplay for him, and it was just all YBB from minute one, it felt like.
Yeah, and the amount of times which LBZS came to defend this middle tier 2 tower was crazy. They were just like, they were just turning up to every fight. They were like, hey, I didn't hear no bell. We're coming again.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because they had a good opening. Like, the way the game started was, it looked promising for me at least. Like, the rotations from Dolphin on top, like PP on the DP on the top lane, he was owning. Then some rotations on the mid lane from YBB failed. The only problem is, like, LBZS don't know when to stop. Like, they get baited super hard by the Drow, like 3-4 times on the mid lane. Like, he's a little bit out of position, they try to kill him, and then everything turns like on their head, because there's just more YBB than LBZS. There's always someone on LBZS that just isn't connecting. Meanwhile, YBB somehow they always manage to be there. Like, they always manage to nick like a kill or two extra that they shouldn't have, just because Lu was a bit out of position, frankly, a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, they both had very brawly drafts, so it was kind of just a case of who can outperform the other, I felt, in those kind of early mid fights before YBB started getting a significant advantage. And of course, you know, YBB, they're always going to get the advantage in those fights. They're just very good players. They've been around the block a few times at this point. Not to say LBZS aren't, but YBB, you know, they've just been a different breed this season. And it's been great to watch. And yeah, I think LBZS, it almost feels like they were like, you know what, we want to learn from this series. We're just gonna kind of pick their pace, try and match their tempo, and just kind of come up against them and take as many fights as possible and see how it goes. Because that's what the LBZS draft does, right? It is the same draft as YBB's when it comes to turning up to fights and just trying to brawl. But YBB, you know, they just got the small advantage. And obviously after those first few fights where it's even, and then YBB gets you advantage, you don't really have another option out of the game. Like, we've seen YBB in that position where they'd probably play the map and go and split waves and stuff, but Fluke, I don't feel like that was LBZS's option this game. But can you give me an MVP for this one?
Oh, an MVP. Let's go with Beyond. I think Beyond's itemization in this game was really, really good. 4 staffs are strong into heroes like this, where they need to make sure they have a good initiation. Him going for the early pipe. We've seen him do a lot of different stuff on the Beastmaster in the past. Like, the way that he's been building the Beastmaster, as Mike said, it is commendable. The fact that he's not just rushing for a helm with the Overlord and saying, I am all about the zoo, and that's all I'm going to do. Now he's a little bit more about figuring out how he wants to play around certain things, how he wants to, you know, be a part of the team and really be able to come together and utilize a lot of his auras and the raw, more importantly. So yeah, I think Beyond showing us a bit more flexibility on a hero like Beastmaster is always MVP worthy.
Yeah, definitely. No, I liked what he was throwing down, especially with those roars. Really making Pangolier's life a misery. You know, what can you really do as Pango against Beastmaster? Though you kind of just have to go on the different targets and tank it, really. I don't know. Switch ups for game 2. I mean, weirdly, I kind of want to see LBZS just do the same thing again. Like, is that weird? Do you feel the same way, Lizard?
Yeah, 100%. I don't think that their draft was bad at all. Like, I think their draft was on point, solid. I still feel that the draft was perhaps even better than what YBB had. Like, if I didn't see the team names, I'd probably lean Radiant's draft. But at the same time, YBB, they just execute stronger, execute faster. It's hard for us to expect a lot more from LBZS because they are fighting an uphill battle. Like even like Fluke was talking about Beastmaster, he gets a damn at Aetherlance and 4-staff just so he's able to always roar any target and mostly Pangolier.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
it's a roughie for LBZS. Hopefully we can at least see game 3, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, the roughy, the toughie, and I think that was kind of your point about the Beastmaster's builds kind of highlighted at the end there when he goes in for the roar onto the Lina and from the low ground, and then they just managed to kill her up the high ground basically with poke damage. Like it's kind of insane, and yeah, that only works with Aetherlens Beastmaster, which is just like. It's crazy. It's cracked, and I loved it. Very cool stuff coming out in game number 1 here as YBB lay the smackdown LBZS. But LBZS, they rise to the challenge. They put up a good fight. Can they do the same thing in game number 2? We're going to find out after this short break. welcome back as we jump back into this series. It is YBB versus LBZS as they play for pride, they play for dignity, they play for glory, and not much else. Maybe a couple of grand if it comes down to it. Yeah, I mean, YBB though, I really think it feels like they're hungrier in this game one at least. You know, it felt, I wouldn't say casual from LBZS. They're clearly trying to play pretty hard, but at the same time, YBB, they were playing like some try-hard stuff, as they've been doing all season, Lizard.
Yeah, probably for YBB there's more on the line, if there's anything on the line. Like just having that clean sheet, right? Like winning all the games in Division 2, making a statement. I think that's probably a bigger motivation than for LBZS. Yeah, if we're 4th or 3rd or 5th, like who cares? It's like, it's whatever. We're remaining in Division 2. But at the same time, for LBZS, this is like a really good game, really good official to practice their strats, to become better, because you need to take every single series with utmost respect and utmost seriousness or something, because that's the only way you improve. Right? Right, guys?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, gotta be on your best behavior, right?
No trolling allowed.
No trolling allowed. No banning Shadow Demon allowed. We saw how that one went.
That was kind of funny, considering that, you know, outsiders weren't like locked in for anything. Like this is like technically a true dead rubber series, whereas the previous one for outsiders and, you know, them going the way that they did, it could have, you know, potentially gone even worse for them. But, you know, at the end of the day, they pulled their socks up after that game number 1.
Hey.
I want to see if LBZS do the kind of weird answers that we've seen to treat before, like the Panda, if they just open up and just go like Tusk plus Panda or Rubik plus Panda and just say, hey, you know, this is what we've seen in the past that works really, really well. We can try and protect it. Yeah, you might get a counter pick, but the second phase shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. Go for the answers rather than presenting problems. I mean, how you kind of have to do both when you're drafting, right? Like, you have to make sure you're answering your opponent's draft whilst keeping your own ideas, you know, coming out, raising your own problems, because we see a lot of teams just go way too hard onto the responses rather than being able to kind of bring up problems with their own.
It depends on your pick order, right? Like, and what gets picked first. Some heroes just force you into response mode. Some heroes are ambiguous, and you can get to you get to do whatever you want to, and you experiment. Like, you go your way, they go theirs, and we see who's the best. But what worries me is they picked 2 heroes that aren't great into a bat, like, and they left the bat in the pool, which is something that YBB could exploit if they wanted to. Like, you could just literally bat here and protect it with like a co-op ban or whatever. There's also a brood, but the brood pick, however, isn't unresponded. Like, already LBZS have heroes that are decent. Like, Fade Bolt is good versus the Spids, and Mars is a hero that can actually defend the tower against it. So overall, it's not like an amazing brood game. It's good. I mean, it's a brood. Now you can cover her with a couple of carry bans, but it's not an amazing brood game.
Yeah, it's not like, oh my god, they've lost already. I can't believe they didn't think of the Broodmother. It's they're in a good spot. They're perfectly okay with how things are going. I think the biggest thing for them is trying to come out with a few more Brood answers that also don't, you know, stray them too far from the path that they originally wanted to go on. I think Mars Rubik is a very standard opening for them. TZY, as I said, you know, after game number 1, I feel like he has been a pretty standout offlaner for the games that LBZS have been winning. So I like that they're putting him back on one of his comfort heroes and a hero that allows him to set the tempo. So if he has a good lane, he can get an early Blink Dagger. They can try to find some picks around the map and maybe have a little bit of tempo this time around up against YBB.
Love me some tempo. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the patch. It's so strange how no one's picking it. It's always getting banned but never getting picked. But we've seen outsiders take it 3 times. Vici took it once and Poke took it once.
Like, definitely a hero that should be picked up more often. Like, if Division 1 is some litmus test, like the hero is really strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, it gets ignored in Division 2. Like, Division 2 has its own meta. Like, it has its own ideas that aren't necessarily as crystallized as those in Division 1. But, you know, it also comes down to comfort zone. Some Division 2 teams aren't necessarily as versatile as Division 1 teams, so they might not have some of the meta heroes in their pocket.
Yeah, always important. I mean, it's just strange how more mid laners aren't like kind of calling for it, I suppose. But in this situation, I suppose the Brood is. I don't know. This is one of the situations where I really would have preferred Bat over Brood. I don't love this Brood, so that's the only reason I say it. I feel like a lot of mid laners would have been like, yes, get me in, I'm ready. At least in
think it
Western
does.
Europe and stuff.
Yeah, I think it does take like a special kind of mid laner, right? Like as you said, like the Western European mid laners absolutely love it. They're all those kind
All
of dirty
special.
mid hero players. They all
very
they all
special
enjoy
boys.
it. Well, they're all like tinker pickers and all
Yep,
all that other
special.
kind of grody stuff. Yeah, special.
5
Very
seconds
special.
remaining.
I think a lot of Western European players think they're special.
Trust me, they are. Like with the Brood Mother pickup right here, like you're opening yourself for an easier draft when it comes to the mid lane. Like you can actually save that pick priority. So, I mean, you're throwing some issues at LBZS. You're hitting them with this Brood, and you're telling them, yeah, you have to respond to this. Are you going to pick some Undying plus Slark right now, and Slark plus Disruptor? That's what I would do if I was LBCS. I feel that it's really damn good into the Brood. Like, you crush the lane. There aren't too many heroes that are great into her in the laning stage, and
Radiant team
maybe that's an option. CM Ursa, CM Slark as well. Like, I like that.
Yep, can't pick them all. They're definitely going to get one of those, or at least another strong laner just to dominate the safe lane. It feels like they really want to kick out this this Brood Mother.
Yeah, if you're a YBB, you could be thinking like some next level here, and you could go for the Slark perhaps, and then even the Ursa doesn't feel amazing, but then you open yourself up for a Bloodseeker, which isn't great. Just a Tusk.
I love
Yeah,
hearing
I'm
your
just
mind
interested to see
work.
what their Mars answer is here, right? Oh, okay. So 70 going to be picking up the Tusk here, and they're going to leave their carry towards the end because they want to see what LBZS is going to pick up here. Because I'd imagine it's probably going to be their carry. They could pick up Primal if they wanted to here, another hero that can deal well with the Broodmother a little bit later on. It has a good lane into the Tusk. You can play the tempo with the Tusk as well. Or you can just move this Mars in towards the mid lane and try and pick yourself like another off laner.
I'd like a Spirit for LBZS, Void or Ember maybe, even Storm. We'll see. Maybe they'll just go with the Primal that you called, but I feel that they might need a hero that gets on top of Brood no matter what. Like something that can follow her through the trees, through the cliffs and valleys. So maybe a Spirit, but...
I don't hate it.
It's very interesting how similarly matched these two teams are with their 1 and 2 positions. 70 and Dolphin have like an incredibly similar hero pool when it comes to the kind of Dota they play. Like both of them play Pango, both of them play Mars mid. They love a bit of tempo. They love a bit of kind of sacrificial mid laners. So that's kind of interesting to watch and see match up against each other. And obviously that's going to naturally lead your carry players to be slightly more greedy, traditional carry players. And Ember, another one, of course, which both these guys play. So that means that LBZS will settle their Ember in the mid and their Mars to the off lane, and will leave their carry for the last pick.
Yep.
I mean, technically, you could still, like, if they wanted to go for the flex, they could have the Ember in the safe lane, and they could still have the Mars deflect. I feel like that's pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, you
pretty low
could
possibility
versus
considering what
Brood,
they've seen.
it would work, but like, also
Yeah.
why?
I
Why,
think
Flick? I asked a question.
Flame Guard and Frostbite, there's a lot of damage.
it's Ice and Fire. What do you mean, why
Yeah,
Nomad?
Ice and Fire.
Yeah, but we all
That's
saw
fine.
how the Ice and
Pretending
Fire
he doesn't
books
know.
ended.
Yeah, true.
Well, we didn't
Maybe
see.
it's not a good combo.
We didn't see how the books ended, did we? Did they
No, we
end?
didn't. Still waiting
Yeah.
for the winds of winter any day now.
Exactly. So why are you lying to all of us? Like you just
You
debated.
nerds talking about
You just,
the books.
you just debated all the Twitch
It
chat
was,
into
it
thinking.
was a thought-provoking question. Yeah, guys, the winds of winter's out. Go check.
He just dropped a new book, guys. Go check.
Yeah. So they've been out.
Confirmed on r/Dota 2.
Oh, the patch is out as well.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we're actually playing on a new patch. They ban out the Slark and another hero, I guess, versus the Brood.
They should
What's
ban
left?
Huerta.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm surprised she hasn't been touched.
Which one?
Pretty OP, this patch.
Huerta.
Muerta. Yeah. I mean, it's not in captain's mode yet. That's why.
Oh, of course.
It can only be picked in pubs. I really like Muerta's skill set though. Like she looks pretty cool.
And I
Oh, the
found
new Arcana they dropped like with her as well was pretty dope.
I thought the 10% chance to instant kill any hero was a bit much, but that's just me.
Global.
Yeah,
Everyone was hoping for
attack range
Gambler.
as well. It's a
Got
bit
more
weird.
When you're hitting, just on right click, you have 10% to globally kill anyone.
Kill any unit on the map. How about that?
Completely random.
I take it
Completely
soul
random
because
unit
you're
just dies.
Muerta. You take souls or something. I don't know. Yeah, they ban out the monkey. They just ban out another hero that's good versus the Brood Mother. I don't know if you're YBB right now. Yeah. I was thinking maybe a Nurse up for LBs, yes, though. But you could go the same route with YBB. Lifestealer, is it banned? It's banned. Yeah. I'm just thinking about heroes that are decent into the Mars.
Yeah, not many carries left, honestly. I suppose Morph, no banned. I
Banned.
suppose Shadow Fiend still around? I mean, that feels pretty bad for both teams, I would say.
I wouldn't like to see the SF, honestly. Drow is still in the pool. It's something that you can still play. Is it a perfect Drow game? Not
TA?
really. TA also, but you're setting yourself up maybe for an illusion hero to be picked against you. But
They just pick Terrorblade.
TB sounds decent. Yeah. Like when you see all of the bans, like Drow seems good, TB seems good as well. If you TB, they can Drow.
Of course, it's Husk. No, I'm kidding. What the fuck? What?
Yeah, they just wanted some cheese, man.
Oh, they've got healing with the. Hey, I mean, I like it.
They just wanted the
Is
cheese.
this hero good? I don't know.
It's
They
good.
banned Ursa, they banned Slark.
You can literally destroy games with this bro.
Interesting stats here. That really gives us an insight into the hero.
He was
performs.
picked by Nigma. Like Nigma actually played it on Amar.
Yeah, but that's a Ma, right?
Yeah.
So
I love the way you say
kinda
that. The
takes
stat,
away from the Huskar
the
pick.
stat just disappeared off the screen. Like, oh, uh-oh.
TA.
That was for the region, and TA is going to come out from LVZS. What a call from that really smart guy who said that earlier. And that's actually going to be played by Dolphin as well. So Fonte in the safe lane. Fluke also very smart.
I guess the TA versus Tusk should be pretty easy for TA, right? I feel
think
that
you
way.
wouldn't ever, because the thing is with like mid Tusk is they spam out the shards and the snowball,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
if you ever have refraction up like that, it literally doesn't matter to you.
Exactly.
You can go tag team though, and I believe it's a separate instance of damage. So you take off 2 refraction charges per hit, but then that involves you leveling tag team, which is kind of bad in itself. This it could work if you want to go for like the one-shot build, but it's very, very all in. You have to fight with tag team. You can't really go for farming and stuff, and that puts you on a weird time you don't really want to be on in this kind of game. I don't know. Very interesting game. Both teams really throwing a curveball at the end here. Which way are you leaning, Lizard?
I'm leaning YBB's way. There may be throwing a curveball, but I think this Huskar can work unless they troll a little bit, unless they go like super relaxed mode, just chill. I think they are gonna take this one easily.
Okay. Fluke, what needs to go right for the side of LBZS?
I want to see them aggressive tri lane into the Huskar. I want to see them
Jesus.
like dominate this Huskar's lane. Go all kind of weird. You just put a hero that can go okay against the Brood. See if you can shut down this cheese pick. I don't know. You have to do weird stuff to beat this out, I think, for LBZS. So I'm leaning towards YBB as well.
Don't listen to them, LBZS. Play it normally. Play it calm. Play it right. Play the best game you can and learn the most from this series as possible. Take it into next season and come with a bang. But I think they are losing here. But let's find out how this one goes. We got game number 2 on the cards, and we've got MLP and John X Fire to commentate their way through it.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game 2, but before we do, Jonathan, I've got a comment. These guys in the panel, the way they pronounce muerta, they said muerta. It's I don't know, John. I mean, you've got that Spanish side of you. What do you think about the pronunciation? Muerta.
Could be better.
Very Australian.
Muerta, it's. I am assuming it's going to be a rolling R. It would be very, very fun to say.
Muerta.
Can't wait till that's out. Muerta. Yes, there you go, mate. There you go, Mike. You hang
Yeah,
out
very
for me
good.
too much.
Yeah.
You pick it up way too fast. What I'm interested, is speaking of things that are actually here, although I want to go back to that point actually. The proposed skill of a 10% chance to kill anything on a map, I would play that. I would actually play that. 10% chance to potentially take yourself out of the game as well. That's game changing. You can't blame anyone else. You're like, my skill just killed me, guys. You can't blame me,
Yeah.
it's the hero. That's game changing. That's a hero for the pubs. If it does happen.
I might
would love
just
that.
I might just add as well, our panel's currently defending themselves. Nomad saying he's British and he knows better than I do in English. And, well, I don't know, John. I wouldn't be too proud of being British, I'll tell you that. LBZ, yes, they're going to move away. Looks like it's going to be a 2 for 2 in terms of bounty runes. No, a 3 for 1. Happy days. YBB.
Happy days indeed.
You ate too much, I think, Jonathan.
I just keep thinking of Neff, man. Every time.
Yeah.
Oh, Neff. he is something else. I don't know. And then these voice lines come on. Polaris just yelling at us from Southeast Asia. Oh, what have we gotten ourselves into? We've got a Husker safe lane. We've got a mid TA. And we don't get to see too much of that mid TA, as we are seeing from Dolphin up against 7 Eon the Tusk. This should be a really damn good lane for Dolphin, though. Like, there's not much the Tusk can do. Melee matchup for TA. It does allow you to play with your side blades quite well. And just line up a little bit more. It can be a bit awkward finding the right arc when it's so close to you, but you still have so much control. You don't have a kill threat onto that TA anytime soon. So I expect at least Dolphin to kind of set that pace. If he gets that timing for Desolator, Dragonlance, BKB, he can just, you know, group up with his team, take a team fight, go into Roche, and there's not much you can do to stop it on YBB early on.
No, certainly not. Can be a pretty rough affair. I mean, the thing is, Dolphin chose his TA into Husk, which is where I'm kind of confused, right? Because generally speaking, Husk is meant to be a counter towards his hero, no?
Yeah, later on. At least if you dominate your lane and get your BKB timing, it can feel pretty amazing. Husker doesn't have an answer for BKBs until he hits his 25 talent. So you have some solutions early on from LBZS. You just have to play that quick tempo. Like Luke said coming into this, you know, just play a fast game, try to get every lane winning, and just take control of the map very early on and run down with the TA.
Radiant's courier
Well,
has
what kind of
been
world do we live in where you're quoting Fluke here, John, in a Div 2 Pro match? Things have really gone upside down. Anyway, side lanes. Top lane. God going to be on the CM. Of course, Beyond and Tian Ming going to be against them. And you're going to have Fonte on the position 1 Ember. What do you think about this lane? Like, does the Broodmother have a decent time here against the Ember CM? Does it go the other way? Well, what are we expecting?
Feels pretty all right for the Brood. Like, the Ember does have a decent time, but if you run down like this, you have a good time.
Bushwhack is there, but they've got the Sleight of Fist, and that's going to be enough. Fonte able to secure first blood. Fantastic start for the Ember Spirit.
Now that's what you need. It might be a little bit harder to jump the Brood, but you isolate any of these heroes with your damage and stuns early on. It doesn't take too much to melt them down. Like, Beyond has some saving plays with the Silken Bola with a mischance, but it's a pretty high cooldown in the lane. You can't really just spam that out whenever the Ember is looking to make that play. So you have a bit of a back and forth window, and you can be aggressive onto Fonte as well, though.
Oh, Fonte, that's a lot of damage he's taking right now. Beyond could surely secure the kill, but no, the movement speed slowed down by Gyorgor. Not going to allow him to continue moving forward. Bushwhack is available on Tianming, but he's not within range to actually land it onto the Ember. But considering the HP pool Fonte has right now, it's going to be a little bit hard for him to stick around. He does at least juke out the Bushwhack, and meanwhile, bottom lane, a bit of a play onto low now, is low getting very, very low, but is going to be okay to back off just barely. He will survive.
Yeah, there is a lot of play that can get out there for LVCS as well. It does take a little bit longer for the Husker survivability to come in, and you are sharing EXP with ZZQ. So it's not the smoothest ride into your level 5 spike. You are just able to play a little bit more aggressive. You have some decent burst on hand, physically as well, with a God's Rebuke to make short work of Low if he's not careful. But otherwise, Low is still finding farm here as well. He's not being zoned out. TZY is working really nice. And you do find that punishment.
Hey, you do. Fonte finally going down here. Tianming able to pick him off on the hoodwink. Happy days. Very concerning sign here for the Ember to go down that early, but to be fair, I suppose TA is the real carry for LBZS, so as long as Dolphin continues to have a decent time in the mid lane, he's probably going to be more than happy, whatever happens across the map. And so far, he's having a very good time. Top of the CS sport here on the TA, followed by his own Mars, TZY right behind him. In fact, they're equal in CS right now. So really, both the mid and top mid lane are going quite well. Mid and bot lane is what I was meant to say, is Dolphin gets caught out as I say that, and Dolphin's gone. Never mind what I said.
I love you, Michael Phoenix. Your propensity to curse
Yeah.
anyone that we're looking at is just unrivaled.
Tell me about it. Beyond. That's why we left SCA, Dota John. I couldn't do it to him anymore. I just had to leave. Low. Spear is there. They've got the Husker trapped up. Oh, a lot of damage being pumped out, but Low is still healing through it with the Berserker's Blood, and now the turn back around onto Helios, and this is where things can get a little bit painful if you are LBZS, but he is not allowed to stack up those Burning Spears, so it's not going to be too much damage anyway. Low really just wants to secure that initial farm here on the Husker anyway. Doesn't really need to try and chase down kills at the moment. And speaking of farm, he is top of the CS board now, 29-0 on that Husker as Fonte top lane. Again being chased down. Is going to be saved by Gore. Just fine to walk away and get salved up by ECM. But this top lane, it doesn't seem like it's going to get much easier for Fonte.
No, it doesn't quite simplify. There's a lot of output. The missed chances are annoying. Once Gore runs out of mangoes as well, it gets a little bit harder to sustain your trading back and forth. And that's been really key in enabling that Ember. Just having the slow on hand, having a way of saving him. When you get running like this, it can be a bit dicey.
Nice juke out for Fonte though. Avoiding the bushwhack once again with the Sleight of Fist. He's been just constantly trying to rely on this Sleight of Fist to juke out these spells being thrown, and it does save his life, but in terms of his HP, like there's only so much region he can go through. Another Tango being handed to him by Gore. Meanwhile, mid lane, the task snowball back towards the creep wave. 7E trying to run. Shards block is there as well. Looks like 7E might just go down. Dolphin, he will secure the kill. Meanwhile, top, Tian Ming drops. Looks like Gore might die along with him, but no beyond. He will get frostbitten here by the CM. So Gore is going to deny himself off. Splits the gold between the two. No XP to go the way of beyond.
Are fortified.
Still happy days for LBZS. Not looking too bad here for game number 2 so far.
And they're getting off to a decent start. I'm not sure if this is really the overwhelming start that they were looking for, though. The fact that Fonte's still having a rough lane up top, it doesn't spell the best of news. Dolphin is having a good time mid, and he is farming into the Dragonlance quite nicely, has the power treads up. But your TA will be farming for a while. You need to stall out with your Ember and your Mars. So whether or not they can get the full space needed is another question. And go.
Yeah. Gets deleted by Beyond. Fonte trying to go for a chase. Will do so, but he's taking a fair bit of damage on his way in. Bushwhack is back up. He'll get trapped up. Tips out as well from Tian Ming. Oh, I don't know about that, man. He's level 5. Like, you might get the hoodwink, but you're gonna die anyway.
Yeah, it's such a big risk. And now you have to deal with Beyond having these spawn spiderlings up. I love that John Ming just tips even before the death. He's like, yeah, I'm safe here. He was gunning for another Sleight of Fist. It just doesn't come off cooldown fast enough along with chains and gets punished. So a 5-3 start for YBB. And this just goes back to what I was saying here, Mike. You are getting some aggression out from LBZS, but the fact that YBB are still finding some wins, it's scary. Because this lineup just will come online a lot faster considering this laning start.
Rotation. Fonte's rotated level 5. He's come down from the safe lane down to the bottom lane to try and secure a kill onto Low, but Low's okay. They went in a bit too early. They had Arena up, but now they don't. TCY's can't. Uh-oh, Fonte, he's still level 5. He's gonna try to do it the old-fashioned way and just walk out, but oh, I don't see that happening right now. Fonte will drop. And in the meantime, the top tier 1 tower has also dropped. Beyond takes it down as top bottom lane. Gore, he's not safe. Gets caught by the shards. He will get bursted down by 7E. Oh, that's a disastrous and very desperate play coming out from LBZS. Like, rotating your safe lane Ember at level 5, never really advised. Obviously, he felt like he had to do it because Beyond is currently level 7. But then it's like, you don't get the kill, you feed away 3 more kills. It's just, it doesn't get much worse than that.
And it just gets harder from here. This is Low without his armlet up. He's gonna have it soon. Recipe's almost done. You are buying space out for your TA, but your TA as a win condition is good. I think you kind of sacked your Ember a bit too hard for it. Like, Fonte's super far behind. He's had Orb of Corrosion for a while. Phase Boot's not too far off, so his right-click damage can sync up with the TA. But they need to be a little bit more patient. Just don't give out kills like that, because it's just accelerating the timing for Low. You're giving out so much room to Beyond. His mech's not too far off. You really don't want to deal with a Broodmother at this point, but instead of dragging Ember bot and forcing a kill, why not just drag TCY up top earlier? just have this Mars around, God's Rebuke the Spiderlings if you're worried, get an Arena off and spear her up. The Brood is counteracted by the Mars quite nicely here.
Dolphin punches there, 7E. Bushwhack gonna land as well. The sharpshooter to follow. Dolphin taking a fair bit of damage, but they already committed the Walrus Punch. They're not gonna really make the move in. Instead, 7E looking for the regen. Dolphin still trying to go. I suppose knowing the Walrus Punch is down, he wasn't too afraid of dying, but seemed to really want that regen rune. Not going to be able to get it for himself. I mean, he's not doing too badly in terms of farm here on the TA, but still behind the Husker and the Brood. We're trying to catch up in the triangle, but it's still a pretty rough affair.
Yeah, and you can flash farm quite nicely in that jungle. There are a couple of stacks for Dolphin to clear. And he does have the Dragonlance up, so it should be either the BKB or the Desolator next, depending on what Dolphin feels like the team needs. And that should be your timing to play for. Still a little bit longer until that's up. The one thing for LBZS here that they are pretty thankful for outside of the Broodmother, the push that comes out from YBB is pretty slow. Like we're seeing 7E and Chan Ming push into mid-tier 1. It's a slow process. There's no real threat. So they aren't forced to clump up around this kind of movement. But they're also not trying to stop it. So with a siege creep running, that's a lot of damage being done on that mid-tier 1.
Certainly is. 7E still sticking around, thinking about tanking the T1 tower, but eventually just going to let the siege creep die. Already so much damage being dealt. And I suppose if they really wanted the mid-tier 1, they would have rotated Beyond in. Speaking of Beyond, it's going to be spotted by TZY, but just use the webs to avoid it. Seems like Beyond does not really want to get involved prior to the Guardian Greaves being up, and that's fair enough. That's when you really want to group up as a team. Instead, YBB will come to him. They know the Mars is around. They've got the Spiderling vision. Tumblr's Toy is there. 7E already in with the Walrus Punch and the Sharpshooter to land. So they have caught the Tusk, but Snowball is up if he needs it. In fact, never mind, it is not. He did use it earlier. So, well, they get TZY, but they give up 7E for that. Not the greatest trade in the world for YBB, but it seems like they want to keep going. Question is, can they actually do so? The answer is probably not. ZZQ? He's going to sacrifice himself for that Arcane Rune. Sadly for him, though, never gets away with popping the Overgrowth to have that lower cooldown. I suppose the intriguing part for me is the fact that Low never rotates in to try and help out, but Low's just busy farming Triangle. He doesn't really want to get involved right now, it seems.
Yeah, he's clearing out a nice big chunk of stacks. Space out for the Husker. You don't mind that too much. You're getting activity out from Beyond anyway. And the Tusk out of all the cores is probably the best one to sack here for YBB. So it's not too bad. LBZS with this movement as well has managed to give Fonte some space to recover. Phase boots up, Mithril Hammer flying in, Maelstrom on the way after that. And that's some good progression coming out considering how slow Fonte's game has been. ZS going for a smoke with Guo and Helios. They're dragging Dolphin into this without the full Deso. Could be a bit tough.
They don't seem to be able to reach Beyond anyway. Mid lane's going down. The Spiderling's just taking out the T1 tower very slowly but surely, and now it's just within deny range. LBZS probably don't really want to deny it off. They want that TP point available to them. Sadly for them, they don't have anything like a Treant to try and slowly heal that one up. Meanwhile, TZY hanging around, thinking about trying to go after Low. Low always has the armor. He can pop it right before the spear comes out if he sees the spear. Beyond. Gonna see Helios force the TP away. Bushwhack not gonna make it in time, and Sharpshooter, well, I was gonna say it's wasted, but it actually lands onto the TA. So it's kind of like whatever. And now the tier 1 mid tower, eventually Beyond just comes in and cleans it up. It's really no issue for him.
Yeah. They have managed to stall out for TZY to get the blink. So you do have initiation on hand now for LBZS. They've got to play around this arena. You need to find a couple of pickoffs. You're starting to approach that Desolator timing for Dolphin. You need to find that kill into Roche here.
I mean, they're roaching right now. Like, Low's doing it on his own. YBB, nice scan here from LBZS. They'll know the Husker's in there, but they've got to get there quick. Roshan pretty darn low, but so is Low. TZY, that's a nice arena. He's caught the Husker out, but no, the hills are incoming. Low will survive. He'll go back on to TZY. He'll take down the Mars. Oh, it's not looking like a good team fight. LBZS need to get out. At least they kill off ZZQ. They kill off... Well, that's pretty much it. They got the Hoodwink as well, but now Fonte... He has a remnant. Beyond is on the chase. Roshan has begun once again by our Husker. And Dolphin has been caught. They just need to get through these refraction charges. And it seems like they'll have no issue with this. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Sharpshooter does not land. Won't matter. Low just jumps in. And now with the Aegis up and the Greaves up and beyond, it's pretty hard to slow them down on YBB's end.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop. Oh, low.
Well, nice start.
Was he baiting?
I mean, it's going to cost TZY's life for that. It's going to like, okay, you cancelled my TP. Congrats. Enjoy the death. Helios going to get dived by a Broodmother. Bushwhack will land. Low going to move in. Helios can actually try to run with his own spider webs, but it doesn't seem like he'll get away. Meanwhile, Gore also going to drop to low. Really enjoying the Husker experience right now, I'm sure LBZS is. At least they got the Rubik
they
out.
are. Yeah, they saved a Rubik. Probably not the hero you want to save there, but you know what? He gets out. It's like Saving
now.
Private Ryan in the movie. You know, they're like, a lot of people died to get him out, but you know what? That's our mission. And
They're
they
still
have
chasing him.
accomplished that mission.
Have they?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Private Ryan has not left the area, John. Jian Ming knows he's here somewhere. There he shows himself in the creep wave.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. Helios. Get out of there, sir. Jian Ming. Not going to land the bushwhack. He's okay. He's all right.
Man, I'm pretty sure, I want to say Low was really actually baiting, because he had Aegis, there's no real reason to reset, and now he's just hunting everyone like he's lost his mind. They can't really stop him at this point until BKBs come up, which is still a long ways off. Deso just gets finished up by Dolphin, so he's got the damage output, but they need to find a way to leverage that.
Was ECQ going to drop? They dropped the arena for this. Problem is TZY is going to get spotted and snowballed on by 7E. Shards,
Ooh.
whoa, that's a perfect Shards. TZY, Tumblr's Toy going to save. Blink away to the north. Can they find him? White Loud does, but no, it won't be enough. They won't get the bushwhack. Meanwhile, beyond, he's found Gore. Yeah, this is one of those games where if you're a support, you just feel like disconnecting, right? Because it's like,
Yeah.
it's either Husker, Tusk, or Broodmother that's chasing you down, or even the Hoodwink can just delete you as a CM. Like, this is one of the worst CM games to have to play.
Yeah, it's not fun. Like, you would wish Muerta would have that 10% chance to kill any unit, and you were that unit at the moment, because it's just that tough. Oh, healing.
Oopsies.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
I love that 70. Yeah, I always love when players wait for the TP to about to finish before they go for the stun.
Yeah.
It's the
You know,
false
give
sense of
that
hope
sense
that
of
gets
hope.
you, you know?
Yeah, you know, bring them up, crush their hopes, crush their dreams. Dota's a mind game, Mike. You find every opportunity to win economically, win on the map, and win in their heads. That's how you have to play it.
And then
look at
post game
it.
as well.
Look,
We've got post game chat.
Look at that.
Yeah. Freezing field, very nice. Gore. Bye bye. Yeah, Dolphin, do not go there, sir. I don't know. Can you actually fight? ZZQ, he's got the overgrowth if they want it. Bushwhack's going to go through all those refraction charges quite quickly, and now the overgrowth. No, they didn't even need it. 7E just moves in. I mean, I appreciate they're trying to salvage the situation, but as the TA who's going to carry the game, right now you've just got to farm BKB. There's no fighting.
No, you've got to stay back. Just get some space elsewhere. They are giving Fonte the space, so Ember BKB is set to come out in a decent time, at the least. And look at 7E, he's just so confident to jump by himself. Doesn't find anything, but they're all scrambling just from the Tusk showing up.
Low loves the flow. I mean, that is a cheeky voice line. I have a feeling we're going to be hearing that voice line a lot at the major. So here we go. Helios, he will drop. Top tier 2 goes down. Low seems to want to do Husker things and just go high ground here, John.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, no reason to be worried. They ping out the position TZY quite nicely as well.
Monte just kind of getting taken out by 2, but he'll get the remnant away. Low in the meantime. 30 seconds for the Aegis to expire. He'll back off for a little bit. Doesn't have his whole team behind him. Definitely does want to throw his life away if he can avoid it. He's going to have the Ags coming out soon as well, which is... I really hate this Ags, man. Like, as in, I hate playing against this Ags.
Yeah.
Like, so now you
it's
just become Axe,
pretty
basically.
much. It's really annoying. It's obnoxious. At least you'll have BKB first. You know, the Axe is still 4,000 gold away. So we have 4,000 gold to wait, which it's not going to be too long for Low, to be fair. Unless something in the game changes. Like, LBZS, we still haven't seen the big arena they need. Like, they had an arena a while ago on to ZZQ, not the target you want. Their map is just, it's covered in webs. It's like Australia in the rains. It's not a very pleasant time there, Mike, as I'm sure you understand as well.
Very pleasant.
I don't know, like, what is your win condition? BKBs on 2 of your cores? How do you reach that point? I literally don't know. Like, I'm struggling to find a way to play make here, because you have 2 farming cores on the Ember and TA at this point. Your Mars can connect with CM. Maybe that's the play. Just try to look for an arena in freezing field and then take that team fight. Because there are no BKBs, so... Well, there's one.
Now you've got a pipe on Beyond, John, so...
Oh, okay, yeah, nah.
It literally just came out as you were saying, maybe freezing field arena.
Yeah, nah.
Oh, it's tough. Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe if you
maybe
just fall
play
asleep
is-
and dream.
yeah. If you dream, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you dream, that's nice. You get nice and comfy, get relaxed. You can dream, you win. Reality says elsewhere, but you know what? You inception it to yourself, and you're fine. Just find someone to do that for you.
Great movie. Surprised you've watched Inception, I'll be frank, John, with the movie list that you watch.
I love it. I love it. You know,
Terrible list.
Christopher Nolan films are great. I stand by that Interstellar is a really good movie. I know some people actually don't think that. I think it's amazing. I still love Interstellar all these years after.
Low.
It's such a good film.
Mid lane, looks like they have found PZY, so the Mars just gonna get broken and bursted down here by 7-8. Yeah, I just didn't really understand Interstellar that well, John. I'll be frank. I watched it,
So,
I just didn't
which
understand
part
it as
did
well.
you not understand? Like the ending part, without spoiling,
ending,
I guess,
yeah.
for anyone. To
Yeah,
be
don't
fair,
spoil it.
I found the ending a bit annoying. As they go on to Dolphin. This is annoying too.
Yeah, he's gonna be very annoyed with this. Shout out, he's gone. This is your carry TA essentially just getting bursted down again. He does require a BKB to have any chance of trying to fight back in this game. But high ground it is, and that probably means there's not going to be much farming space to him to finish off the recipe of the BKB. And in they go, onto the high ground. Low wall frontline for the team, highest net worth on the board. Keep in mind, there's literally 0 buybacks available on LBZS's end of things. They're all short on gold at the moment. In fact, the closest person to that buyback gold is currently Gore. And I'd argue the CM, you know, probably the guy that least needs the buyback gold at the moment.
Even if they did have buybacks, I don't know if you can really stop this with 2 lives. It's just some angry dude. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's all right. TZY's gone. You know, sometimes things just don't go right. These things happen. Low, you know, you're getting huskered, John. Things get a little bit frantic when you're playing against a Husker. What he's doing, loud as well. Helios will tie. Double kill for Low. And if there's one way to lose the final series of Division 2 for yourselves, it's probably against a Husker. Like, that's the most depressing way, and there you go. GG's called. LBZS have had enough. 2-0 victory by BB, which does mean that they will go undefeated. In terms of series, I believe they only dropped 1 game for Division 2. We already knew prior to this series, they are going to Division 1. So, happy days.
Yeah, they set themselves up really well. Their journey from closed qualifiers. I mean, look, they stomped in the closed qualifiers. They sort of stomped through Div 2. I think Div 1's going to be in an interesting shakeup when YBB does return into Div 1 again. So, keen to see what happens there. For LBZS, it's like you said, Mike, what can you do? I don't know if you even learn anything from that kind of game. Maybe just tweaking your lanes, tweaking your draft a bit, but who expects a Husker last pick after a Broodmother? Who expects two pieces of cheese on the board, on the mousetrap? It's too
Not
good
our
to believe.
panel, Jonathan.
You know, so,
Not our panel. They certainly didn't hear any good analysis from our panel for this game number 2. Maybe we can expect some post-game analysis because that might be that all they're good for, really. Let's head over to them and see what they had to think about this game number 2. Panel?
I thought we were pros.
You're right, Fleet.
What?
Yeah.
I thought Mike and I were countrymen. I thought we were off limits with the flame for each other, but apparently not. That guy does not care. He doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've kept it squarely centered at Mike. You know, John's my boy, but you know he doesn't care about the collateral. I just
What are you guys talking about? I wasn't listening to them as usual. I muted the cast, but the game was really nice.
Yeah.
Like,
was it really nice? Was that a nice game?
Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're Brood and Huskering a team as your last match. It is their last match, right? It's their last game of the season. They want to spice it up a little bit. Bros pull out Brood and Huskar. Like, let's go out with as disgusting amount of picks as possible. Just prepare all the bad karma for us come Division 1.
Yeah, they want to be the bad guys. They, you know, as I said, it's Vici and YBB are just making examples out of the other teams they faced. They're just saying.
This might be like, we're gonna pick Brood and Huskar, and then teams in the next season are gonna be banning them against us.
Exactly.
Like, it could be that as well.
Yeah. It's the old medieval hung, drawn, and quartering where they're like, right, we're gonna make an example out of you, and then show off everybody to how badly we beat you in Division 1. And now YBB get to go up and go up for revenge against the people who Lou gets to go fight up against Extreme, who kicked him out of the A team to the B team.
Yeah, and I think, going out with a hero like Huskar is a good example that Lou has set here moving forward into Division 1. It was a pretty dirty last pick, but I think YBB has shown us that the entirety of Division 2 that these guys are very in tune with their drafts, and they're more than happy to pick weird stuff that is quote-unquote outside of the meta. Yesterday they did it at the Vici, right? Like, they last picked that Lone Druid, and it was kind of the same thing. They went and ran over
Got banned today,
one of the best teams that we have here in Div 2, and now they come back with a Huskar, and I mean, I don't think there's any pick that is going to be too below YBB. Yeah,
no, absolutely. They're ready to get that cheese on their plate whenever they need to. And I also like how they kind of just, they just proved against what I was saying earlier about Lou and Fonte being quite traditional. And now in this game, we have them on the Huskar and the Ember Spirit, like they're willing to shake things up if the need requires it. And both these carries obviously very similar in the way they play. And YBB just looking a little bit cleaner in this season, looking very clean indeed. And LBZS, they will be back. They are not relegated. Do not worry about that. But they will be back for revenge in Division 2 next season. But Fluke, why don't you give us an MVP for this one?
Oh, an MVP.
Give it to the Crystal Maiden. He only has 8 deaths in this game, and he's not on a team that has Brood and Huskar.
Yeah. Can we give it to the Crystal Maiden?
Yeah, let's do Crystal Maiden. I'm down for that. Guagua deserves it for not dying more, and also
not having
we're not giving it to the Huskar Brood team. No, we're not doing that. We're not that kind of people.
Yay!
Yeah, let's go.
Quelling made Crystal Maiden. Let's go.
That 145 GPM, I'm pretty sure that's base GPM. Let's go.
Nice. 8, that's only into a team such as that one, in a game such as this one. Commendable. Not Huskar, not Brood. Feels good.
Yep. Well done, Guagua, for not dying more. It was a tough game to be a Crystal Maiden and a tough game for LBZS to go out on, but they still fought. They fought till the bitter end, but in the end there wasn't much they could do. YBB just too damn good at the moment, looking too damn fine, and they'll be going up to Division 1. 7-0 is how the standings look for them at the moment. Very good indeed. LBZS 3-4, which probably isn't quite as good as they would have hoped, ending up this season for them. They will be in that middle pack now, and I think they will be looking back on some of these series and be a little bit disappointed about dropping a couple of them, especially the series against Cloud. I think that was probably the biggest upset we've had so far.
Yeah, and I think we could have had potential for like a 7-0, 6-1, 5-2, 4-3 kind of standings if that series did go the way of LBZS like we were expecting. But yeah, I think they did relatively okay. I think they demonstrated that there is a clear divide between our top 3 and the rest of the table. Like LBZS were very much below our top 3, but they were still sometimes head and shoulders above some of these other teams here in Division 2. So them staying in Division 2 just means that they've got another tour to try and get things together and see if they can get back to Division 1.
Absolutely, yeah. They need to work hard on their mistakes and sharpen things up. What's the one thing you want to see LBZS come and improve for the next season, Lizard? What's the one thing you want them to drill down on in this downtime?
Well, there's a couple of teams that I really think have a good idea about the meta and what should be played in the game. Like, I think they had a really decent read on the heroes that should be picked. I don't think the drafts were a problem for them in like majority of their games, like 99%. And I've been saying this like for a couple of days now, a couple of their series now. I mean, sadly, it's much easier to improve the draft than anything else. It's much easier to improve on the drafting than it is on the gameplay itself. Right now, they're just being outplayed. Like the mistakes that are happening on the map are happening due to the fact that they're trying to make plays that aren't necessary theirs to be made, and they get punished for it hardly by being micro outplayed. How you can deal with that is you can play the nerd Dota, like go all nerdy. That's literally how you go from Division 2 to Division 1 if you're in their spot. Like, just go full nerd, which means have a plan and a discipline to execute exactly that plan within the game. Like, protect the triangle, sit on the triangle, don't go for tier 2, just stay there, farm up, have a different approach to the game. Don't be baited by these drows in the river and whatnot, don't rush for kills. Because usually what happens is even if they get a kill, they get heavily punished for them. Because they're just not as fast as, I don't know, Vici and YBB.
Yep, and talking about Vici and YBB, we do have our final series of the day coming up. That is going to be Vici versus Meteor, so that's going to be probably another convincing one. Fluke, what percentage chance do you give Meteor?
I want to say this is like a 90-10 for Vici. I think they're pretty angry after yesterday, in all honesty. I think they want to go out in this final series with a bang, much like YBB just did to LBZS with their last pick Huskar and all that kind of stuff. So I think Vici are going to come into this, all guns blazing, and they're going to make this one look clean and clinical, I think.
Yeah. All right. Lizard, what percentage chance are you giving them?
1%.
1%, Jesus. Not entirely unreasonable, though. Vici are an all-star team, and they do not want to get anywhere near those tiebreaker situations that they could find themselves in if they don't pull stuff out of the bag, which, outsiders now have the 5 wins. So Vici do need to win this one, which probably just means that Meteor are going to get crushed even harder. But, anything can happen. Anything can happen. It is Division 2, but we're certainly expecting this to go one way or the other. So we're going to throw it over to a break. It is going to be a bit of a long one. We're also going to say goodbye to Fluke, Lizard, Mike, and John, and get some fresh faces in here for the final day. And I'm going to change my my shirt because I've still got the LBZS shirt on. So going to get rid of that one in preparation for this final series. Guys, we'll see you back here in about an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes roughly. Stick around for Vici versus Meteor. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to the China Division 2. I hope you had a nice break as we get back into the next series. And the final series of the day is going to be VG Gaming versus Meteor. Another series which on paper is supposed to be quite close and honestly probably is not going to be that close. Wait, no, opposite. On paper is going to be very convincing and it's probably going to be very
paper,
convincing.
Yeah, we get it.
Should be there, should be there, should be what?
Whatever, it's not like it's my
Gaming,
job
yeah.
to talk or anything. It's fine, it's fine. But no, we get it done in the China region. You know, you other guys are all messing around and having upsets and stuff. But the only thing close to an upset we've really had is Cloud beating LBZS, and even that didn't really mean much. It's just going to force some tiebreakers is all. And to back that up, we've also had the fastest game time of any region as well. At least that I've seen. It's 33 minutes and 50 seconds. You know how long your guys are taking over there in EU, T-Gov?
Like, depends on who's playing. I think it's like late
Median
30s,
match
40s.
duration.
Oh, so if we shortest overall, I think it's like, let's go 40, 41, 50.
41, 43. Very good. What?
All right. Not bad.
I know my region. I know my region. No, okay, I'm going to stop now. Okay. Oh, that's amazing.
So far, and that's no surprise given the players on the team, T.
Yeah, sorry, the adrenaline hit my head for a second. Yeah, no, I think this Vichy Gaming lineup hits. If anything, I was a bit shocked that they lost to YBB. I thought the trajectory of the two teams across DPC was going to put Vichy Gaming in first place, but that aggression from YBB knocked them down a bit. So, yeah, I think Vichy Gaming, they should be able to walk away with the series with quite a lot of confidence. You've mentioned the names, the prestige that this team has. You know, Erica, Setsu, FY Yang. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if this is just going to be a 2-0, and they'll lock in that second spot with a 6-1 scoreline to get to Division 1 for next tour.
Yep, Meteor on the meanwhile have been a team which has been capable of playing some pretty fast games. You know, they do have a style, but unfortunately having a style doesn't make up for not having the experience and the skill compared to some of the other top teams in the region. But, you know, have you liked anything you've seen from Meteor so far, Kezi?
I mean, actually, when I look at some of their drafts, they remind me a little bit of Team Bald, which is not a good thing. They have like some... I mean, I casted this one game. It was this Caudal, Spectre, Dazzle game. I mean, they've won another game with Caudal, so maybe that's something they need, like this early game tempo. I do think some of their drafts look good, and then some of the other ones, damn, they look like a train wreck. So I don't know what's happening there. But when they can hit their drafts, this team, you know, they're definitely better than some of the other teams in this division. So perhaps if they like really show up today, they could make a game competitive. I don't know if they have a high chance of winning, but I feel like it may not be a heavy stomp. That's what I hope for at least.
Yeah. No, I think from what we've seen from Meteor, they have some heroes and some kind of play styles which they're really comfortable with. Yeah. And when they find that in the draft, they're able to actually play to very strict, like they play extremely disciplined, where they hit a timing, they play very well, they hit a timing, and then they just go. And they will like be on your high ground before you even know what's happening. And that's something which we don't really see from a lot of these middle to low-end Div 2 teams. So that aspect of their gameplay kind of gives me a bit of hope. But then on the other hand, if they don't get that, it all goes downhill very quickly. And even if they do have that, sometimes they push it too hard and then they collapse, they throw on the high ground, and then it goes back the other way as well, which is what we saw in Meteor versus YBB pretty much do.
Oh, okay. Looking from this stat situation, I actually just had PTSD because I covered the Meteor series where they did Kotal Spirit Broker in the opening phase 2 games in a row. And just seeing that Kotal sneak up to 4th spot, I'm like, oh god, don't do it, Meteor, don't do it. But I think if anything for Meteor, they've had great success with Death Prophet and Beastmaster. These are the 2 heroes that they've won their games on. If they've ever won a game, these 2 heroes are present. So that's maybe something to think about for Meteor. And for Vici Gaming, I just love the fact that we see Rubik, Phoenix clock in their top 5. I think the support duo of Vici Gaming is always who we're praising, always who we're looking at. And I think at least in China, the region, it's Phoenix support is, especially on 5, it just feels a tier above the other regions and how well it can exit lane and always have input in the game, even if it's against these Linas, Moranas, and Snapfires.
Yeah. I mean, Phoenix was a weird one as well because it wasn't popular at the start. But YBB started playing it loads. And then everyone else was kind of like, oh, these guys have been doing pretty good. Maybe we should take a leaf out of their book. And yeah, Vici only recently started playing it, but in like the past couple of weeks is where all 5 of their games on it come from. And they've been first phasing it as well. I mean, has that not been the same across the other regions, Kazi?
Not as much. There's definitely some Phoenix going on here and there, but a lot of the time it's... I feel like in Europe it's more of like a second phase Phoenix. You see like some tanky heroes that aren't good against Sunray or don't like to hit egg, like some Tree and Tinies are the ones that come to mind, maybe Undying as well. But I feel like the hero is very good, but there's only very few teams that really know how to deal with it. In terms of from the Chinese teams, I feel like LGD are the best team at playing Phoenix and also against it. I feel like they always have like multiple ways of either deciding, like they usually have heroes that decide on their own if they want to engage on the egg or not. Like you choose your own fight or they pick a silencer, which makes Phoenix's game very hard. So I do think the hero is very good, but it's not yet been exploited.
Interesting. Well, we'll see if Vici going to take it up in the first phase or not, but that has been their plan as of recent. So we're going to get the Train and the Ricky banned out straight out by Vici Gaming. Meteor are going to get rid of the Broodmother and the Lina. We've been getting a lot of Linas getting through the drafts recently, by the way, guys. I don't know if that's been the same with you, but yesterday and today, actually, we had quite a few Linas picked and actually uncontested. Shock.
Honestly, it's this feels more like a Chinese region situation. And even like Europe, it's always been first phase banned or picked if available, along with like Broodmother. So yeah, I think Media Gaming, their bans, they're the logical ones, you know. That's lock in the big boys. But so far, draft feels very, very standard. Rubik first picks. Tusk is available. DP's available. You know, it's nothing too crazy right now. Batrider would be picked here if it was any other region. But
it's like I would say Natures or Bad are like the most normal 8 picks here. I think most most teams would lean more towards the Bad Rider, but I'm also okay with the Natures. Just you can lane into the DP, even if you don't lane against it. You can rotate on the hero in the game. So it's it's a good closing pick for Vici.
Yeah, I like it. And, the Bat Rider's been banned out a lot here. Hasn't been picked a ton. We've had 5 games of it so far, which is not very many.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I feel like China doesn't really care about this hero. I think in Div 1, there was only, I think, Asta Ares that tried playing it at the very end of the season.
Yeah.
But that's when they were already in a elimination spot. And they're like, well, let's play Bat. And they were doing really well, but not enough to actually net the wins. And so, yeah. It's a really weird hero for this region, at least. I don't know.
It's really weird, yeah.
I'd love to actually know why players don't value it. Because in other regions, it's like, that's the go-to hero that you pick in like a ranked game on like 24 or whatever to get yourself the free MMR. You know, it's like that or Husker.
Yeah, for sure.
Or Leshrac. They're like the big 3 for MMR gainers in Europe. So it's cool to see that like the mid laners in other regions do have a slightly different feel, but or they're behind on the time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's still like contested a lot. It's a 90% win contest rate, but that's out of 53 bans and 5 picks.
Jesus.
They're afraid of it, but not picking it. That's actually hype. that's a cool stat. Good job.
It's very odd. It's very odd. Yeah, we've been confused by it a lot. It's like Outsiders are the only team which reliably pick it. Like Outsiders will pick it if it's a good game for it. But yeah, no, I don't get it. But anyway, broken on these 2 openings. I mean, Meteor, this is just very standard from them. Vici, they're also standard, but they've got a lot of this kind of take over the game potential from this Prophet, which they've been falling back on a lot. I think it's a really big risk for Meteor to actually give them the Nature's Prophet, because it's a hero which you don't want to fall behind against. So it kind of puts a lot of pressure on Meteor to always be on the front foot. Is that like a good thing for a team which you expect to be the underdog to do, Kazi?
Well, they need to be kind of... I guess the thing is you need to give them something, because you only have 2 bans, and they put it on Lina and Brood, which I think we can't really blame them for it. I do think when you play against these better teams, which Vici and YBB obviously are, giving them these fast-paced heroes, it's definitely... it's a risk that you're taking, and hopefully you have a plan down the line against it, because this Nature's Prophet very likely will have a good lane, and he'll speed up the game. And if you're not as good as your opponent and they can play fast and make plays all the time, you can crumble really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, and once that starts to happen, the map just gets so small for you, it becomes impossible to farm up or take any dangerous farm. And when all the farm is dangerous, that is an issue. So what kind of solutions do you want to see coming out for the Nature's Prophet?
I'd like to see just additional gap closing and heroes that play forwards from the laning phase. So like Pangolier at the end of this phase could be really good for Meteor. I think right now they need to pick up some support. Whoa. I honestly I wouldn't have said Silencer personally. I probably would have leaned towards the Phoenix that we've seen before. Just anything that just makes team fighting feel a little bit better or provides some cheap lockdown. But honestly, I feel if Vici Gaming don't pick any aggressive early heroes and Meteor go Pangolier, I think I'm really enjoying Meteor's lineup, but that's getting a bit carried away.
Yeah, so this is a hero which Vici have actually picked a few times, Silencer. They seem to enjoy it for some reason. I don't really know. I don't really know what this Silencer is about, but we've been seeing an absolute ton of it. And it's got a ridiculously high win rate as well. It's sitting at like 73%. So at 11 games, very weird. Every time we pick picks, we're always like, why have they picked Silencer? That's kind of rubbish. There's like a couple of heroes we like it against.
It's a boring hero in regards to like what it actually does, because it doesn't really win a lot of lanes. And then in the mid game, you secure every team fight. And then you just become, he has global, go fight. He doesn't have global, wait. So it isn't the flashiest of 5s, but I think if you have a lineup that can play around its weaknesses, the no CC, the fact that you probably need to help that side lane at some point, like that's when you can actually draft it with confidence. And for Meteor at least, there's Tusk. If it is mid, if it's 4, it's a very active hero, so you always will bridge the gap of Silencer not always doing the best in lane. And I think overall, they shouldn't be too disheartened with their draft. It's very solid. I just think Vici Gaming has already set themselves up to play some incredible pacing in this game. Primal Beast running in, glimpsing them back, Nature's Prophet running around, like they are going to just sweep across this map non-stop, and I'm seeing a lack of damage from Meteor, and specifically because they have the Silencer, some Tusk, you know, that they're setup heroes. Like, where's the damage right now outside of Exo?
I still think, like, if you look at Vinci's gaming, like Vinci Gaming's draft, even if like you're, in my opinion, if you're not like insanely smart about Dota, you can see that they just want to kind of run at you, and once they unlock this, you're gonna keep dying. So in order to kind of like break this for Meteor, you need a hero who disrupts this in a fight. That's why I still think the Pango that he mentioned earlier is like a very good hero for them. It brings their draft together. He can make plays on his own. He can always like counterplay when people like go too deep or charge too far into you, which is very likely going to happen. They'll go with something more different, like a hero that can stand its ground if it gets there with like some earlier Deso timing. I haven't seen this hero played as much lately, and I don't know how this lane matchup goes against Primal with like the refraction and stuff. But if the hero gets through the early game, I think it can be fine. But their last pick needs to kind of stand his ground and help this draft like be put together. Otherwise, I think the heroes will just fall apart.
You need a nice gooey last pick to stick it all together.
Indeed.
Not many gooey heroes, unfortunately. We don't have a slime. You know, every like fantasy game and series has like just a generic slime. Not even a neutral creep. Very disappointed
Bristleback.
Valve not to get a slime.
Just not
No,
mentioned.
but he's not innately slime though. Just because he produces it doesn't mean he. Okay, yeah, no, okay. Sure, we have one. I don't know. I felt agitated for a second hearing that. I was like, what the?
No, I'm with you. Slime
I'm like,
should be
how
slime,
dare
you
you?
know, like, yeah, it's
You're taking away my potential of
stupid-
having a slime
stupid
hero.
comment.
Yeah.
Whatever, idiots.
Anyway, so this TA, I think the cool potential matchup is Primal Beast. Naturally, when you trample, you want to play inside the creep wave. He only has like what 4 armor or something. TA Meld's like -5. You pair that with some Silencer slow. Like I don't know if this Primal Beast will be able to truly muscle up inside the lane, going for those trample
Yeah.
plays. If you have the double, like, yeah, I feel like they honestly it could be too much of a deterrent. Or on the flip side, it's just absolute trash. Primal Beast gets level 3 and just tramples down the lane. But
it feels like it's one or the other, doesn't it? You either own the
Yeah.
lane or you get owned.
But
These
I
two,
could see it
yeah.
being an option. And Meteor have played carry TA before on MMMM.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I feel like Meteor's lineup again. I'm so scared for the lack of damage, but I can see them like having a pretty stable laning phase, securing their own side of the map, and then winning one fight, getting Roshan, and from there they have like the items to try and sweep across the map themselves. They still need to pick up some mid hero. I'm still screaming for a Pangolin or something. I think that would really tie in their draft quite nicely.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, it's a scary position for Meteor. Oh, yoink! Vinci
Stolen.
Gaming take it. All right.
I feel like I only have maybe one replacement, which is worse, but obviously you can't pick the Pango yourself now. I don't know, some Kunkka. Okay, that's decent, I think. The follow.
Yeah.
That's the other hero I was thinking of. I think it's a worse Pango, but at least it's gonna lane okay mid. It has some counterplay. It gives like a bit more tankiness to your TA or DP if they get gone on. So I think it's all right.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. I always like Kunkka into Nature's Prophet. I think it's always been a good matchup for the Kunkka. You never really get the damage from Nature's Prophet to kill him. You can go Halberd, you can go AC, you go BKB, you can even go Armlet. Like there's so many items that naturally will annoy Nature's Prophet. I'm just scared about the entry to the game because Pangolier at 15, he gets shard. He doesn't care about anything on Kunkka, and I still think that they sweep across the map. If any, I'm just excited to see this TA versus Primal Beast lane. Like, is Meld going to be enough to like scare him off of the lane?
Yeah, it's not one of those heroes like Batrider where, you know, your ticks come in so quickly that refraction just disappears. Like, it is going to survive for a bit, but is it going to survive long enough? You probably need, this Jenna, the bum, and then the refraction coming up. And, I don't know. We'll see how it works out. Kazu, what are your thoughts? What needs to go right for Meteor here?
I think for Meteor, the most important thing is that their map doesn't crumble at like this minute 7 to 12. Because I think if that happens, they might just auto lose. But if they can hold at any point or Vici fail like their first 1 or 2 rotations, then I actually feel like Meteor Gaming has a pretty good draft. Like for an outmatched team, I think their draft is pretty solid. And I'm also kind of hyped about this TA. It's just about not getting run over.
All right, let's see if they can make it work. Meteor with a bold strategy coming into game number 1. Is it going to be enough to bring down Vici? Let's find out with Dan Organeres.
Thank you, Nomad. Yep, let's find out indeed if they're going to be able to stand strong versus Vici Gaming. Got to keep in mind this is a promotional series as well. If Vici are able to take this, and they will join YBB in Division 1 for the next tour. And for Meteor, if they lose this series, then we're going to have three-way tiebreakers for relegation. So there is a decent chunk on the line here for our last series of the night.
There is for sure. When you think about it that way, it does sound very negative. But how about we phrase it like Meteor Gaming win? They avoid those tiebreakers. They're through. They get to in Division 2.
right.
No kind of threats, no best of that they have to play in like a three-way tiebreaker situation. They could just sit back, relax, and watch the fun. So the real question is it going to happen, though? I'm pretty in agreement with everything that the panel's been saying, right? Like, you just need to make sure that this TA has a good game, has the setup to be able to carry it out. If it gets into the AB, then there isn't really anything significant that's going to be taking out that refraction charges outside of maybe the swashbuckle. So it is going to be quite effective in that regard, but you just have to think, what was it, TM, where we got to see the true where Lick Time were picking up a ton of the TA, of course. What was OG's response? They just kept dropping them, right? And that's exactly what Vici Gaming's lineup is designed to do. You've got a Nate for TPs, you've got a Pango rolling Thunder, Primal Beast charging in, and any kind of stragglers are going to get glimpsed back. So I think we're going to see a lot of pressure coming through from Vici Gaming.
All right, well, it's going to be exciting to see kind of what lanes need to go right for them to be able to kind of get that ball rolling here for Vici Gaming. So we'll see at the moment with how the mid lane matchup is able to break up, like the panel was hoping for. It would be Meteor to snag the Pango, but we're going to see it played for Setsu this time, and does look like Blessing he's going to have a really good lane up against the Pango. There's not much that Setsu can really do. Conker, he's got okay armor, so even once Setsu is able to find the Orb of Corrosion, Blessing should be okay in this matchup.
I mean, this is one of the lanes where you actually have to be worried as the Pango of getting out harassed, right? You've got, of course, the Tiebringer to be able to, push the wave out, shove it through a little bit. Again, you're just really not in any concerns of dying here as this Pango, especially if you go that double bracer build.
Now, what do we feel
for Meteor? Sorry, just a quick, is that they were able to get the Death Prophet, right? I think that's what's given them the most success. We saw in the pre-game that was something that I believe they drafted the second the most of their heroes, and it really just gives them something super reliable to go around. This isn't no Coddle Spirit Breaker draft. They've just stuck with something normal that's going to be able to push towers and make a little bit of TA, so I like it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued on what the item build's going to be here for Molasses. I mean, more than likely, we're going to see the Greaves come out. I think this is without a doubt a game that he's going to need a BKBs. We'll see Molasses in some trouble at the moment. Yang,
Glimpse?
getting range for the Glimpse. The creeps are going to block him, but the Snowball's still going to pull them closer so Erica can get the extra right-click damage out. But yeah, I think we're going to probably see from Molasses that Greaves build. And I think this is definitely a BKB game. The Static Storm is a really big issue for you. I honestly think the Rubik is one of the more tricky matchups for you to play as well. All of the abilities are great to steal. If you get that Siphon, then it's super annoying for all the damage. The Silence as well, just preventing you from being able to spam your spells. So
even just the Glimpse, right? Like
Yep.
this hero that wants to continuously run forward. If you don't have a BKB, then you're just going to have a big portion of that exorcism wasted.
Now, what lanes do we feel like has to go right here for Meteor Gaming to be able to kind of be able to address the early pressure that we're going to see come out from Vici?
I mean, when you think about like where the pressure is going to come from, it's going to be on the back of, honestly, all three cores, to be fair, right? Like, Prophet's going to be TPing in, Pango's going to be rolling through, Elvis is going to be trampling. So you can sacrifice one lane for the betterment of another. It was just a little bit off his melter, of course, a little bit short range with just the 1 point into the side blades.
I think one very interesting thing overall about the draft that we have as well is that Vici actually went into this Nature's Prophet of the 8th. And we saw yesterday in the series versus YBB, they, in every single game, all 3 games we had in that series, they first phase banned the Nature's Prophet. And that was kind of signaling to me that they weren't too comfortable to pick it up. As we do see down bottom, New's going to be able to find First Blood over TZ. So the attempt prior, they were able to kind of make up for that. But yeah, back to the MP. I was like, in those drafts yesterday, I was like, it really seems like they're not too comfortable with picking the Nature's Prophet, which I was a little bit surprised because at the moment China have showcased like truly how much they prioritize this hero. But I like that they're trying to pull it out in this game.
Erica as well, he's like a ranged carry as well, kind of similar to Lu. We've got a few of those in of China as, yeah, solo kill coming through from Blessing again. You are not concerned harassed in this mid
top lane. Molasses as well will get the creep spawn with the last second, so at least he'll bring the Disruptor down into the Afterlife with him. Blue's going to be able to duck away. I was watching that mid fight. I didn't think the Tidebringer would actually do as much damage as what it did, so I'm blessing his
bro.
Bodying him mid, 27-5 compared to the 15-3 on Setsu. And we've got to keep in mind, Setsu yesterday absolutely destroyed 70 in at least 2 lanes.
Yeah, I mean, he has been... I know the panel was talking about the supports of the main ones that we took, but for me, for Vici, it's Setsu. He's been the one that's really set him apart.
Oh, the Templar Assassin getting chased down. This Silencer and Primal Beast, so the Rubik and Primal Beast, I should say, is really looking to be a big issue so far for the safe lane of Meteor.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If you don't have something to be able to combat this Primal Beast in the form of a stun, he's just going to run over you every single time, right? That's why heroes like the Crystal Maiden picked up against it. It just makes it so much more effective a tool of being able to go for these super deep ganks. Meteor going to do about it. Silencer does nothing. TA does nothing.
I guess the one nice thing here for the Templar Assassin is we do already see that Meteor is starting to make some stacks over towards their triangle. She's going to be able to fall back and get some nice catch-up farm. Meanwhile, mid lane Blessings. Yeah, Fly's going to wrap with the 2 points in the Fade Bowl. Blessings can look to use the boat. In fact, he's going to actually pop it aggressively onto F5, but the timing is just off the mark. F5 gets out unscathed.
It's off the mark because of FY, right? Just being able to telekinesis for the vitals. And, well, yeah, like you said, he's just going to be able to get out of here scot-free. I wonder if both of these want to stick around just because there's got that first power rune coming up, Blessing, empty bottle. So, of course, he wants to be able to not just have to rely purely on the regen coming through from the braces. And that's hot. Looks like Blessing just flips this lane a little bit here as...
Setsu's in some trouble. The shards from Marblu. Snowball's still on cooldown for the moment. Blessing's going to try and close the distance, and well, it'll be the creeps that actually bring him down. But Yang, they're going to try and drag the Conquer back, even considering about the Nature's Prophet to join him, but they recognize that Yang has the damage required just by himself to get the kill without Erica even showing up.
So I want to instantly look to try and make a play. Yeah, I don't think Kunk can afford to TP. You've got this siege creep wave. But Tusk, I think if he needs to move instantly, will you have maybe the level 5 DP that they want first, just for that a little bit of additional damage? But again, they are a little lacking in stuns outside of the Kunk. Just expends his a little bit too. Is just going to TP to safety. Yeah. Yang making sure to make a beeline straight back towards that top side.
I have no idea how he read the Tusk being on the stairs there. Maybe he's hesitant if he wants to stay or not, but very interesting read from Yang.
Spidey senses, bro.
Well, we are getting... They're going to make the attempt on Erica. Okay, tag team level 2. Molasses has 3 points in the Spirit Siphon as well, so they definitely have the levels to help with the dive. But they're slow to rotate out of Vici. Yang's going to try and look to play around with the glimpse, but with Blessing showing up, this time the boat's going to be able to connect, and that'll secure the kill onto the Nature's Prophet, but it looks like Yang will be able to get out, but an important kill for them to find, and they'll get a good chunk of damage onto the tower even without the Exo.
They will see Setsu making his rotation through as well, through the river runes, so he feel like he's can look to stop all that much of this push from happening. Of course, DP is only a quarter of a level away onto that level 6, so it's really just a question of where exactly does Erica want to position himself from now on. Again, going for this glass cannon build, and well, I'm actually going to try for a kill down bot.
T8 with Erica TPing in. Unfortunately, there's not going to be much they're able to do. Great rotation coming out from Vici Gaming, looking to finally put this TA outside of the lane, and definitely with that second death, she's not going to be welcomed back with open arms.
Yep. I mean, it's a fine line, right, between soaking up a lot of that experience in mid and just leaving your position what you need to carry the game. on an island, and well, it's not only going to be the tower, the hero dying, but the tower going down as well, with you once again topping the net off lane.
And meanwhile, top lane, Setsu is making an attempt with the Rolling Thunder. They've got a sentry down to the south, but Blessing's going to be able to sidestep the roll, and Setsu doesn't really have enough duration to continue. I mean, this Conker's ever so tanky. 1300 health, but they're actually going to TP Erica back to the top lane. Boat is available, so Blessings can look to use this defensively if they want the run buff to protect him. They've got the exit with the backline stab as well, so Molasses, can he get there fast enough to keep Blessings alive? A Tidebringer swipe, he'll still go down. Now with a turnaround from Noob with the Primal Beast, recognizes he needs to get involved in this team fight we've got going on 9 minutes into the game. So in the end, it's kind of an even trade. Well, I suppose Vici pretty happy with that, considering it's a disruptor that went down and they got 2 cores.
Yeah, I mean, what I was about to say was it feels like the opposite of what you expect in a game, right? We've seen multiple times now that the Silencer has been left solo to be able to soak an experience. Now Tusk is just farming this bottom lane on his own, and well, they might have a TP available with actually Erica going down towards this bottom side to put a little pressure onto him. But, you know, this is where your cores should be farming. The supports should be the ones picking up their life for a little bit more of that space. As well, speaking of that, Blessing, he's getting dived a little bit here, and the glitch back is not completely correct.
Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's really awkward. That glimpse into the Rolling Thunder. Setsu won't even clip the Conker.
Oh.
Great movement coming up from Blessing, and now they can snowball into the river. As Yang, he's going to go down. Setsu's going to consider about chasing Blessing. The TP on Erica, of course, used Prize, so the NP will not be able to help out with his attempt.
Is Bowden? I wonder if they're going to consider just stick a little bit if he's still a little bit away from that X marks TP back to base. Actually doesn't have the TP scroll available for it as well. Maybe just looking to make a play around the fact that they've got this Ogre out, you've got the boat available again, no Rolling Thunder, so if you're really on point, you can look to get kills, but that's why air positioning is important, right? He has already disrupted a single boat combo zone, and well, if he's just sitting behind the cores, he can look to do this.
Take a look at the comparison.
Well.
Is this Dire? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's
Dire
a
it is.
juicy stack.
Mm-hmm.
Who's taken that? I guess Erica with Maelstrom?
Anyone, really. Like, they can hold. Maybe they're just wanting to get a
Bottom
really
lane,
quick...
Molasses. They're setting up onto the Death Prophet. Erica's here at the moment. Yang's got the first static storm of the game to potentially use. They're going to be able to glimpse him back inside the field. But with the help of the mechanism, Molasses will be able to shrug off a decent chunk of the damage, but now FI is going to look to show up, so any threat of him being able to retreat away should be stopped short. They'll make him work for it with a Spirit Siphon, but that's where Erica's Wrath of Nature is able to come into play to burst him down. So a big kill for Vici Gaming to find in the end, continuing to slow down this Death Prophet's game. He's taken a real big hit. I mean, Maltese, he too is going to be another casualty of war.
Wasn't he? I'm not sure what he was doing in that area. Like, maybe just scouting out some stacks. No, he didn't have a ward on him. Not exactly what's going on with the silencing there, and even just that death on the Death Prophet, right? Like, he possible, and maybe they wanted someone down on this bottom lane, but you don't have any tap. We would have figured that he's maybe Blue down on the bottom side as long as he's holding a TP to be able to provide reinforcements. You've still got tier 1 towers to be able to TP to. Instead, Molasses, he's going to come back.
Oh, the global silence even.
He's killed though.
Is there going to be a follow-up though? Setsu's able to leap over the shards, a snowball over the top as well, but the boat won't connect, so they're going to be lacking the damage. Setsu's got an opportunity to pop the Rolling Thunder and look to charge into the middle with the help of New. They're going to be cautious though. Molasses standing strong in the middle. They need a way to try and deal with the Death Prophet, acting as his bodyguard to the rest of Media. They'll be protected with the formation set up around the lane, but the Static Storm's back up from Yang. Look at the backstab out of the position 5. An incredible ultimate from the Disruptor means that there's going to be chaos in the midst of Media. The formation will crumble, and so too will their members as well.
Yeah, this is something where Vici felt go on forward. I mean, he held the mechanism for so long. Like, man, what's he waiting for? It's because he had the Greaves coming out to him as well. He just get that big burst healing coming through as well before charging back. He gives up his, but it's a technical exchange as well as 4 heroes, so very much worth. You got the TA who took top tower though, so at least freeing up a tiny bit of space for them to be able to farm. Gives him the luxury of just playing a little bit more around this ancient camp. So I wonder if that's what this smoke's about, just trying to catch him out, moves back towards that area to be able to farm.
The issue is though that like this could be the tempo that the panel was speaking about. You know Exo's on cooldown, you know Global Silence is on cooldown as well. So the supports are hunting by themselves. I mean, you've got the global threat of Erica to be able to join, but you're even looking to play maybe with baiting Setsu's life because he just completed a diffuser blade, so his damage is going to be soaring now. So this is really probably the scariest time of the game for Meteor over these next 5 minutes.
It's a question of like who can you even put onto this top lane.
One more blue. Snowball's going to be able to waste a decent chunk. Even knock him down to the low ground as well. When Brady, they're beelining to his location. A lot of damage. Marblue will finally go down, but they'll be able to turn it back around onto FY. He survives long enough to enable Yank to set up once again for the Static Storm onto 2. And the Global Silence used to try and cover the escape, but it's just not enough because New, he'll purge it off instantly with the use of the Greaves, enabling them to be able to get another kill as well onto TZ. As this is the concerns then, Og. This train is not going to stop anytime soon.
No, it's not. And it's all off the back of this ward that was played Yang about a minute or so ago. It just shows all TPs that have come to this lane. Even if they did bring reinforcements, he's got down, so he'd be able to get another one. And I mean, they're even diving tier 2 towers at 15 minutes with New, just to be able to get quick kills onto what should be the tankiest hero right now on Meteor Gaming's line.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What do you make of this Greaves build as well from New on the Primal Beast? Instead of like the Blink BKB or even the Sunjin Kai queued up in that kind of midst as well of items. Well, what do we kind of what does he want this Greaves to be able to provide the team and himself?
It just comes a bit right than a lot of those other items. It's not that those items doesn't fit with the tempo that they're looking to go for. And I mean, if you're going up against this team, you got to be careful that you're not giving him a lot of time to be able to farm. So they're just trying to take away as much of the map as possible, keep it by constantly just being in the grave. Of course, like you mentioned before, Erica could show up at any time. And
Molasses in the lane.
That's far forward.
Yeah, once again, and Dire instantly moving over to his location. Mech's gonna get activated, but he just doesn't have enough life to be able to sustain through it all. And now Blessing, he showed up to try and protect his offlaner, but he too is gonna join him in the afterlife. So Vici Gaming, an easy couple of kills and looking to be able to chain this into another objective now. That's going to be their first tier 2 tower of the game, so this will be able to open up the outpost and pretty much the bottom jungle will be all theirs now.
In these team fights, I feel like the individual play coming into gaming is still really good, especially Marblue. I think him on his Tusk has been exceptional with spell casting. He might still end up dying here though, a little unfortunate, unless he can run into the mind. But it's just their positioning on the map, right? It doesn't seem like they're positioned at the right places to be able to respond to what they should know Vici are coming at you with. Like, you see the mech build coming through from the Primal Beast. That indicates that I'm not going to stick on my own and farm. I'm not going to go for solo pickoffs. I'm grouping up together. So, see you later to Mr. Silencer. TZ just trying to bring itself as opposed to his cause. I suppose, is it too bad, but getting dived underneath your tier 2 tower by New isn't going to mean all that much.
Is Lane New? Is he? They're even gonna buy back and use the Global Silence to help try and secure the kill.
All right.
You'd hope to get a little bit more out of this considering how much was forced, and they could maybe consider Roche. You've got your Templar Assassin with the maxed out Meld and Deso.
Mid tower is still fine. I think I could have a little bit too low duration on it for them to be able to get both, but this is still a nice objective for them, right? Take out who's actually New hasn't had a huge surge in net worth ever since he was top up stage, but well, it still ends up costing them a buyback, costs them the global, and well, now we kind of know that she's timing, right? They have to use so much to be able to kill him, and now you don't have Vex, you don't have global. Sure, you might be going up into the BKB from Kunkka, who he's very close to picking it up, so I want to see Blessing play in a more obvious position because they don't have any BKB peons right now. So he's got that. Then I need him to be on the lanes, tanking up a lot of these ganks, using the BK getting out. It's going to think Molasses once again, though.
Yep. Just about to say he caught out in the lane, but the boys this time are pretty close to be able to protect him. Yeah, he's going to try and glimpse him back into the Static Storm, so that will help secure the kill, but at least Setsu vulnerable. And now finally the Templar Assassin feels strong enough to show up to the team fight as Eric is their target. But the telekinesis, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to keep Erica alive. The Greaves as well. But the health to repair the damage, it's not going to be there. Nusta will be able to turn it around though with the Pulverize instantly cancelled thanks to Marblu's punch. And now M, he's got a free team fight. Just charging forward, a blink over the top as well. But the damage, it's going to come through thanks to Marblu's snowball at the last second. It's finally Meteor Gaming. I mean, they might have gotten out of the scariest part of this game.
I mean, it's a big team going their way as, well, another glimpse back coming through. And yeah, they're actually going to be able to snipe the kill off the back of FY. Are done? I mean, this is exactly what they were wanting, right? You haven't had too many deaths on the TA in a lot of it. She ends up getting that last hit onto Erica, so 900 gold bounty going her way. And if she's able to get up BKB, look out if you're a Vici fan, because this is for sure a lineup that can look to take it once we get to the mid-late game.
I love that she gets Molasses top again. The Death Prophet. This is starting to be a couple too many potential deaths. He doesn't really have far to run to though, is a big concern. And bottom lane as well, Erica was able to get a kill, so I think he was trying to protect his Absorb Ward. That did get D-Ward in the end. He might be in some trouble though. Marblu's gonna look to follow up. They do have the Templar Assassin pretty close to provide the damage. Blink's still on cooldown for the moment. Dire is starting to venture down to bottom. Let's see if they're gonna be fast enough to keep him alive. And you, unfortunately, wasn't gonna be there with the Greaves heal. It was still on cooldown. So in the end, it's an okay trade for the lads on Meteor.
Look to glimpse back Blessing if he wants. He's got it available, but maybe they'll actually bake this one through.
He's gonna be cautious. I mean, they are coming down though, Setsu, without the Rolling Thunder. Primal Beast's gonna try and slam the Conqueror into the ground as Blessing's taking the full brunt to the Force, but it's gonna free up the Templar Assassin who's just getting controlled at the moment. Your Scepter to chuck him up in the air is gonna look to TP, but the Global Silence would just expire, enabling FI to stop the teleport short.
Oh boy.
What a team fight though for Vici Gaming. You see, unfortunately, it is Erica that goes down, but just the reactions from everyone, the quick pace movement from them across the map to be able to move to bottom. FY might be in some trouble, but again, this is what we're mentioning from Vici Gaming. They're going to be everywhere with his global potential, and Erica with a backline stab from him. Looking to target down TZ at the moment. And now Setsu, he'll turn his attention over to Molasses as well. He's got plenty of walls to bounce back onto. They were looking for the perfect timing with the snowball, but unfortunately Marblu, it's been a valiant attempt so far through the entirety of the game, but that fight was just a little bit too late.
And they're going to look to try and take away that Roshan from them. I mean, this is, again, the TA wants to be able to pick this one up. She wants to be playing on the front line. She wants to be soaking up a lot of those aggressive abilities that they've got so that she can hold on to that BKB for as long as possible. They're actually going to buy back for this one. I mean, TA, she's just coming back, but...
TP.
Yeah.
5 seconds without it.
Can Tough do it again. Blessing, he's got the BKB, and he's going to pop it early, but Disruptor's not who you want.
Yeah, someone needs to scout the pit. Yes, she'll get the kill onto Yang, but Erica snags the Aegis. And Eva's even going to buy back on Yang as well, just in case a further fight breaks out, and that it will, because FY, he's snowballing up aggressively. Erica's going to TP into the middle as well, but New can cover the teleport. What a slam down from the Primal Beast. New just recognizing his strength. Meanwhile, inside the river, Blessing once again is just chasing down some measly supports. Will look for the teleport, but it's stopped at the buzzer thanks to Setsu's Rolling Thunder. And meanwhile, off close to the base, New was able to get that last remaining member to make it a full 5-man wipe in the end.
Yeah, and now they've got mid lane pushing, they got top lane pushing, and I mean, I hate to say it about Meteor, it just seems like the priorities are so off, right? They use the buyback to try and get back, but there's not the communication that TA doesn't have the TP for 7 seconds after the respawn. They look to play around that Roche pit, but no one's scouting out what the actual progress is, and you waste a BKB and all of that timing to be able to take out just a measly disruptor. So I don't know, it just seems like they're playing on different levels right now.
That they are, and Vici going to continue this aggression, a global silence to keep the Death Prophet alive, and that's an ultimate now on cooldown for 120, but looks like Vici going to try and back up here. They've got some lanes that they need to try and maintain. That's going to be Erica's duty to deal with bottom. They stole global.
Oh. That's no good.
Yeah, that just can't be happening. And they're going to smoke as well, straight into the global. FI has to die first, otherwise this team fight is not going to go well. And look at them. Instant use of the global silence just to try and help the retreat.
Stole boat.
The boat's going to get stolen from FI, chucked into the middle. The telekinesis holds the Death Prophet into place, so the chain control follow-up is just going to kill them all one by one. Vici Gaming spellcasting is on another level, and now Setsu gonna be a bit cautious. Isn't really respecting the physical damage out of the Templar Assassin. Mass buybacks coming through from the boys on media, but look at Erica. She's still in fighting shape, still has the Aegis to work with the Gleipnir onto all three. FI's even gonna jump up and look to use the Spirit Siphon. This isn't where a Rubik usually looks to play, but FI, the Chad, knows exactly his limits and is going to play them to perfection.
I mean, if that's me on media, I'm calling GG at that point. You know, a Rubik without even the Aghanim Shard, just diving in with the Spirit Siphon underneath tier 4s, and they end up getting 3 kills off the back of it. That's crazy.
And FY, all right, then I'll get to work.
All right, I'm breaking out the Google Translate. Calm down.
Oh, you gotta do it quick before this gets called. That's a pretty cool emoticon, I should say. Do I have that one?
Yeah, you would.
I would?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, I didn't see it. I like that. I'm gonna start spamming that one. Alright, what did it say?
Can you let me go back to base?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. So it's, sorry, Blessings will now have TP to be able to rejoin them inside the base, and well, their 5-man's going to be back up in 8 seconds. Mew doesn't even want to wait for that, though. Got to charge him. F5, what can they do to protect him? Rolling Thunder's able to come into play with a bounce back off the wall from Setsu. They stole global again. How? How does F5 get every ability that would ever want is an arsenal? Global? Oh, he even makes Spirit Siphon look stupid on him as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's just what an absolute star does. And when he stole it, it actually had like 3 seconds left on the cooldown, and it had been that soon since he'd stolen it last. So, I mean, the man is just completely bonkers, out of control, and, well, so are Vici. They're going to end this game.
Maybe we're gonna get one more fight. TA. Oh, that's the scepter as well from the disruptor. So yeah, this man is. Oh, they're tipping him. Oh, I don't know. But I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, you 3 your own teammates make it 4 now.
I mean, you got to keep the morale high, right?
Okay. Well, I hope it's a good morale boosting tip, because this one is well and truly done and dusted, and Vici. A hell of a performance once again from them.
You know, it's just continuing the trend of that minus 30 minutes game time, you know? Like, China has been finishing these games pretty damn quick, especially when you get those at the very top coming up against those that are struggling for survival. So, another well-deserved victory coming through from Vici Gaming off the back of... I mean, the big difference there was they identified what they needed to do against this draft, right? Templar Assassin, run at her. Don't let her get out of control. Don't let her farm. And Meteor Gaming, unfortunately, just made that a bit easy for themselves. I mean, they put people in weird situations. They didn't look to try and take towers with that Exorcism, their one tower tanking tool. And it really just felt like they didn't have enough map to be able to play around. So Vici were free to just run at them.
Yeah, I think the couple things that really impressed me as well with Vici was how Setsu was able to recover from that mid lane. We saw it. He got solo killed. There was a pretty big differential in regards to the last hit. So Setsu was able to recover. We saw the impact he had on the Pangolier, and in particular Eriko as well. I think he had over 20 kills that game and only 4 deaths. So a incredible showing from Eriko. Also on this Nature's Prophet, which was a hero that, like I mentioned throughout the game, was something they didn't prioritize at all in their YBB series. In fact, it looked like they were scared of the Nature's Prophet. So the fact that Eriko even shows that he has the chops to be able to play this hero at the moment. So VG Gaming, a strong showing from them in game 1. Let's see what the panel has to say.
What can you say? Vici Gaming pull through with a huge first game here against Meteor, absolutely smacking them down without any doubt who is a better team. But yeah, FY Rubik may want to check if he was queuing for regular Dota or ability draft, because he just seemed to have every spell he wanted this game, T.
I mean, yeah, he had a stellar game, and I think that was pretty much for everyone on Vici Gaming. They had a pretty good game, other than maybe in the laning phase, the Pangolier v Kunkka. That was probably giving Media some hope, but yeah, I think, like we mentioned in the draft, as soon as Vici Gaming have a grasp on how they want to play this map and the speed that they want to set, they are just going to relentlessly run at them. And sure, it looked like, TA was farming in the background, but it doesn't really help when all 3 cores on Vici Gaming are scaling.
Yeah, and it felt like this TA needed always one more item before she could actually get in and help turn the game around with her team. Her team was just too weak, and in the end, it didn't quite work out. And yeah, it was a little sad for the other cores on the side of Meteor. I mean, how come we never saw this Kunkka kind of accelerate out of the laning phase, Kezi?
Maybe it was a bit too hard. I feel like they were always trying to address what Vici were doing instead of doing something aggressive themselves. And in my opinion, it's not that easy for them to do that, because TA is not really going to be a hero that's going to join you early on. We already mentioned at the start of a draft that there's definitely a bit of lack of damage with Silencer and Tusk as supports. I like this Greaves on Primal Beast. I have not seen it before. I mean, we all know how good the item is. He's also playing into Global, and they're playing on this high speed. So I think when you pair all these things together with Vici, I think they played a very good early game. They had a couple of mistakes around this tier 2 bot tower, but other than that small period, I think they just played very well and made it pretty hard, I think, for the Kunkka to just do anything at all.
Yeah, he had his hands tied, that is for sure. Vici really kind of just controlling the entire game, as we expected they would, but got to talk a little bit more about FY, I think, because he's just the man of the show. I mean, the steals towards the end there, maybe a slightly quiet early mid, just being where he needed to be, but in the late game, just stealing the global silence twice and pretty much everything he wanted. I saw some Spirit Siphon stuff going on there as well. He MVP, T?
I mean, sure. You're setting it up to be an MVP. I don't want to go against.
I would have been very bad.
Everyone's such a boner for it.
I don't want to go against you. I mean, I feel like
Of course I do.
All right. The real question is, with every Rubik performance, is it the Rubik doing good steals, or are the opponents using their spells badly to give away the good steals? Thoughts?
It's both.
If I could have given an MVP,
That's such a cop out.
what do you mean? How is it? Okay, that's a good point. Actually, Kezi, he did cop out.
You can't say it's both to everything. It's a classic.
Continue your point, please, T. I'd love to listen.
Would lean to Setsu personally,
Yes.
because after a horrendous laning phase, I couldn't outplaying him, just because he has Tidebringer and X marks and whatnot. He was able to bounce back into the game and destroy it, going 15-3 and 18. But I can respect the fact that FY Rubik is nostalgic for Nomad, and the boomer he is, he likes to see him play Dota. And yeah, we'll give Nomad the MVP this time around.
Yeah,
I get the MVP. Wow. Thanks,
FY is good. I get it. And everyone loves him. I get that too. But there's also this element of when your team is owning and you have 2 big fat dudes always going in on Pango and Primal Beast, it gets a lot easier for you to play Rubik. He's just waiting. He's locking on some target. He's like, I want this spell. Bam, steal. He was like, whoa, FY, he does this. He steals. He's good, don't get me wrong, but this
I
time
don't know if
around,
you're flaming
I'd
Nomad
agree
here,
with you.
Kezu, or what.
I'm flaming the majority of people who watch FY.
It sounds like you're implying that it's the lowest common denominator. But that's why people like FY. But hey, you know what? Me and the other common denominators out there, all the idiots of the world, we deserve recognition as well. Okay, this is our MVP, not yours. So you two nerds can suck it. And we're gonna go over to a break as we wait for the next game to get ready. Shouldn't be long before we're into game number 2 of Vici Gaming versus Meteor just around the corner. Hello and welcome back as we jump into game number 2 of Vici Gaming versus Meteor. A very important series, but also not a very close series. Basically, to boil it down for you folks, if Vici Gaming somehow lose this series, then they'll have to play a tiebreaker versus outsiders from China. That's actually pretty scary, because last time outsiders from China faced against them, they actually managed to take a game, so they don't want to do that, so they are absolutely bringing their A game to this series. And Meteor, unfortunately, might struggle to deal with that, and if they lose this series, then they have to play in a 3-way tiebreaker against Poke and Cloud, which also kind of sucks because the loser of that is going to be relegated, which is very scary indeed. So nobody wants to lose. That's kind of the case with every game though, but with this one in particular, I think it's going to go over in Vici's favor, but nevertheless, we're going to do the best to break this drought down for you and give you all the deep insights and such as MVPs and such like we had in the last section. What kind of what do you think, T? Are they going to go back for the Kotl Spirit Breaker, which you enjoyed so much last time?
GG.
I hope not. Thank God. Yeah, so draft order will be different this time around. Meteor Gaming will be first pick. So we might see a slightly different shift up in draft. Of course, already the Nature's Prophet's banned out from Meteor. Yeah, it's nice to see that Vici Gaming, they're respecting Ricky over Brood and Lina. So potentially, we'll be seeing one of these heroes actually get through into the opening part of the phase.
Seems likely. A lot of other options on the board as well. You just implying that Meteor are going to ban Lina?
Kinda. I feel like Meteor isn't a team that really plays Brood too much. They've picked it once from second pick and lost, and a lot of their drafts it's been just uncontested in the first phase. So I think Vici Gaming using this information, if they respect the Lina, of course, they'll probably ban this out now and then go, please pick your Brood if you want to. We know you're not that good on the hero.
Okay, so a primal ban. That's very interesting. So it kind of feels like they just want to leave all the options on the table and just let themselves pick up whatever they need. But I kind of feel like that favors second pick more than first pick when you do that, because, you know, there's more than one viable hero coming out for the first phase right now. Then you got Lina, you got Brood, you got Tree Protector, you got so much stuff. So Meteor jumping straight in for the Brood. Vici to answer. They could go with the Lina if they wanted.
I'm pretty okay
Sorry,
with what they did. Like first picking Brood with both Brood and Lina in the pool. I think you should be happy with that. I'm not sure Vici should be too happy about picking Lina. I think you'd skip it. I'm okay with this. Like picking any CM plus hero that could be flexed or is just a straight up answer to the Brood that you feel like doesn't get counter picked too hard. I think it's cool. Like all these Kunkas, you have Pudge here, which I think is a great answer. Haven't seen it as much lately, but I'm a big safe lane Pudge fan.
I'm a massive lane Pudge fan when it's with the Crystal Maiden. Like this lane, it plays itself. You Crystal Nova into a Frostbite, you set up the hook. Like it's so easy to play out this combination that not only does Pudge fare well into Brood in lane, you get the quick Vanguard, you also have kill threat. So I respect the fact that Media identified how easy this combo is. You pick Snapfire, you just gotta cook it at the right time. Just join that Frostbite into hook, and then you take away the kill aspect of that lane to some degree, but it's still not going to be enough, in my opinion, to stop this Pudge TM from thriving in this safe lane. And Media Game will have to kind of cover this later on in the draft.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's an interesting lane as well. Beauty and the Beast somewhat, so I can see why you two would relate.
Yeah, I'm the Beast, Kezu is the Beauty.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, are you? That's the question.
Oh, it's obvious.
I'm hairier, so. Guys, don't go quiet. It's just a fact. Come on, moving on.
I like silence. It's good sometimes.
I like letting your comments sink into. That's what I like. Like a good tea should infuse into the room. Anyways, Snapfire I don't really feel like is like the big strong answer. It's surprising they go for this considering how much else was available in the pool. Do you think they just really value the cookie to get away from the Pudge, or is there another reason for this?
I think it's the cookie, but also it's like a pretty standard combo. I would say like it's decent later in the game. You just want some range 4. I think any counter playing 4 that will give you damage in the game is fine. Like some whatever Hoodwings, Snap. But I think Sapphire has like a little more impact simply because of the like defensive capability against the Vici lane.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, you want to keep yourself alive is basically like the bottom line here, which is not a great ambition, but I think one you're kind of forced into when you're playing against this one. This is kind of like the old CM jug lane, isn't it? But
yeah, 100%. Is Vici Gaming gonna ban like Slarky or something? I feel like all their bans are tailored towards cores that Pudge doesn't really want to stand next to in the fight. You know, Ursa can jump on top of him with some enrage. Dismember doesn't matter. Monkey King, if you get Wukongs off, then Pudge needs to run away. And then kind of Slark would fit the same bill. It's hard to always lock him down. And if he gets on top of you, like he just builds up those essence shifts because you're so tanky, and then he can run off and kill someone else. But overall, I like the bans from Vici Gaming. It's cool to see them really respect the Pudge carry this much. We don't often get to see these bans against, or at least when the Pudge is in the draft, because it's a later phase pick. So nice to see their kind of mindset on this carry matchup.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. And, it does open some options for them in the laning phase. A lot of these kind of big, tanky off-laners really don't like playing against the Ursa, against the monkey. So, maybe you can grab yourself something like a centaur. Oh, and then you can get the Ags and put Pudge in your little car and roll him around the team fights with you.
I actually forgot. I won't lie, Nomad. I love Cart. That's great. But I also love seeing Lina banned, and I forgot this hero was even still in the pool. So when they banned it out after talking, I was like, oh god, thank God they remembered Lina, because I'd already forgot Lina was still here.
It's like one of the latest Lina bans I've seen in a while.
Yep.
Dude, we had the first series, the first game which had Lina uncontested. It was 100% contested until yesterday. And I think it was Mystique versus Outsiders in the final game. They didn't pick it and they didn't ban it. And Team Mystique got beaten by Outsiders from China without picking up the Lina. They resisted the forbidden fruit. So honorable.
So honorable. What's Meteor even gonna do here? So right now, I think I see kill lanes everywhere on the side lane. Like Vici Gaming, their off lane pick at the end of this draft will be some Centaur, some like literally anything that can give Hoodwink presence and kill threat. So I like the fact Meteor have gone for a tree, more defensive lane securing core. But honestly, I'm a little bit uncomfortable in this position with what hero they want to go for. It's difficult to pick your mid blindly. I don't really see the value. I guess maybe any spirit hero, there's not really lockdown, but yeah, I'm worried what pick they even go for here.
I mean, Tree is a good hero, but I'm a bit surprised they picked it here into the Vici heroes. And if maybe blind mid pick with some tempo, I could see Kato. There's 1 or 2 bans for it, which is okay. In terms of carries, I feel like Vici did a good job banning some of them. There's some carries that, sure, they're good against Pudge and CM, but it's a bit uncomfortable to pick them here. Like some, I don't know, Nakes, Slark. I feel like they're all okay options, but they're all just gonna get pretty heavily counterpicked into the bin, I think. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, you Shadow Fiend. I was like, Drow actually vibes pretty well, but
I could have seen
go
Drow.
for it. Yeah.
All these picks are just a bit volatile. That's a bit of the problem for me.
And that's why I was uncomfortable with this pick of the draft.
Yeah.
It's like, you see, as soon as teams really lock in, we're going to crush you in side lanes. Picking these more fragile cores that need to have like a nice entry to the game always feels uncomfortable, but sure.
Yeah. I do like the fear factor, though. I do like the...
What, the Shadow Fiend? Or?
Yeah. Like the ability, the fact that he's got 2 Fizz to get Pudge to kind of walk away from you a little bit, but that's about all I can say for it.
Rush Shard, push them away.
Support SF, the ultimate Pudge counter.
And Vici Gaming have taken this game 2-0. Crazy performance.
Yeah, probably not wrong.
Yeah, I'm still... I feel Tree Shadow Fiend's pretty... It's a very good lane. We've seen a lot of teams even first phase it before. But I think my fear for them is they've allowed themselves like no way to play the map. Like if Brood has a bad lane, which we're predicting it should due to the Pudge, there's no way for Tree Snap to really just somehow gank a lane. Shadow Fiend doesn't naturally rotate as a core and make plays. So it's now like if let's say Pudge goes even, unless he does some really atrocious TP to like the other side of the map, frees up the safe lane for Brood to take over and occupy the jungle, I just don't see how Meteor progress the map or make moves right now with the heroes. Like this final pick needs to be some like insanely active hero that really punishes the lack of clean lockdown from Vici Gaming, because they have 0 team fight on Vici Gaming. It's what, some Frostbite, some Bushwhack, and then please don't run away from me on the Doom. Like it's pretty rough and short dismember, but
yeah, I mean, for Meteor, they need something that's active for like 100%. They need like a hero that's gonna go to the Brood lane eventually, because as we said, Pudge should do fine. So you kind of need to look to offset that. Otherwise, this whole map it's just gonna be like a trade. And I don't really think Meteor wanna trade that likely with a Brood lineup against Doom, who's just gonna free farm. So you need like a mid that can rotate top, maybe make some plays there, or punish the Doom a little bit. And then if you're Vici, I feel like your position is pretty chill, because all you kind of need to do after seeing Meteor's pick is pick a hero who can either just answer or offset this active capability by either owning him in the lane or by you being able to like just answer the moves. Because right now I think most of your cores are pretty happy. Sure, Doom against Tree and SF, he's just gonna farm. He just has to avoid dying, but it's gonna be a very good Doom game later. Your Pudge is gonna be a fat bitch up top. You know, he's just gonna chill, hold the tower. So for Vici, it's more about like maintaining and making sure that this meteor pick doesn't pop off.
Seems like the vibes are good. Blessings all over the place. My goodness.
The happy
Hilarious,
chats.
this pick. Yeah, Pangolier, very funny.
Sure.
Maybe he just heard T-Gub's joke about bouncing back, but it's going to be Queen of Pain as the final pickup for Vici Gaming.
Big fan of this queen.
I've not seen a lot of queens recently, but now I get to see it. I think this is kind of the game you want it for, right? There's neither team has perfect CC for any elusive hero. Quop naturally is a very good aggressive laner, and we just saw how well Kunkka does well into Pango. I expect Quop to have maybe not as much pressure, but the same level of annoyance for him. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like this game's going to collapse so quickly. Like Pudge will get a free Vanguard, free Ags. Doom will just get a free Midas BKB, and then Quop will just be like, "Ooh, who shall I kill with? You or you or you?" And yeah, this game's going to be kind of like the same one as the previous game.
Yeah, I share a same read on this game here. I think Pudge is going to hold top, Doom is going to be happy bottom. Queen is exactly what I wanted out of this pick. It pressures Pango in the lane, it can answer all the ganks, you Sonic Wave him in the early game too if he rolls, he has very low HP. Then he's going to run with CM and Hoodwink, kill heroes around the map, and Vici are going to be like, damn, this was easy.
Well, you're both wrong, but for the right reasons.
Yeah, that happens.
No, they are going to win, but that's because they're going to go Doom Ags, and then Pudge's going to get the shard, eat the Doom, and then jump in with AoE Rot and also AoE Doom as well, and it's going to be super sick. And we're going to be
I like this strat.
Genius, yeah.
That's
so
really
that's how
cool.
they're going to win, actually. But let's jump into it. Game number 2 of Vici Gaming versus Team Meteor, and we're going to have Dan Organaries on the mic to talk you through it.
Yes, thank you very much, No Matter. I like the strategy that you've outlined for us. Honestly, I feel like I need to say nothing else with what you just said. I mean, we're going to get this crazy strategy from the Doom and the Pudge. Everything's been mentioned. It just comes down to the gameplay now, Denog. I'm excited to see how that one's going to be able to work out. Sounds like definitely a game-winning combo.
Oh, for sure. I mean, any chance you have for memes, you want to be able to take it. And unfortunately, it's not going to be the Centaur cart plus CM ulti, but you know, Pudge.
Wait, what is going on?
What are we looking at?
Is this a Marblu? Did they do this last time where
I
they
think
played
they
the
did.
Marblu? Okay. I just for a
hero
second I was a little bit worried. Yeah. For a second I was a little bit worried seeing Marblu playing a Broodmother. I'm like, hey, what's going on here? This is your 4-player, but
I'm worried seeing the 9 and 10 Snapfire. You know, I feel like maybe
why has he got 9?
yeah, I feel like maybe that money could be so I don't know, something else, couple of branches instead, Sentry Ward to continuously make sure you've got these lanes, because you know what they're going to do, right? Like this is a CM Pudge lane. They're going to be Frostbite into Hook underneath the tower. So if you could try and keep the lane as far away from that tower as possible, big opponent.
Yeah, this is any CM lane for that matter, and CM, Disruptor, Blitz, some of those supports, they're nuking supports. You buy selves in those lanes. You Tangos, they don't really do a whole lot. They're going to bring you down incredibly low, and you're going to be sitting on the side lane for a hell of a long time trying to wait for those Tangos to heal you back up. So we'll see. I'm also very intrigued to see how he's going to be able to perform just as a support overall, considering like this still is an important game for them, even though there's even though they're up against it going against Vici. And even though they also picked a Shadow Fiend, which I think is the most atrocious hero I've seen so far in Division 2, every game, it looks just so underwhelming. So I hope they're able to body this lane. Topside, what's going on? Molasses?
Good positioning by
Marblu's
Marblu.
able to take the hook, so Molasses is going to be okay, but yeah, Tango's going to be able to take some time to get him back up. So yes, as you can tell, Danog, I despise this Shadow Fiend hero. I think he's horrible, and I've just seen him way too often get ran over, and teams have not been able to utilize his power spike in the lane, and then he's very weak when people are just able to get on top of him easily. Feels like he really needs to have a large net worth advantage to get things going. From the experience, we've seen so far, at least in regards to Division 2. Although, that being said as well, Vici Gaming, they were able to win with the Shadow Fiend.
Who was
So,
it against, though?
people have... It's a great question. That is a great question, and one I actually do not have the answer to. So, well, we are seeing, though, the spam continue down bottom. Mango is going to be activated, so New's going to eat a bunch of razors. FY as well has fallen pretty low, but they've been able to address the trees, so it is going to limit the kind of play potential from TZ.
At least Molasses, that sentry ward, bring it out lane. It's going to miss timing, but just see where the lane is on the top-hand side, right? Molasses are able to farm relatively close. And for me, I think Molasses' role is just to try and, well, he misses the cookie that time around and might be the first blood as a result. Ends up getting away. That Mango health read ended up being the sure. I think he just needs to try and position as far away from the Pudge as possible. Early levels, Frostbite still has, well, doesn't increase by level, but it still is kind of awkward, that hook, if you're just super far away. And you don't want to be wasting mana, because you can't let the Brood get out of control this game.
And it shouldn't get out of control, right? Like, this is a lane that is... You first phase the CM and the Pudge to absolutely obliterate Marblue's lane.
Just thinking about this mid lane as well. The last that we see all too often, and Setsu's already having a really nice in this lane. I mean, do you think he needs to go like this Scream of Pain, Max, or do you think it's all about you just spamming out the Shadow Strike, making sure Pango isn't that active hero to be able to make the plays around? Because I'm the latter. I think you just need to make sure that this Pango, that early level 6, so that Pudge is that little bit stronger by the time he makes that rotation eventually.
I like, well, from what I've seen, I'm kind of a bit more of a fan, actually, top lane. They're going to look to go in onto Erica. Flesh Hip has expired, so the damage absorption's not really there for the Pudge to rely on. They're going to get actually a decent chunk of damage onto Erica. Very nicely done from Meteor.
Nice job with this Blue as well. Just make stand right behind that full creep wave, so there's no web underneath the tower. I know most of the time, you know, we're fans of Scream of Pain. A few more points into it, just because it's going to enable you to farm. But I mean, you've got a Pudge that needs to spend a lot of time farming. He needs 3 items before he's super active. You've got a Doom who's going Midas that's going to be doing a sort of thing, right? So I feel like you can afford to be a little bit more of this like tempo Pango.
You don't think the Scream fulfills that role still? I mean, look what he's doing with 2 points in Dagger.
Not
He's
as
23 and 14 compared to the 15 and 0. I don't think an extra point does any more to stop Blessing having a lane. I think the big thing is that this Queen of Pain hero has never really changed over time. You're a hero that really has a death quota. You go over 4 deaths, your impact in the game is very limited. Like, you can scale quite well, and that's where the Scream can come into play. Like, your potential to farm in the jungle is very important. Not only... I'll actually hold that top lane, Yang. Blessing's gonna look to make the rotation, but it's actually off the back of the cookie. Gets Marblu into a great position. Now with the damage, it's enough. And that is huge. Blessing recognize he can't play this lane. This is almost like Primal Beast-esque in a way, where he's rotating 5 minutes in, even without the ultimate to try and help out the side lanes.
Even as well, right? Like, that's one of the of having a Pango in this lane. You're again that's had put points in the Shadow Strike, right? She can't push the lane back to power, so he had time to be able to make that rotation towards the top without losing really any creeps. I think he might have lost 2 in the grand scheme of things. Setsu was free farming. If you're able to get that first blood plus get the while he's used his TP, that's a big win.
You see, New got pretty lucky with his neutral creep as well. He's got the mana burn creep, so in a lane that they're really relying on kind of spamming up the spells for the Shadow Fiend is having a lot of difficulties with doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you just end up hating your life, you know, if that's the case. You just can't do anything against that. Look at T just trying to keep this creep wave from the Doom as much as possible. It's not really like the SF marching for a full wraparound here, though.
Oh, Swashbuckle's off the mark. They're still able to get the shield crash slow. Hoping that the Shadow Fiend's able to close the distance, but FY? What have you just done to them? A bushwhack on the one singular tree that was in the river to set up for Setsu's Sonic Wave, and it couldn't have been a better combo at 7 minutes into the game. I mean, we're not even at team fight stage yet, and they're making it look like that.
What more can you say? The man is a soup. They're even getting more kills with the mission through from the Queen of Pain as well. So, it looked like a very nice start for them, but just a singular move like that from FY can suddenly turn things around.
Yeah. Let me see that one again, baby. Oh my lord. That's juicy.
Yeah.
That is stuff.
Ruin ability all hit by the bushwhack.
Oh god, that is stuff you dream of as a core player, to be able to get a combo like that. A support player, any Dota player. A wombo combo at this stage of the game. Bottom lane using some trouble, but they might turn to FY instead with a cookie on over the top.
They
And then it's going to be able to land.
They got to make sure they take him on.
Yep, got to get rid of FY. And this man, pesky on the hoodwink. And I mean, we're going to see how the players are going to continue to stack up as the game goes on. Blessing might be in some trouble mid. Setsu's got this max out scream, so the nuke potential, but has he overplayed his hand? Fair fire along with the one charges, but that'll not be enough to keep him alive.
Top side of Marblue, he's hit up onto his level 6. Of course, the Spiderlings having a decent amount of distance means that Pudge exactly the best at being able to deal with this, so he's going to have to retreat back to the jungle at the very least until he picks up. I wonder what his build is going to be, whether he against Vanguard just to be able to try and deal with that, as well as a lot of the damage coming through and the Pangolier, or if it's going to be like a straight AB or Blink Dagger Rush, because for both teams, they are kind of lacking in tower push. Like, the strong right Shadow Fiend, so that's something Lasses could look to hang their habit, and the Brood.
Yeah. Do you feel like, though, this is a lost lane for Vici? I mean, you take a look at the net worth, it has to be, right? Brood's top of the net worth, Pudge is so far behind him. Well, this is where the rotation maybe can pay off. They're hoping that they don't need to force up the Sonic Wave, and thanks to Erica's hook, it will not be required. Great usage from Erica to be able to drag him back. Across the map, though, he's in some trouble. Blessings still has enough mana to be able to activate the Rolling Thunder. He's getting pretty close to the tower, but with a backstab out of the Shadow Fiend, they're going to be able to secure a double kill across the map. So, beautifully done for the boys of Meteor. Yes, you do give up the kind of top of the net worth here in the Broodmother up top, but, they're able to find so much out of the map as well. Importantly, Blessings gets some much-needed gold, some much-needed experience, because, he's not sitting pretty in regards to the net worth. Shadow Fiend might be in some trouble bottom. It's just some poke and prod from the supports. Yang, 3 points in Frostbite's back up, and Shadow Fiend's forced to actually consider about a defensive Requiem, because New's even looking to try and enter as well. No level up in the Doom here from you. Oh, they're even going to lay down the Mortimer Kisses. All right. F1's like, come on, brothers. Really? All this for me? All this hate for me? Doesn't even land a glob. Looks like boys will be chilling at the moment, so they're going to be able to reset. I mean, maybe Vici, they should actually feel pretty happy about maybe taking a team fight. Setsu's coming down bottom. Got the Sonic Wave at the ready. Catapult Waves shoving out as well. So you'd love to win a team fight into some damage on the tower. Setsu's going to be cautious though. They'll start with a cookie, charge up the Requiem for the nuke. It's going to be enough. Setsu, honestly, a little cocky with his positioning, just wasn't ready for the chain control out of Meteor. It was really crafty from them, that cookie to start into the Requiem. And we saw what they were truly able to do off the back of that. So, on the side of Meteor, really nicely done. And meanwhile, what they're getting at the top side of the map, Marblue, this is an immense amount of farm that this Broodmother is starting to accumulate. Mechanism already completed. Greaves, he's so close to it as well, under 1,000 gold here for the Broodmother. So, the amount of farm, importantly, that is also taking away from Vici Gaming. Like, they need to open up this bottom tower, and well, the Sonic Wave from Setsu is definitely going to help out with doing so, as TZ, well, the Overgrowth's going to be able to cancel the Freezing Field straight away. They're falling pretty low on Vici Gaming, but there's just no one here to be able to capitalize on that. Pango mid lane is wanting to get some damage into the tower with the double damage room, which honestly, that's also a lot as well. I hope Danog's able to rejoin us shortly so he can try and help out what that translation is. I don't know. Look, honestly, for me, I like when some players are a little bit vocal. You know, some back and forth. It adds something extra spicy to the game. You know, there's already something else on the line with the promotion almost there for Vici Gaming. As you know, does he want to use the ultimate defensively on Blessings? He's nearby, but there's just nothing the Tomb Protector is going to be able to do to keep him alive. So, I mean, Vici Gaming, 1,000 net worth lead for them. The kill score is even, but they'd love to start getting some objectives across the map. It looks like mid's going to be the attempt for them. What do they got at the ready? Doom's up, Sharpshooter as well, and FY has been able to catch out TZ inside the tree line. The boys on Meteor are starting to move over. The Shadow Fiend even considering about the defensive. Requiem's actually going to look to charge it up now, but the chain control, it's just a little bit too late. Setsu's able to get the jump away. They'll look to turn to New instead. On his dying breaths, he drops the Doom, but there's just no one there to follow up. So a big ultimate completely wasted here from the offlaner of Vici Gaming. They still feel content with to take the team fight as Erica's just going to waltz into the middle. Dismember to lock down with a Shadow Fiend. Blessing wants to turn it around. It's a huge Rolling Thunder. Is looking for a wall to bounce back on, but Setsu's going to say, no, sir. I'll protect my FI Hoodwink as best as I can with a Sonic Wave. He's even going to be able to dodge the swashbuckle thanks to the Sharpshooter bounce around. Marblu's looking for the cleanup, but this is a death sentence. Yes, she got the kill, but Marblu, was it truly worth it? We got some crazy stuff going on right now. A lot of action in our second game. And it's unfortunate. I mean, the Broodmother, you show up to this team fight and now you pretty much lost all your control of that top side of the map. So it's going to give Vici Gaming an opportunity now to get their lanes in a position. Mid's getting pressured out from Erica, getting pretty close to the Scepter as well, all things considering. Second component now completed. Just under 1,700 gold towards is able to find those last remaining items, but this is a vital tower to keep alive here on Media Gaming. They've got the Rolling Thunder up in a couple of seconds. You've got the Overgrowth as well. They're ready to take a team fight, but Blessings jumps in the middle, but is well aware that TZ is going to be able to prevent the Dismember duration, but they're still going to be cautious because they haven't addressed Setsu, the main damage source coming out from the Queen of Pain, but Vici Gaming, they're going to look to try and back off, so they won't be nearby to keep Erica alive. And in the end, I mean, Media, you've got to be incredibly happy with that trade, and they're already hunting for more. The wraparound from the Shadow Fiend, ever so close to getting the Requiem, but they'll continue their attention over to FY. A beautiful use of the cookie onto the spiders means that FY will not be able to survive, and in fact, it's actually Meteor that are able to find this tier 1 mid first. Beautifully done from them. Really, this is... I'm quite impressed. This is back-to-back games now we've actually seen out of them where first 15 minutes, they've looked pretty goddamn solid, all things considering. I know the previous game got blown out very, very fast, but it has to be said that this top lane really did not go as well as what you're hoping for. You first picked the Brood and Vici addressed it with the Pudge and Crystal Maiden, and there's a 2,000 net worth difference between Erica and Marblu. So, I mean, really at this stage, Vici would be starting to walk down lanes off the back of the Scepter on Erica, which is definitely slowing down their timing pretty drastically. And importantly, it's allowing Media Gaming to be able to continue to find the farm across the map. Like Shadow Fiend, Dragonlance, Mask of Madness. Back towards a triangle he goes. So he's been able to find some nice catch-up. I think the one real big thing that we're keeping tabs on is how Setsu's able to continue to shine in this game, and we're going to see him look to get involved again. They're going to be cautious though. They need to get the kill and get out because the Mortimer Kisses are getting laid down, but the artillery is not enough. Maybe Marblu might look for the easier target in FY off to the right side. And TZ, well, they're even going to be forced to use the Overgrowth as well, but Marblu, that's a heavy commitment. New's got to consider about chucking out the Doom. He's got to be cautious of his own position now, but look at Vici. They've got Erica showing up at the hook. Molasses able to sidestep but actually land a beautiful cookie. But again, FI's bushwhack sets up for the Sonic Wave. Setsu over the top. This man knows how to play the Queen of Pain. What a performance from Setsu. 10, 2, and 9. An incredibly volatile hero. A hero we do not see often at all, but man, he's making it look so easy. Look at that though, like the turnaround was almost huge. The cookie with the Requiem combo, but FI just stops it short, the nick of the timing there. And continues to make the plays. Fight after fight, game after game. I mean, is there anyone more consistent than Mr. FI God? It's always a treat to watch some of these position 4 players, to be able to see kind of the plays they're able to make across the map. They make it look so easy. Then you try to do it yourself and it just doesn't work. You think you can act like an FY or a Yapsaw or a Crit, queue up a game, you play a Rubik, you feed 10 times, you close Dota. It's kind of the cycle of Dota sometimes. Going on with TZ. This is a ambitious place to be. Bit of a warding expedition it looks like here for the Dream Protector. They're even going to run into Marblu as well. Reeve's going to be able to get him out of the Frostbite, but the slow will be there from the Sharpshooter. Can still look to play around with his free pathing. Even dropping a ward on the high ground to grant Yang the vision. So one thing I do see a bit of an issue here for Vici Gaming is the fact that they are going to have some difficulty with taking objectives. It really can just get to the stage where you are just so far ahead. Because again, you've got Scepter now. And this is, Scepter and Erica is really when you're looking to just go. You're looking to just start running down lanes. I mean, you've already got 21 kills, so I mean, they're still doing that even without the Scepter, but Radiant have some pretty decent tower defense. It's just a lot of it's going to come down to where their ultimate timings are at. I mean, Blessing, he's got, what, Diffusal, second point in the Rolling Thunder. Molasses is pretty close to his second point in the Mortimer Kisses as well, so maybe we might have to see... Actually hold that thought as new. That's a really early use of the Requiem. Let's see if they're going to have enough damage to be able to bring down New before the Doom comes out, and that's not going to be the case, but still, he'll sacrifice his own life to try and control up the Shadow Fiend inside the middle of it. Let's see if it's going to pay off for Vici Gaming as Setsu jumps in and pushes them back with the Sonic Wave. But it's not enough to enable them to come out on top. Setsu's still looking to try and stand strong, but he's got to be cautious. A Blink doesn't get too much distance away, and maybe just actually baits FI to stick around, so Vici Gaming. Couple of going down. Let's see what they can get out of this, though. Maybe it's a call for them to try and get these lanes shoved out, try and invade into the jungle. It's just that minute mark as well from Vici Gaming, so you love to be able to take some of the neutrals away off the back of the respawn. I do want to quickly, yeah, sure, we'll take a look back at the team fight. I was a bit worried about the early use of the Requiem, but it seemed like it was enough to get that damage follow-up. Meanwhile, back live, Blessings is in a lot of pain. Unfortunately, no one playing with him. New's even going to jump into the river as well. The boys, they're just not there. Media Gaming, one by one, they're going in. An easy kill into the Snapfire. Meanwhile, to the north as well, they've caught out Marblu. And this is going to be one of kind of the big concerns with some of these lower-esque tiers where, yes, you're able to take a successful team fight, but it's just the consistency off the back of that. You get a little bit too aggressive on the map. You feed a couple of deaths away. That advantage, that momentum that you were starting to build up is now just gone. And now Vici, I mean, they can get the control back in their favor. See, Setsu's looking to address bottom. New was able to shove in mid. So once Meteor respawn, you've got to look to address the lanes before you even consider about making a play. But at least for Meteor, you know, they are 6,000. 6,021 minutes. Gonna be a little bit worried if the Shadow Fiend's caught out, and that's gonna be the case. Marblu's got the Greaves to work with. The bonus health doesn't look like it's gonna be enough to enable the Shadow Fiend to get the Requiem off. As Marblu's just hunting for an easy kill onto F5, but he won't even find that. A big death onto the Shadow Fiend. Erica just off the mark with the hook, but meanwhile with everything going on mid lane, Blessing's gonna look to get the jump through. It's going to be both ultimates committed to try and bring down Yu. Even a Doom used once again before he ends up dying. And Setsu commits! Oh, the Overgrowth actually stopping the Sonic Wave. He'll be forced to use it defensively. Blink coming up in a couple of seconds. Setsu's still slowed down for the moment. They might look to chase with the Doom expiring. What's the call for Meteor? Are you going to look to try and take this, Yang? Inside the tree line with the freezing field, they're not going to be able to stop it, so Yang kind of just intercepting Meteor, preventing them from being able to get that follow-up damage onto Setsu and Erica now. Yes, you lose F5, but kind of F5 just baits them. Erica's able to land the hook. They're still going for more though. Erica's Flesh Heap's on cooldown, a little bit vulnerable here for the Pudge. And Setsu doesn't have the health pool to be able to take the team fight, so honestly, Denog, welcome back. Mate, you've missed a lot. This is a messy game.
I was about to ask what did I miss.
Mate, what did you miss? Look how many kills we got. I don't know what's going on. People are going back and forth. No cooldowns. Doesn't matter. You win a fight. They win a fight. Meteor win a fight. Vici win a fight. Everyone likes to die.
Well, looks like Vici want to fight as well. They know that Roshan might be going on with all this minus armor, and well, they're going to go straight in. But no BKB on the quad might be the difference maker. No Doom, but a 3-man storm.
Oh, new. A great way to start. Now, Blessings as well as the Requiem. Well, that'll be able to cover the pit. Does FI go for it? Does he get crafty with it? Not going to be the case. Meanwhile, off to the right side, Blessing, he was able to get the free kill onto Yang. And they're trying to close the distance onto FI's Hoodwink as well. Blink continuing to be cancelled thanks to the leech seed, so there's going to be no escape out of the Hoodwink. And, well, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. The back and forth, back and forth. It just seems like no one's able to get a foothold of this second game.
I'm in complete agreement as well. And with this, I mean, Shadow Fiend's died 6 times by this point of the game. Most of the time, you'd think, well, that's always GG. You know, you're a hero that needs to be able to snowball consistently, and he's somehow been able to claw it back off the back of a few successful team fights. And well, now he's even got that level 16 as well, so he's got the presence aura affecting buildings. Yeah, you're getting kills here and there onto Treant, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't seem to me like even with the good early game that Vici Gaming had, they couldn't take towers because none of their heroes do that.
Yeah, this was a point I was trying to bring up a little bit earlier, is that I was wondering if Setsu was going to go into maybe a little bit more of a right-click build on the Queen of Pain to act as that high ground sieger. I know, well, Yang's getting chased down to the tier 2 tower just to force into a TPR. I know there was some time where people were actually trying to spam this Queen of Pain as a 1, like maybe a year ago. I saw Arteezy doing it a lot in streams as well. This hero's got incredible base attack time. And your scaling's pretty decent in regards to your kind of stat gain. So I've seen kind of like the AC builds to really be able to help out a lot with that. And I wasn't sure if he was going to go down that route because I'm really struggling to see actually how they take objectives.
Meteor Hammer, baby. Who's going to get it?
Oh, let's go. Well, again, maybe it just comes down to getting kill after kill after kill. Top lane, Erica.
They're still getting towers,
Marblu
though.
is able to get out of the Frostbite thanks to the Lotus Sword, but Erica protected with the BKB. He's going to look to try and walk it in the middle. The Greaves will repair some of the damage, and now with the BKB and Dismember completely wasted. Looks like Shadow Fiend's still going to be cautious at the moment because FI finds an opening for the Bushwhack. He's going to look to try and charge up the Sharpshooter as well. The damage is not going to be enough to secure the kill, and now Molasses, well, he's got an opportunity to try and lay it down with the Mortimer Kisses. They do have to respect New, however. A jump over the top of the Cookie's going to enable the Shadow Fiend to get out of danger, but this, of course, means that Molasses will not be able to escape, and it looks like Marblu as well is stuck in one of the more awkward positions a Brood can be, with 4 people completely surrounding him.
Yeah, it was quick on the fingers with the Lotus Sword, making sure he didn't get fully dismembered, but Again, that is... But look at where all the kills happened, right? They still took the tower, and you're not in a position to be able to turn it around and get something in return. So maybe it's just going to be a case of just getting overwhelmingly strong, so that once you take these super late-game team fights, they're just going to be dead for long enough that it doesn't matter that your team push is kind of garbage. Very important item coming up for Erica soon, though. You'll have the plate mail up against that Shadow Fiend. Honestly, even the Broodmother and the Pango at this stage, with all the minus armor that you've got coming through, is going to be very significant. So Vanguard helps a little bit, but certainly that additional armor.
Can they actually kill him? With the sharpshooter BKB, not going to be able to pop the Aegis. They will actually at the last second. The rest of Vici trying to connect. Blessing will be able to intercept him, but Erica's on point with the hook. And how are you able to cancel the dismember? And, well, they won't have a way. Setsu will jump over the top to provide the damage. Now they've got the follow-up as well. Hooks back up in a couple of seconds, splits the middle, but Setsu, he knows no fear. Sonic Wave to be able to blow him up throughout the Ag Shard. Setsu's going for more. Oh, and this is a Queen of Pain masterclass from Setsu.
Easy. Oh, he gets
he
one.
Gets the Doom kill.
I don't know if that's worth it. I guess lanes are kind of shot down a little
990
bit.
gold he got.
Yeah, okay. He needs it for the Meteor Hammer, bro. He needs to increase the push for their side.
Radiant's middle tower
Setsu's 18, 2 and 16, man. What?
Well, he's got that AC you were talking about. Makes a lot of sense for them, right? Like, they don't have a lot of this minus armor naturally just through abilities or any of the other items outside of maybe a Blightstone on the Hoodwink. No, he doesn't even have that. Well, 2 towers, though, being able to get picked up. Is that that next Roshan is going to be a lot easier to contest. Was that the first or the second Rosh that ended up being claimed before?
Oh. First? I should know.
Probably too busy fighting as opposed to taking objectives like Roshan. So
It's first,
wouldn't surprise me
it's
if it was first.
No, it's been first. I really do not remember
Radiant's top tower
another Roche fight, so...
Also, that handy little first thing that's on the stream kind of does help a little bit.
I can, yes, that does help if I look over.
I mean, I didn't look, so...
Oh, how silly of you.
Mm-hmm. You know me, just as silly Billy, you know?
Yeah, just a silly old Billy. Setsu's got a Growball and double damager now, so... this man... But the damage is not going to stop anytime soon. Yeah, no fear at all.
I mean, FY knows that there's no one hanging around in that tree line. Did he have some... Does he have a gem or anything like that? I mean, Triad could have technically been there. He's got the Aghanim Shard for that Nature's Guy's Invis, but right now he's just playing a little bit of a bodyguard for Marblu. We will see that a bunch of people hanging around in that mid lane. They might need to address top a little bit. Maybe the only thing is that they're a little hesitant to do it without that AC. I mean, they're so close to picking it up for Setsu.
Alright, he's going Daedalus as well. So yeah, this is very, very interesting. I was maybe like Bloodthorn sometimes works a little bit better with someone like the Queen of Pain. Especially with the
towers though. So if you're going to be that they're not going to go some slow siege route, right? It's just overwhelming teamfight victory into long death timers into no opposition for our eventual push.
Well, Setsu actually blink closer to TZ. They're smoking to try and help them close the distance as well. EKB, but the overgrowth, unfortunately, just was not there from TZ. That's a Rolling Thunder now, completely wasted as well. So let's see what Vici actually want to do now across the map, knowing this is on cooldown. And yeah, look at that. Yang in combination with New, they're going to instantly smoke.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not expecting for something to happen, you know, with that BKB being used on Setsu as well. Means that they might feel that they're a little reluctant for it, but they would have seen exactly where Shadow Fiend and TZ are looking to move to with that Observer Sentry Ward combination. Just more times that Yang has been able to get a lot of info for them to be able to play with, but it's not enough to be able to catch out that SF. He's still a little bit short of the buyback.
Nice reaction.
Look at Molasses just on that bottom side. They're trying to force someone to come back. They're going to be able to do it. They see Doom. Ooh, that's a long TP.
Extra long. What? All right, back to the lane we go mid.
They got a +1
Gonna
now.
try to charge up the Requiem, and, well, that won't be enough to keep the Pangolier alive. TZ's gonna be in with the Overgrowth as well, but look at Setsu.
Dire's bottom
Couple of
tower
clits along with Erica nearby.
Dire's structure
An easy 2-for-1 exchange. In fact, actually, Yang didn't even die. So they've still got their full 5-man here from Vici as Erica. He finds an angle to land the hook, but it's going to be cancelled instantly with the Dismember follow-up. Beautifully done from Molasses. Not a long duration out of the Dismember, and now Setsu. Well, they'll look to try and turn towards an easier target. Setsu acting as a deterrent. Yang's going to get the freezing fluid off, and look at Yang go finally. They're able to bring him down, but down to the south. New in conjunction with Setsu, but the ultimates coming perfectly together. A boomerang to amplify the damage for good measure. And Meteor are going to crumble off the back of the pressure. They are just too strong on Vici. Blue will be able to sidestep the sharpshooter, and it looks like he will survive, but
is under attack.
Vici have to be pretty happy with what they've gotten.
We might get a kill that happens before then. I really want to see if we can get a replay of that hook that happened in the mid lane, because that was just exceptional team play coming through from Vici Gaming. I was thinking, well, they've got a nice little setup here with them being able to land the hook by the bushwhack, but there was a range creep in front. And you had Quap, though. Setsu blinked on forward, used the Scream of Pain to kill the range creep, and they used the hook in perfect
Blessings?
combination together with it.
Oh, look at the damage.
He's got
There's
good
nothing
right
you can do.
clicks.
It's actually not
You could
enough.
tell
Wow.
Setsu. If he didn't have
wanted-
that
yeah.
blink on cooldown, he would have gone.
Revenant's Brooch. Brooch.
Radiant's
I
Broach?
say Broach. Yeah, Broach.
Why is he going this?
High armor.
middle tower has
Good way to be able to counter it. 3 agi cores.
It's pretty good for a right click. 45 intel, 40 attack speed. Does a projectile speed go up? No, it doesn't.
I mean, it's inbuilt into the Witchblade.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it went up as well with the upgrade, but Jesus Christ. I mean, this has to be probably the best Queen of Pain performance I've seen in a very, very long time. I know this year it doesn't get picked up very often, but Setsu is
He's
performing
got
on
away from it.
another level. Satanic.
Satanic instead. Just
Yeah,
to
he had
enable him
that-
to go for those
Deep
fountain
dives.
dives. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see what they can get out of it here on Meteor.
Setsu's nearly 25
And
as
have
well.
a fight by the Arcane. Do you want to go? Bless just jumps on Erica. It's like, all right, if I must dismember the Pangolier, I'm not going to be opposed to it. The Sonic Wave committed, and meanwhile, Neil as well has no hesitation with dropping the Doom onto the Shadow Fiend. So their damage source is gone, and it's up to, and they're going to call it. Media Gaming, they see no avenue back into this game, and as a result of the G's getting called, Vici Gaming will join YBB in being promoted to Division 1 for the second tour, and unfortunately for the boys on Media
FY was out.
Gaming, FI was out of there. He's like, all right, we're done, job's done. And as a result of this loss for Media Gaming, we're going to get 3-way tiebreakers for relegation. That is, oh, that's some juicy stuff.
It is. I'm pretty sure that means best of ones as well. I'm not 100% certain, but previous tiebreakers certainly have been that way. And we've seen that all of these teams have been capable of taking games off of each other. So you got to be on point from the very beginning. Really good performance. I mean, I'm going to come off as a Setsu stan, but I don't care. Like, he is showing up. He is being backed in by his team, whereas previously it felt like he needed to kind of earn his teammates' trust. These guys are putting a lot of faith into him, and it shows.
Yeah. And it's great to see as well that a team kind of is backing Setsu, because we've been seeing it pretty much through the entire time now of DPC that Setsu is an incredibly gifted player. We saw it on previous rosters, in particular RNG. This man knows how to play Dota. He just needs a support behind him, a team that's going to be able to believe in him and be able to put up with some of those difficult times that can occur in a team environment. And well, for Vici Gaming, it's definitely exciting to see them kind of join the ranks in Division 1, a place where they really deserve to be with the caliber of players they have. So for our last series of the night, it's going to go Vici's Gaming way. They will be promoted. Congratulations to them. Let's see what the panel has to say.
Thank you very much, Danog and Ares, and congratulations, of course, to Vici Gaming as well, as they rightfully take their spot in the second place and will be promoted to Division 1 next season and earn themselves a chance to compete for the next major. But also, commiserations to Meteor, who are now stuck in a three-way tie, which will be figured out tomorrow with a round-robin best-of-1 to figure out who is going to be eliminated from Division 2. It will be one of Meteor, Poke, or Team Cloud. But focusing back on the game we just saw, Pudge looking pretty cool. Queen of Pain looking very cool, T.
Yeah, good old Setsu. Yeah, 25, 2, and 18. Woo! I mean, sure, FY hit the bushwhack, but you know, Setsu had to hit the Sonic Wave on the stunned heroes. He pressed R. Oh god, but no, this was, for me, this game for Vici Gaming, it was incredibly fun to watch because of the aggression. I don't think this was the cleanest of games because there was a lot of deaths, a lot of opportunities for a disciplined team to be able to punish them. But that relentless skirmishing aggression that their draft had would allow them to eventually whittle down the side of Meteor Gaming. But in no means was this a clean game. I think if this was against YBB, we would probably be saying that, you know, we're going to a game 3. But still, fun Dota nonetheless.
Yep, definitely fun, definitely fun. I mean, do you think Team Meteor kind of did a better job with this draft than maybe we were expecting, Kezu? Or
I mean, I think their draft is definitely playable. I think also that they may have outskilled them in the top lane. I'm not sure. Like the Brood Pudgeon, it's slightly volatile. It's the type of lane where whichever team can like harass the other team down. Like if Brood ever, usually the way you want to play, you pop your Q, you cookie on them, like you trade a bit, you get like half HP off the Pudge, and then you can do it again like 20, 30 seconds later. And if Pudge isn't full HP, then you're gonna get to kill them, because I think they won that lane pretty heavily. Pangu even rotated, they killed the Pudge while he was TPing out in the early game, so I think that gave them a lot of momentum. As he was saying, I don't think Vici played that clean. I would say that Setsu for sure is the standout player of this game. Like what stands out to me again this time around, and it was the same last time, is the way that he maneuvers and fights, like how he positions. He's always dancing, he's always in the front, but he knows that he's not putting himself in a position where he will die from full to 0. Maybe he can lose 80% HP, but that sets all of his teammates up for, you know, these bushwhacks, you know, because they're like, the enemy team is like, oh, we need to turn on this queen and go on him. So when they move in, his team is like, all right, now we use our spells and counterplay.
I don't know. It kind of feels like you just see the big kill number Kezu and you go, oh, that guy's MVP. You know, like it's about the team which enabled him. Bit of a pleb move if you ask me to go
FY,
for
right?
Setsu, but
Yeah, FY or what?
if you ask me, I'd be leading FY on this one for enabling Setsu to get every single one of his 25 kills.
FY will always enable his team, so he's gonna be the MVP every time. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah,
well
but
done.
hold
Well
on.
done.
89% kill participation on Setsu, and
Too low.
I'm pretty sure FY didn't have that much. Okay, just saying. All right, just saying.
It's not about the participation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we should be able to check this this quickly just to put Nomad in the bin.
Oh, not even 69.
Not even 69. Not even nice. Not even
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Not even nice.
What do you
no,
have to say
but-
about that, Nomad? Huh?
Well, sometimes it's more about the you know, sometimes enabling your team doesn't necessarily mean in game. You know, maybe he was dead and he goes, go on Setsu, you can do it, and then that allowed Setsu to get the rest
Press
of the
R.
kills as well.
The communication enabler. I like it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So you know, it does go deeper than what you kind of, you know, your baseline
What we can understand
analysis
to you.
is alluding to. But yeah, indeed, it's going to be cool watching Vici play up against the rest of China. I mean, how do you think they're actually going to match up? Because you know they have had some messier games like this, even if they do get the win. So how do you think they're going to match up against the rest of China? T.
For me, oh sorry, G, you take it.
You mean in regards to Vici Gaming, right?
Yes.
It's like I love their playstyle, their trust that they have in Setsu, but I think this game too put a little bit of fear in me on how good they'll be. I think they probably some middle pack team right now in China, some like 4th, 5th type situation. They easily could beat some of these eHome and Knights, so I think they should be able to contend for major slots, but I think they do need to clean up some of their aggression, or at least whimsicalness of their playstyle, to be able to actually go up against some of these fine-tuned teams that China is able to display.
So, Cassie, what do you think is the one thing which you'd like them to really drill down on for next season?
I think it's very close to what T was saying. I feel that there's some inconsistency. I feel like either A, in some of the itemization, or B, how they play together, like in this mid game. I feel like this game was all about Setsu and like being in the front and, you know, always positioning nicely. But then a lot of the plays that happen, they're random, and you don't want your plays to be random when you're in a leading position in a game. It should be like well set up because lanes are pushed, because you have timings, but then there's some random dooms going around, or suddenly they're diving this top tier 1 where they're just beelining through vision for 10 seconds. Those type of moves you just can't do them from that position.
Yeah, and it won't be as forgiven as easily when it gets to Division 1, so definitely some cleaning up to do around the edges, but certainly more than good enough for Division 2 as it does put them forward. And of course, YBB will be joining them as they did beat LBZS earlier, and then before that we also had Outsiders from China beating Poke, but Poke did manage to take a game, so, kind of impressive for them. And that means the standings are going to look something a little bit like this. Dang. YBB sitting in the top position with Vici right behind them at 6-1. Those will be our 2 promoted teams for the region. Big congratulations to them. Outsiders from China just about missing out. Couldn't beat either YBB or Vici, so they'll be sitting at place number 3. LBZS with the middle ground spot will be sitting a 4th, and then it gets a bit messy. We've got Cloud, Meteor, and Poke all at 2 and 5 at the moment, so they'll be playing it out in a best of 1 round robin tomorrow to find out who is going to be relegated. And then we've got Mystique, who unfortunately we will be waving goodbye to. And if you're wondering about that round robin, it's going to be Poke versus Cloud starting things off, and then the loser of that game will play off versus Meteor. And then if someone hasn't lost twice by then, we will play the 3rd game, and then we'll go round again and again and again and again and again and again until we know who is the worst out of those 3 teams. Guys, I think we're just about done. Any closing thoughts on the region or the games or life in general, Kazu?
Oh, life is good. I think in terms of tomorrow for the tiebreaker, I'm gonna say that Meteor are my favorites. I feel like they did some good stuff today. I haven't seen too many games of these 3 teams, if I'm gonna be honest, but they have shown me some things that are definitely worthy of you, being able and being allowed to stay in Division 2. I think they've got what it takes.
Okay, T.
I think Media's got some spice to them. I haven't actually watched any Cloud games, so I have no idea what they're about. It's always a bloodbath, and I'm excited to see who gets kicked out. And that's about it.
Okay, cool. I think I'm probably leaning Team Cloud, actually. I think...
you actually are a Cloud boy. All right.
Yeah, I think I am. They managed to beat LBZS in a fairly good series. And just in general, I think they do show a lot of promise. It's just a lack of consistency, but they also have the most experience on the team to be able to work that out before tomorrow. And they also had the day off today to just kind of watch Poke and Meteor and take notes and peek at them over the trees. So
Okay.
You might like this, Nomad. All right. I normally hate saying this out loud, but just for you, I'll say this: I will miss Poke Gaming if they get eliminated from Div 2 because their logo is so fucking cool. It's like some unicorn. Like it's actually hype.
really good. Yeah.
Like that alone. I mean, if there's any way to help them out get through this qualifier, but like their logo is sick. And that's my one and only time I will say that on a broadcast. So please savor it, Nomad. I know you like this type of shit. And I'm out.
I am. No, I mean it's a sick logo. It's like, in case go look it up on Wikipedia if you're like listening in the car or whatever. Then obviously don't do that. We'll describe it. But it's like,
I love this logo. It's really cool.
Well, it was a cool logo, worth totaling my car for. It's like purple and blue and like golden. It's got like paisley patterns on the inside. It's a unicorn as well, in case you want. I don't know why, but
is another way of describing it.
Yeah. It's a unicorn with glowing eyes and like a flowing grey mane. Very majestic. Very majestic
indeed.
Yeah. If there was like a waistcoat or a jacket or even a shirt with that pattern on it, just the pattern alone, I would wear it. I think it looks very dope indeed. So Poke Gaming, please make some merch. So maybe you can earn some money from this DPC season. That would be nice. It's provided you don't get eliminated. If they don't get eliminated, then they will make some money.
Jesus.
And on that note, we're going to end it up for today. Thank you so much for watching the China region, and we'll see you tomorrow for more tiebreaker action. But for today, we'll be saying goodbye, and thanks for watching.